everyone, Nyonstar here, and I watched every Godzilla movie. I've been a Godzilla fan as long as I've been alive, but for a good chunk of my life, Godzilla movies just weren't readily available. I could only really watch them if they just so happened to be on TV or my parents bought the DVDs. But now that I'm an adult who has the internet, I have the entire Godzilla library right at my fingertips. Although legally speaking, I watched all of these completely legitimately. Before we get into the review, I have some rules I need to establish. Rule 1, I have to watch every Godzilla movie, including any related movies. So if Mothra has her own movies, then I have to watch them, even if Godzilla himself doesn't show up. Rule 2, I have to watch both the subbed and dubbed versions of each movie, except for the American ones. Dubs won't be rated separately from the originals unless there's significant changes between the two. Also, I won't be going over every minor version difference, just whatever I think is notable. Rule 3, I'll be going over each movie and then rate it on this tier list, ranked by how much I personally like it. S means it deserves its own tier, A is very good, B is good, C is average, not bad, so if I put something in C, it's not an insult, D is E is on the thinnest ice, and F is so bad I'd rather rip my own eyeballs out than watch it again. Rule 4, all of these are just my opinions. I'm not a professional critic or anything like that, so don't take these too seriously. We're allowed to have different opinions, so don't get too mad if you disagree with me. Please? And Rule 5, I spent a long time on this video, so if you noticed any mistakes, no you didn't. Now that that's all been established, on with the show. The first Godzilla movie was released in 1954, and the world hasn't been the same since. It's undeniable that this one movie had such a huge impact, so let's look and see if it lives up to the hype. But before we get into the actual movie, this intro, iconic, 10 out of 10. The movie begins with a small fishing boat named the Eiko Maru sinking after a bright flash of light. Quick side note, I love the look of the ocean in black and white. It looks like a deep abyss ready to swallow you whole. Ogata Hidato gets a call about the incident and has to cancel his date with his girlfriend, Yamane Emiko. Any boats sent out to rescue survivors end up also sinking, and there's only one survivor. The man's name is Yamada Masaji, and he washes up on the nearby Odo Island. The Odo fishermen complain about the lack of fish, and the village elder blames it on Godzilla. Reporters fly in to interview Masaji, but they don't believe his story. The villagers hold an exorcism ceremony, and the elder explains that after Godzilla eats all the fish, he'll attack people. In the old days, the villagers would tie a woman to a raft and sacrifice her to prevent this from happening, but they've stopped doing that, which is, frankly, a good thing. Later that night, a storm rolls in. Shinkichi, Masaji's younger brother, runs out of his house just in time to watch Godzilla crush his mom and brother. Guess he really wanted to finish the job. Shinkichi testifies that he saw a large creature, which makes Dr. Yamane, Emiko's father, call for an investigation. Ogata and Emiko go on the expedition with Yamane, and Dr. Serizawa is there at the dock to see them off. He's a colleague of Yamane's and Emiko's fiancé. They discover that part of the island is irradiated, and they find giant radioactive footprints and a trilobite. Man, they really didn't know much about radiation back then. He's just barehanding that thing. They're interrupted by a ringing bell and rush up the mountain to see Godzilla. There he is! Yamane presents his findings, theorizing that Godzilla was in an underwater cave until repeated H-bomb tests destroyed it. A representative calls to hide their findings from the public, while the women representatives argue that it's too important to not make public, and the council dissolves into chaos. The public is uneasy about Godzilla, and the defense forces deploy to stop him, to Yamane's displeasure. He argues that Godzilla should be studied instead of killed. Meanwhile, Emiko wants to tell Serizawa that she doesn't want to marry him, since she sees him like a brother and she's fallen in love with Ogata instead. She visits him with a reporter, who questions Serizawa about his research, but he brushes him off. However, when Emiko asks, he shows her what he's been working on. The oxygen destroyer. While they don't show its effect in this scene, Emiko reacts with horror and swears to keep it a secret. She returns home and Godzilla comes ashore. He munches on a train and stomps around a bit before leaving again. They set up electric barbed wire on the shore, but when he resurfaces, he easily melts it with his atomic breath and starts rampaging. All the weapons are ineffective, and this mother hugs her children and says they'll all join their father soon. Heartbreaking! Godzilla then asserts his dominance over a clock and hurts his tootsies. As he leaves, the JSDF shoot missiles at him, but he swats them away like how my cat swats at flies. The hospitals pile up with the sick and injured. A young girl cries over her dead father, and I cried over this movie. Emiko, after seeing all this, decides to tell Ogata about the oxygen destroyer. We see a flashback of the device turning fish into skeletons, and Serizawa explains that he doesn't want it to be used as a weapon like the atomic bombs. They confront Serizawa, who tries to destroy his research and brawls with Ogata. His mind is changed by a choir singing for peace on the TV, and he swears that this will be the only use of the oxygen destroyer as he burns his notes. They locate Godzilla, and Ogata refuses to let Serizawa dive alone. The oxygen destroyer is activated, and Ogata ascends, but Serizawa wishes Ogata a happy life with Emiko, and he cuts his cord. Godzilla's bones hit the seafloor, and the crew mourn Dr. Serizawa. Yamane says that if nuclear testing continues, another Godzilla may appear one day. Everyone salutes, except for Yamane, who stands mournfully in the background. This movie is incredible. I mean, it's not perfect, and it is definitely an old movie, but none of that matters to me. I really enjoyed Gojira. I've always called this version of the movie Gojira. Anyway, I'm putting this in S tier. Even if it's not technically the best, it deserves its own tier. It's emotional, it's dark, it's meaningful, it spawned the longest running movie franchise. Really, what more can I say? It's an S tier. If a movie can make me cry multiple times watching it, then it's gonna rank high. Don't worry though, I will be pretty strict with my S tier rankings. Anyway, what a way to start! Next up we have... You know how I said earlier that some dubs would be rated separately if they had significant changes? Well, this is a perfect example. Technically, this isn't considered a dub, it's an Americanization, but still. In 1956, Gojira was brought to the US and heavily re-edited, due to a lack of public interest in foreign films at the time. And this edited version was titled Godzilla, King of the Monsters. But how different could it really be? Well, I'll tell you. First, the intro was changed. Instead of the 3 steps and roar, there's 3 steps, 1 quieter step, and then various roars. No idea why they changed it. The movie opens on Steve Martin, our new protagonist, lying under rubble. In the hospital, Emiko visits him and he reflects on everything that led here. Steve was flying to Cairo, right over where the Eiko Maru sank, and he has a layover to visit his college buddy, Dr. Serizawa. When he lands, he's taken to the security office by Iwanaga Tomo for questioning. Apparently they questioned everyone on his flight, and Steve identifies himself as a reporter for United World News. Tomo tells him about the Eiko Maru sinking, and the two of them go to the charting room for more information. And I've gotta say, this editing is really impressive. If you didn't know that they were added in post, it would be very hard to tell. Tomo translates the Japanese conversations for Steve, though he doesn't actually translate the Japanese dialogue, he just furthers the plot. Afterwards, Steve calls a Mr. George Lawrence because 8 ships have been destroyed with no survivors. Dr. Yamane suggests questioning the Odo Islanders. At least that's what Tomo says he said, even though you can hear him say Gojira. They then imply that Masaji died when he washed ashore, even though he was the only survivor before. Steve and Tomo learn about the legend of Godzilla, and they get caught in the storm while the ghost of Masaji gets his house crushed. Yamane calls for an investigation, and as a side note, I don't like the dub voice for Yamane. Steve gets permission to come along, and Serizawa is removed from the boat departure scene. Steve then explains to the audience that Emiko, Ogata, and Serizawa are in a love triangle. Dr. Yamane makes a fabulous discovery, and the Godzilla bell is rung. Everyone runs to the hill, Ogata helps Emiko when she trips, and Steve helps Tomo when he trips. I'd ship it. Dr. Yamane explains his findings, where he says that Godzilla is over 400 feet tall, which is way bigger than the Godzilla in the original, who is about 165 feet tall. That's about the same size as Godzilla from the legendary King of the Monsters. Yamane expresses his belief that Godzilla was awoken by the H-bomb, which is the only mention of bombs in this whole movie. They cut out the women calling for the information to be publicized, but they keep everyone yelling at the end of the meeting, which no longer makes any sense. Serizawa shows Emiko the oxygen destroyer unprompted, which doesn't make any sense to me, since I don't think Serizawa would have ever shown her the oxygen destroyer if she hadn't asked him about it. We see the party cruiser that gets sunk in the original, while Steve narrates that people were celebrating the death of Godzilla, but the celebration is short-lived?
But both the hope and celebration were short-lived.
Okay. After Godzilla noms the train, Tomo tells him they have one last idea to stop Godzilla, and he shows them the electric towers surrounding Tokyo. Damn, they got those up fast. When Godzilla resurfaces, Steve pulls out a tape recorder and narrates the destruction for George. Also, when this car gets blasted with the atomic breath, they add this scream. It sounds like a joke, but I can assure you this is really in the movie. We see the woman hugging her children, but they don't dub her and you can barely hear her over the music. The building Steve is in collapses and Godzilla leaves, ending the flashback and returning to the hospital. Emiko tells Ogata and Steve about the oxygen destroyer, but she just narrates over the flashback scenes instead of them just playing out. They get Serizawa on their side, he sacrifices himself, and instead of Yamane's sobering speech, we get these words from Steve.
The menace was gone, so was a great man. But the whole world could wake up and live again.
So what did I think of this movie? It's honestly not bad. I prefer the original, obviously, especially since the serious message was diluted. But even then, it's still entertaining, which just goes to show how good the original is. Even when it's heavily edited, it's still good. I'd rate this at a B. It's good. I also have to give it props for helping Godzilla gain more recognition. We probably wouldn't have a lot of the movies in this franchise without it. Up next is... After the success of Gojira, Toho greenlit a sequel. In 1955, 1 year after the original, we got Godzilla Raids Again. The director for the last movie, Ishiro Honda, was busy directing another movie, so Raids Again was directed by Motoyoshi Oda. With a rushed production and a different director, this movie is considered one of the worst Godzilla films. But is it actually that bad? Let's find out! Tsukioka Shoichi is doing his job leading boats to schools of fish with his plane. He flirts with his boss's daughter, Yamaji Hidemi, but they get an emergency transmission from Kobayashi Koji, who says his engine is stalling, and he crashes. Tsukioka finds him on a nearby island, they start a fire, and get jump-scared by Godzilla. They hide in a crevice and watch as Godzilla battles another monster. Back in Osaka, they identify the second creature as an Ankylosaurus, and the scientists dub him Anguirus. They say he's had a long-standing rivalry with Godzilla, and Dr. Yamane returns to show them footage from the first movie. In silence. For like 2 minutes straight. I didn't know you could make the first movie boring, but they managed it. Yamane reminds them that the oxygen destroyer isn't an available option anymore, and recommends leading Godzilla away with bright lights. Tsukioka and Hidemi express their concerns for the city, while the JSDF searches for Godzilla. An aircraft spots him, specifically Aircraft 54, very clever, and they mark down his location with this dinosaur block. It's so cute, I love it. When Godzilla's spotted near the shore, they shoot up flares to draw him away. After evacuating the dance floor, Tsukioka drops Hidemi off at her house, and goes with Kobayashi to meet with their boss at the cannery. Meanwhile, some criminals break out of a police van. The cops jump in Tsukioka's car to chase after them, and the criminals drive right into an oil refinery. The resulting flames draw Godzilla over, with Anguirus showing up soon after. Godzilla bites his neck, and Anguirus lets out a soundwave scream before he's pushed through Osaka Castle. Godzilla bites down on his neck again, which is enough to kill him this time, and he dumps the body into the sea. The fishing company moves operations up to Hokkaido, and they attend a company party, where Kobayashi hints to Hidemi that he has a crush on someone. The party gets interrupted by news that Godzilla has been spotted, and Tsukioka goes to search for him through the bad weather, despite Hidemi's pleas to turn back. Kobayashi goes after him, and Hidemi sees in his wallet that she's the girl he has a crush on. Tsukioka flies over Kamiko Island, and Godzilla seems to think that if he stays very still, no one will see him. The JSDF arrive, but Kobayashi notices that Godzilla is about to escape, so he dives at him. He gets hit with an atomic blast and crashes into a mountain, causing a cascade of ice. This gives them the idea to bury Godzilla in ice, since none of their attacks work. After a small break to refuel and strategize, boats rock up and line the shore with gasoline barrels. Also, this boat has the number 39 on it. Miku boat! They light up the barrels to trap Godzilla, and the planes fire on the mountains. This scene goes on a little too long in my opinion, but at least the ice looks aesthetically pleasing. They successfully entomb him in ice, and Tsukioka tearfully thinks of Kobayashi. So how would I rate this movie? Honestly, it's not the worst. I think that it just gets a bad rap, mainly because it was the direct follow-up to the original Gojira. I thought it was pretty unsettling at times, and the characters, while a little flat, were enjoyable at least. If it had been given more time to cook, it could have turned out better, but I still think it's good. I'd put this in B, behind the original King of the Monsters. But as I rate more things, this will probably end up near the bottom of B. Next, we have to talk about...
I'm glad you're here. You're so brave, Tsukioka. Absolutely, darling.
Banana oil.
Godzilla Raids Again was changed a lot when it came to the US. The company who made King of the Monsters were going to use footage from Raids Again to make a movie called The Volcano Monsters. Toho even shipped the Godzilla and Anguirus suits to them for extra shots. However, the company they were partnering with went under, so they made a dub instead. They still changed a lot, like replacing most of the music, using footage from other sources, and renaming it to Gigantis the Fire Monster. I've seen a bunch of reasons for why they changed the title floating around, but I haven't found a concrete source for any of them. All these changes make it different enough that I'm gonna rate it separately. The movie opens with footage of the H-bomb, and a guy narrates that space missiles and rockets are more and equally deadly. I don't think that's true. He keeps going on about space exploration before he says that there are still mysteries on Earth, and this story will be about the price of exploration, which it really isn't. This intro didn't have anything to do with the movie. Then we see the title card, and if you watch this movie today, you'll see that the title card was changed to Godzilla Raids Again, which happened when the rights reverted to Toho and it was re-released. The biggest complaint I have for this dub is Tsukioka. He narrates everything, and I mean everything. Like, instead of just showing him picking up the intercom and calling headquarters, he has to say, "I picked up the intercom and called headquarters." It gets really annoying. When they run into Godzilla, he, sounds a little funny. I didn't know Godzilla was bilingual. Yeah, because of the story change that Godzilla and Anguirus are related, they changed most of his roars to Anguirus's, though sometimes you can still hear his original roars. In the scene where they identify the monsters, they call Anguirus an Anguillosaurus, also known as an Anguirus. They read a book about him, which says that he may be awakened by nuclear testing and has multiple brains in different parts of his body. What kind of book is this? They conclude by saying that Anguirus is a species of fire monster, just like Gigantis. This movie also has an infamous dialogue exchange. When Tsukioka and Hidemi are talking, she calls him brave and he responds with, banana oil, which is apparently an old slang term that meant nonsense. But it was outdated even when this came out, so it just sounds out of place. Towards the end, when everyone's in Hokkaido and Godzilla's spotted, Tsukioka says that the UN is getting involved and the US is sending support. Tsukioka searches for Godzilla and refuses to turn back because he's been a coward long enough. They gave him this character arc about bravery, but it doesn't make any sense. He went to see his boss and chased criminals in his car during a giant monster attack. He isn't a coward. Even in his final monologue, he says that Kobayashi's sacrifice taught him the meaning of courage. I know I said the characters were a bit flat, but this change didn't add anything. You can probably tell by my tone that I didn't like this version too much. It's not like it's the worst, but the original already had its issues. All these changes were strange at best and frustrating at worst. I never want to hear this guy narrating ever again. I'd rate Gigantis at a D. I imagine it'd be more tolerable if I was a kid or if I was nostalgic for this version, but as it stands, I think the original is far better. Next up is...
Rodan.
This is the first movie we'll cover that isn't technically a Godzilla movie, but still counts for this list. Rodan is pretty well known as a Godzilla kaiju, but he had his own movie first. Rodan, or Radon in Japanese, was released in 1956, and it's also the first movie on this list to be in color. Now let's see if Rodan earns his spot in Toho's Big Five. The movie starts with two mineshaft workers named Yoshi and Goro fighting each other. Once they break it up, all the workers get sent down. It cuts to Kawamura Shigeru getting a call that the mineshaft is flooded. When he gets there, Goro and Yoshi are unaccounted for. So he goes down with some volunteers and discovers Yoshi's body. At the hospital, the doctor tells Shigeru that he's never seen a head wound like this before. Yoshi's wife and baby cry outside the room, and it broke my heart. There are rumors going around that Goro killed Yoshi, which stresses out Shigeru and his fiancée, Kyo, who is also Goro's sister. Back in the mine shaft, a cop is investigating with two workers, and they all get pulled under. Afterwards, Yoshi's wife runs to Kyo's house to attack her, but the other villagers pull her away. This actress is really good at crying. Shigeru comes home to comfort Kyo, but they're interrupted by bug? I'm not even kidding, when I saw this for the first time, I said bug out loud. Shigeru yells for the police, and while they don't see it at first, the bug reappears and they begin attacking it. As an aside, I'm very glad there was no misunderstanding plot here. I fully expected them not to find it and call them crazy, but it didn't go in that direction and I was relieved. The bug takes out two policemen before escaping, and the doctor sees that the wounds are the same ones from before. The military is called in and Shigeru leads them down the shaft. When they find the bug, their guns are ineffective, and Shigeru runs it over with a minecart. He finds more of the creatures in a hole, but the shaft caves in and he gets trapped inside. A researcher named Dr. Kashiwagi identifies the bug as a Meganulon, which might mean something to you, but we're not there yet. An earthquake hits, and after investigating the area, they find Shigeru, who can't seem to remember anything. They try to jog his memory with pictures, but when he sees the Meganulon, he clutches his head in pain. Meanwhile, a plane spots an unidentified flying object, but it gets cut in half before the pilot can investigate further. Warnings are sent out all over the world, and this newlywed couple are killed by something flying past. Investigators check their camera and see a wing, which Kashiwagi recognizes as a pteranodon wing. Back at the hospital, Kyo shows off some birds hatching, and this gives Shigeru a flashback to seeing an adorable baby Rodan hatch. With his memories returned, he leads some paleontologists down to the egg. After running some tests, they name the species Rodan, and say that nuclear tests must have brought the egg out of stasis. They locate Rodan and start attacking it until it lands and starts destroying the city. Things only get worse when a second Rodan shows up and they both fly away. They track them back to a dormant volcano, and concerns are raised that if the JSDF attacks, it could cause Mount Aso to erupt. They attack anyway, and the volcano does indeed erupt. The Rodans try to escape, but one gets caught in the fire and the other one chooses to die with its mate. Okay, so I really liked most of this movie. I love how tense the scene is when they discover Yoshi's body. I liked the Meganulon, I liked Baby Rodan. I do think this movie has some problems though. All the scenes where they attack Rodan get really repetitive, like just static shots of cannons firing with Rodan reaction shots. I was so engaged up to that point, but then my brain kept shutting off at these prolonged military scenes. They also kind of drop Kyo and any kind of plot with her once Rodan is on the loose, which is a bit of a shame. And the end, while great in concept, looked a little silly with the way the suits moved. I couldn't even really tell what had happened until I looked at the wiki afterwards. I initially ranked this one fairly high. I even had it in A tier for the longest time. But now that I've seen all the other movies, I'll have to put this one in B, right above King of the Monsters. I still think that it's worth watching. It's mostly the last 20 minutes or so that disappointed me. Now let's talk about the dub. There weren't enough differences for me to rate it separately, but that doesn't mean they didn't change anything. First, the movie starts off with random footage of an atomic or hydrogen bomb going off. I don't know why these dubs keep doing that. The actual movie starts and
These are the green volcanic mountains of Kyushu.
I never want to hear this guy narrating ever again. No! Why? So yeah, the same narrator from Gigantis also narrates this one, although this dub came out 2 years before Gigantis did. And he does not do a better job here. In fact, I'd say it's much worse. At the end, when the Rodans die, he says,
I wondered whether I, a 20th century man, could ever hope to die as well.
What the fuck are you talking about? What does that even mean? He goes on like this for 2 minutes! The other voices aren't much better either. Like Kyo saying,
Where's my brother?
which made me laugh out loud. Or Yoshi's wife sounding much more ridiculous, which really ruins the scene. Obviously, no hate to the voice actors themselves, but I did not like the dub work on display here. There's other strange choices, like ruining the pacing of the movie by placing scenes out of order. Like how they attack Rodan at the mountain and then its mate shows up and they wreck the town. They changed the music so the scene with Yoshi's body feels way more campy than tense. The characters also just feel meaner. Shigeru tells Kyo that she should leave town when he's supposed to be comforting her. He has a well-paying job in this town, you know he isn't going with her. When they show Shigeru an image of the Megalon, they interrogate him on whether he remembers that this creature killed his friend. He's so distressed by their rudeness that he psychically smashes a piano. Also, a change that really gets under my skin is the one where the detectives are investigating the newlywed couple's deaths. In the original, they deduced that it couldn't have been a double suicide since the wife's shoe and the camera were so far from them, and the bodies would have been closer together. Makes sense, right? Well, in the dub, they say it can't be suicide because they were too happy, which is not how that works. Someone who appears happy can still end up killing themselves. Sorry to nitpick this so hard, that just really bothered me. I hated this dub. I'm fine with dubs usually, but this one in particular really bothered me. I question whether the original had been this bad and I just didn't notice. If I was rating this separately, I would put this in a D or an E. But I'm not rating it separately, so let's move on. Next up is...
Mogira.
The Mysterians was an alien movie released in 1957. Why is it on this list? Ha, what a silly question. It's because of Mogira, of course. Since it showed up later in Spacegodzilla, that means this movie counts. Which is great because we can all witness the glory of Mogira. My sister and I fell in love with this dumb robot while playing Save the Earth, and he's become a reoccurring joke. So if you take anything from this video, let it be Mogira Sweep. And if any talented artists want to draw that Morbius Sweep meme with Mogira, I'd like that a lot. Now let's get into the movie. Atsumi Jojo, his partner Shiraishi Etsuko, her brother Ryoichi, and his fiancée Iwamoto Hiroko are attending the Obon Festival on Mount Fuji. Atsumi offers to dance with Etsuko. She tells her brother he should dance with Hiroko, and he runs off. Atsumi follows and asks him why he broke off his engagement, and he responds that he has to stay in this village. They see a forest fire, and Shiraishi runs towards it. The next day, Dr. Adachi tells Atsumi about a half-finished report Shiraishi wrote on a planet that he named Mysterioid. Mystoroid? I believe it's pronounced Mystoroid, but Mysterioid sounds better to me. Atsumi gets a call that there was a landslide in the town Shiraishi was staying in, and in the car, an officer tells him that the disaster site was radioactive, and he doesn't think any of the villagers survived. When they get there, they find that the area is all jumbled up and the radioactivity is gone. They drive down a road, but they have to stop when their tires start smoking. After confirming that the road is radioactive, they notice a pillar of smoke next to the mountain and... Yes! Mogira! They try to run to the truck and an officer shoots at the creature.
No, don't shoot Mogira.
Once they escape, Atsumi alerts the military and Mogira heads towards the power plant.
Oops.
They try to shoot at it again, but Mogira sets the city on fire. The residents respond by giving Mogira a refreshing drink of water, but he's not thirsty. They evacuate the citizens across the bridge, intending on blowing it up once Mogira tries to cross, and Atsumi and Etsuko see UFOs. After trying to set Mogi on fire, they successfully collapse the bridge under it.
Mogira, die.
Atsumi says that the creature was made of materials not found on Earth, and Mogira was actually a robot controlled by electric waves. Dr. Adachi spots some UFOs flying from behind the moon, and publishes Shiraishi's report. Scientists and police officers investigate the area where Shiraishi suspected the UFOs were coming in and taking off, and a massive dome rises out of the ground. The dome asks for 5 scientists to negotiate with, and they go in alone. The leader of the Mysterians tells them that their planet was destroyed in a nuclear war, and their weapons are far superior to human weapons. All they ask for is 3 kilometers of land, and because their offspring come out disfigured due to radiation, they want to mate with human women. They ask for 5 women, 3 they already have, with the other 2 being Etsuko and Hiroko. Atsumi is reasonably pissed by this, and the scientists leave. They announce that they intend to resist the Mysterians, and Atsumi breaks the news to the girls. They're interrupted by Shiraishi calling them on the TV to say that he's siding with the Mysterians because of their advanced technology. The JSDF attack the dome, but they get stomped. The Mysterian leader tells Shiraishi about their plans to take over Earth, and he's shocked. Live Shiraishi reaction. After meeting with world leaders from the UN, Atsumi turns on the TV so they can speak to Shiraishi, who warns them that humanity will wipe itself out in 20 years. The UN has another failed attempt at attacking the dome, and Atsumi discovers a hidden tunnel. The Mysterians announce that they've taken over more land, and the UN discusses the use of nuclear weapons. They don't get far in their discussion though, because they finish the blueprints for a weapon dubbed the Markolite Cannon. Before the attack, the Mysterians decide to kidnap Etsuko and Hiroko. Atsumi goes after them through the tunnel he found, and the attack begins. Shiraishi leads the women out, while the humans say they'll stop the attack if the Mysterians leave. They respond by flooding a nearby village. Shiraishi runs into Atsumi and leads him to the Tunnel of Women, giving him the other half of his report and running off. Atsumi and the women escape just as the electron cannon starts to fire at the dome. Another Moguirah digs under one of the Markolites and it falls on top of it. No! Moguirah! Dead?
Moguirah is dead.
Shiraishi kills some of the Mysterians and the electron cannon blows up the dome. A few ships manage to get away, and Atsumi says Earth hasn't seen the last of the Mysterians. Though this was indeed the last we'd see of the Mysterians. Now I have to be real with you and say, this movie wasn't really my cup of tea. I'm not the biggest fan of this brand of sci-fi, so it didn't hook me that much. My favorite parts were all the ones with Moguirah, and they didn't last long enough for me. Also, once again, all the military scenes went on way too long. I'd put this at a C. Not the best, not the worst, perfectly in the middle. Moving on to the dubs, the Mysterians actually has 2. One that was released in the 50s, and one released in the 2000s. I wasn't sure what to do when I found out there were 2 dubs, so I decided that in cases like these, I'd watch both. These dubs were both fairly accurate, so they'll be rated with the original. Starting with the 50s dub, the first line of the movie is, "They're all so gay." And I know that gay means something else in this context, I know, but like, come on, I can't not laugh at that. When Shiraishi runs off, Atsumi mentions that he's a physical astronomer, which made me realize I don't think they ever say what Shiraishi's job was in the original. The UN guys speaking English were dubbed over and they cut a lot of scenes short. The most important change, though, is they decided that the scene where the second Moguirah gets crushed was unnecessary. Do you know what that means? Moguirah doesn't die! Moguirah lives! Moguirah sweep! The 2000s dub also changes a lot of small stuff, like saying Shiraishi was staying at the village on business, while the other versions say he was on vacation, or not dubbing the UN guys because they were already speaking English. I'd say these dubs aren't 100% accurate, but they're both passable. Moving on, we have... Next up on This Is Technically Not a Godzilla Movie, but I'm watching it anyway, is Varan. Varan was initially planned to be a 3-part TV movie made by Toho and American Broadcast Paramount Theaters. However, ABPT shut down, and Toho switched Varan to be an in-theaters movie released in 1958. ABPT is also the company that shut down and caused Gigantis to happen. The reason I'm covering this movie here is that Varan later shows up in Destroy All Monsters. He was also going to be a headliner in GMK before he was replaced by King Ghidorah. It's funny too because parts of Varan's theme would later get repurposed as Ghidorah's theme. I guess King Ghidorah is just cooler than Varan. Or is he? Let's find out! The movie opens up with a rocket launch, which I don't think has anything to do with the rest of the movie. The movie actually starts when Dr. Sugimoto shows off some Siberian butterflies that were found in Japan, and he sends 2 researchers to Iwaya village to investigate. The villagers aren't happy to see them, and the guys see a monument to some god called Baragon. They find a butterfly near a lake that wasn't on their map, and they get killed by something. The papers question if Baragon killed them, but Uozaki Kenji is skeptical. A reporter and sister to one of the dead researchers, Shinjo Yuriko, takes Kenji and Motohiko Horiguchi with her to investigate. When they get to the village, they're in the middle of a ritual and the priest tells them to leave. A kid named Gen sees his dog Chibi run off and chases after him, causing his mother to panic and scream. Shout out to this actress, by the way. These are some really realistic screams. The priest is basically like, well, that kid's gone. But Kenji, Yuriko, and Motohiko go after them anyway. The guys lose sight of Yuriko when a fog rolls in, and return to tell the villagers that the Baradagi legend is stupid. Chibi comes back with a message from Yuriko that says she found Gen, and everyone follows him. They manage to find Gen and Yuriko, but they also find Varan, who smashes the village and the priest. Afterwards, Dr. Sugimoto identifies the creature as a Varanopod, and the Defense Force asks the main characters to lead them to the lake before Varan attacks the big city. They wake him up with chemical charges, and are unable to hurt him with their weapons as usual. While they're running away, Yuriko gets trapped under a tree, and Kenji has to double back and rescue her. They take refuge in a cave while Varan scratches at the wall like a cat. Dr. Sugimoto suggests distracting it with flares, letting the two escape, but they have bigger problems when Varan flies away. Dr. Fujimura recommends shooting him with more powerful weapons because he doubts its skin is stronger than steel. They launch another attack when they locate him, and Varan swats one of their planes out of the sky. I like that the triumphant music abruptly stops when he hits the plane. They deploy depth charges and evacuate, though this is reused footage from Gojira. Dr. Fujimura says that he invented an explosive, but he doubts it'll work since it's supposed to explode hard things like rocks from the inside. Miku boat! Ahem, sorry, I got carried away there. They move their operations to Haneda Airport, and after some extended shooting scenes, the bomb truck arrives. The driver takes one look at Varan and books it. Kenji hops in, drives the bombs right up to Varan, and runs as the truck explodes and incapacitates the monster. For like a second. Then it gets back up and causes a ruckus, reusing more footage from Gojira. Dr. Sugimoto notices Varan eating some flares, and gets the idea to tie the rock explosives to flares and explode him from the inside. This actually works, and Varan is injured. He tramples around and we see what's clearly Gojira's tail crushing a building. Varan heads towards the water, and someone says that he still has one bomb left inside him. In the final minute of the movie, there's a large explosion in the water. Overall, I'd say this movie is pretty good. It does have its problems, like reusing footage and extended military scenes, but it still manages to be entertaining. I'm gonna put this at a B, slightly higher than Raids again just because I really liked Varan's design. They're pretty similar though, since they both suffered from rushed productions. It also has another thing in common with Raids again, and that is...
Mud again. Nothing but mud and sand!
That's right, Varan also had an Americanization. Although in this case, it's less like Gigantis and more like King of the Monsters. About 4 years after Varan released in Japan, it was heavily re-edited for American audiences and called Varan the Unbelievable. How heavily edited? Well, according to Wikipedia, it has only 15 minutes of the original footage, and Wikizilla puts it at about 30. Either way, the original footage takes up less than half of the runtime, so this is gonna be interesting. The first thing we see is a compilation of people running and screaming. I have no idea what the point of this is. Our new main character, James Bradley, also known as Jim, was sent to Japan to do experiments with water salinity with his wife Anna. To do these experiments, they have to relocate the natives living near the lake, and Anna isn't happy about this. Jim meets up with Captain Kishi, who tells him that the natives are ignoring the evacuation orders and he recommends moving them by force. He also calls them primitive, which is, Jim is hesitant to force them, and Kishi says that the main reason they don't want to move is their god Obake. Jim translates that as prehistoric reptile, which isn't what Obake means. The natives say that if Jim's experiments are harmful, Obake will destroy the world. Jim goes ahead with the orders anyway. Then we're introduced to some news writers, Kenji and Yuriko. What? That's not what they're called? Sorry, we're introduced to Paul and Chidori Iso. Wait, I'm getting another message. It's Chidori Iso? Okay then. Anyway, Paul and Chidori are visiting the village, and Anna goes to see them. She comes home crying because the public is bad-mouthing her husband, and he comforts her by kissing her eye. Jim decides to call off the relocation, and just block off the lake so no one will get accidentally poisoned, with the troops providing the natives with food and water. They launch the anti-saline chemicals into the lake, and Jim says it'll take 24 hours to get results. He notices that the chemicals are killing the fish, and after a 24-hour period, his results are inconclusive.
Nothing but mud and sand.
He takes a break with Anna, theorizing that a tremor is messing with the results, and he jokes that it's the monster before taking a nap. Anyway, the monster surfaces, and one of the men stationed around the lake dies of fright. This worries Jim, and he arranges for Anna to go back to Tokyo. He tells her to be a good girl, and that made my teeth retract back into my head. He gets interrupted by Varan, and Kishi drives the two of them to the Outlook to see the creature for the first time. It also sounds like the mix of a puma and a speeding car. Jim tells Kishi to evacuate Paul and Shidori, and Varan stomps through the village. Then Kishi, Jim, and Anna get trapped in the cave instead of Kenji and Yuriko. Once Varan leaves, Jim and Kishi try to fix their radio to contact the naval headquarters. Once they get through, they tell them they need to send up flares, which explode in Varan's stomach when he eats them. Paul drives the bomb truck up to Varan, which explodes on him, and he retreats back into the sea. Jim monologues that the monster is presumed dead, but the natives believe he's still alive. Jim and Anna head for California, and he says that Obake could return at any time. And yes, in the movie called Varan the Unbelievable, they never call him Varan once. So despite being very different from the original, I kinda liked this movie. I think the biggest problem with it is Varan. If they took Varan out and made an original monster, this could have been a decently good monster movie. Instead, you get this good monster movie that switches into a different movie halfway through. It kills the pacing and sidelines the characters it just spent all this time establishing. Like, they have this villager kid named Matsu doing chores for them, and he just never gets mentioned again once Varan shows up. Did he die and no one thought to bring it up? Did he turn into Varan? The world may never know. I'm gonna put this one right next to the original Varan, since I like these movies about the same. I'm gonna put it like one lower than Varan though, just cause I think it would have been better if it had a different monster. Ooh, next up on the list is...
Mothra.
Now, do I even have to explain why this one's on here? It's Mothra! She's the second most popular Godzilla kaiju behind Godzilla himself. But 3 years before she fought Godzilla, she had her own movie. Let's go see how the queen got started. First things first, the Genyo Maru 2 is being thrown around by a typhoon. And I gotta say, this scene looks leaps and bounds better than the boat scene in Gojira. It's amazing the difference 7 years can make. They end up crashing on Infant Island, which is infamous for being irradiated. Helicopters rescue 4 survivors, though doctors are confused to find that they test negative for radiation. The doctors get interrupted by reporters Fukuda, the snapping turtle Zenichiro, and Hanamura Michi. The survivors suggest that they were protected because they drink red juice from the natives, which is a bit of a problem, because the country Rolisica bombed Infant Island, saying there were no natives. Zen and Michi visit Shinichi Chujo, an expert researcher on Polynesia, but he's not thrilled about reporters. Chujo's brother Shinji loses his mouse, and after Zen catches it, Chujo's more willing to talk to them. Later, a team is put together to investigate Infant Island. On this team is Chujo, one of the doctors from earlier, and Rolisican representative Clark Nelson, who looks like Jimmy Fallon. They refuse to have the press on board, but Zen sneaks in and gets threatened by Nelson. Man, look at these facial expressions. Draw your favorite gay ship like this. Chujo saves him and complains that he has to submit all of his findings to Nelson. Zen promises not to report anything, and he gets assigned as a security guard. While they're exploring, Chujo gets separated and finds mysterious writings in a cave. He gets attacked by a vampire plant when he leaves, and 2 tiny women save him. The team recovers him when they hear his distress call, and they don't seem to believe his story, except for Zen. He calls the women Shobijin, or tiny beauties. The next day, Chujo uses his distress call to find the Shobijin again, and they ask the humans not to harm their island. Chujo promises they won't, and the Shobijin turn to leave, only to be grabbed by Nelson. However, he's forced to release them when they get surrounded by the natives. Once they get home, Chujo looks more into Nelson's history. The only thing he finds is that he's been on an expedition before to exploit native women. In 1954 of all years. Then he shares the writings he found with Zen, telling him that one of the symbols says Mothra, but he doesn't know what that means. Meanwhile, Nelson kidnaps the Shobijin and the natives get gunned down. One begs Mothra for help and a wall collapses to reveal a giant egg. Our main characters attend the Secret Fairies show to hear the iconic Mothra song, and Chujo tells Zen that Nelson paid for the expedition out of his own pocket, not Rolisica like they were led to believe. The group confront Nelson, and he allows them to see the Shobijin to prove that they like being enslaved actually. The Shobijin warn them that Mothra will come for them and the larva hatches. Nelson's enraged when Michi publishes a photo of the Shobijin, and they get word about an unidentified object, which Zen concludes is Mothra. Chujo and Zen decide to talk to the Shobijin again, but there's security blocking the way. So Zen fights 4 guys at once while Chujo talks to the girls. He may be the snapping turtle, but he's also the goat. The Shobijin tell them that Mothra doesn't know right from wrong. She only has the instinct to get them back, which is funny since later on, Mothra is one of the only kaiju who knows right from wrong. Realizing that their telepathy is calling Mothra to them, Chujo builds a box that'll block the signal, just to try and prevent more casualties. Nelson's show is shut down as Mothra heads towards the dam. The gang go over to help people evacuate, and Zen, being the MVP he is, runs onto a collapsing dam to save a baby. Shinji sneaks into Nelson's headquarters to save the Shobijin, but he gets caught and beaten up. Rolisica demands Nelson return the Shobijin, and Zen runs over to watch Nelson get arrested, meeting with Chujo as he looks for his brother. They recover Shinji, who tells them Nelson got away, and Michi rushes in to tell them Mothra is on the move. She cocoons herself on Tokyo Tower while Nelson flees the country. Rolisica sends over an atomic heat cannon to kill Mothra before she emerges, and once it's ablaze, they broadcast that Mothra is dead. Then she emerges in her Imago form and flies straight towards New Kirk City. Everyone gets sent over to Rolisica to locate the Shobijin, and Nelson gets caught trying to run away again. People surround his car, and Nelson is so overcome with racism that he shoots a cop. He steals an old man's cane and gets gunned down. They recover the Shobijin, and the gang arrives, unsure about what to do next. Some priests begin to pray and, Jesus?
I don't want religion in my game.
Chujo sees the cross and remembers the symbol from the cave. They draw it on an airfield and get the church bells to ring Mothra's song, calming her down and causing her to land. She is so fluffy, oh my god. They release the Shobijin and Mothra flies them back to the island. The movie wraps up with a ceremony on Infant Island, calling for peace. This is going in A tier, no question. I loved watching this movie. The Peanuts nail being the Shobijin. Mothra was beautiful, the main characters were likable, the racist got killed. Really, what more could you want? I'm very thankful Mothra became a reoccurring character in this series. The dub was released a year later, and much like the Mysterians, it's fairly accurate. Changes include calling Infant Island Beru Island for some reason, calling Zen the Bulldog instead of the Snapping Turtle, and saying Mothra killed thousands when there wasn't a kill count in the original. Something that bothered me is this scene. Nelson asks about the kid before he gets inside, but then he and his lackey act surprised when the guards tell them a kid got in. I don't know why they changed this conversation, it makes no sense. Also, during the show, Chujo says,
That melody.
which isn't a change, but it made me flinch because my name is Melody. Overall, it's about 10 minutes shorter, but it's still serviceable. And next up is the classic,
You saved me. Why?
Monkey.
Finally, we're back to Godzilla. After a 7-year hiatus, Toho released King Kong vs. Godzilla in 1962. Admittedly, I've never been a King Kong fan. I don't hate him or anything, but I never watched any Kong movies growing up, so I'm not ride or die for Kong. In a battle between King Kong and Godzilla, I'm very biased in Godzilla's favor. Not that I have any legs to stand on, I know how this movie ends. Anyway, the movie opens on a science-based TV program talking about rising sea levels. Mr. Taco, the advertising director for Pacific Pharmaceuticals, scolds an employee for picking such a boring show to sponsor. Meanwhile, a nuclear sub called the Seahawk is exploring the Arctic. Through the periscope, the crew spot a glowing radioactive iceberg. Back at the pharmaceuticals company, a botanist explains he found these red berries on Faroe Island. When he mentions the legends of a demon god, Mr. Taco sees this as a great opportunity for higher ratings, especially since their rivals at Central Pharmaceuticals are covering the Seahawk. He tells Sakurai Osamu and Furue Kinsaburo to go to the island and find that demon god. Sakurai returns home to find his sister Fumiko next door with her fiancé, Fujita Kazuo. Before dinner, Fujita demonstrates his new invention, a thread stronger than steel. We cut quickly to the Seahawk having troubles, and Sakurai and Furue attend their departure ceremony. Fumiko tells them that she hasn't heard from Fujita since he left for his trip, and Mr. Taco's pissed when he hears the press left for a bigger story. It cuts back to the Seahawk crashing into the iceberg. Before the crew can escape, they see fire and hear a very familiar roar. The expedition crew arrive on Faro, only to be immediately captured by the natives. Their translator, Kono, communicates with the chief, who wants them to return home. Sakurai gives him a radio, and they hand out cigarettes to everyone, including the children. The natives hold a ritual for the demon god, which Sakurai mocks, until they hear a roar in the distance. Fumiko worries about her fiancé, her friend Tamie helps cheer her up, and Fujita gets off his ship when he hears about the Seahawk. Rescue helicopters spot the giant pea stain the Seahawk left behind, and witness Godzilla free himself from the ice. Godzilla makes landfall, and Dr. Shigezawa says he woke up from suspended animation, giving an example of a frog in New Mexico that hibernated for 200 years. Yay, New Mexico mentioned! Mr. Taco isn't too happy when he sees the press going crazy over Godzilla, giving free advertisement to Central Pharmaceuticals. The boys go searching in the wilderness for the god, and Furue gets attacked by a fake-ass lizard. They return to the village when they hear another roar, Sakurai ignoring Furue's pleas to go home. Kono tells a kid named Chikiro to get some red juice to help Furue sleep, which is unfortunate because the giant octopus attacks him and his mother. The natives and Sakurai try to fight back, but the octopus gets them with stop motion. King Kong arrives on the scene, driving it away with rocks. Much like my average night, he then proceeds to drink 4 cups of juice and fall asleep. The natives dance around Kong's sleeping body for way too long. Seriously, it's over 3 minutes. The crew strap King Kong to a raft, and Mr. Taco is lowered on board from a helicopter to congratulate them. They put dynamite on the raft around Kong just in case, and Mr. Taco nearly blows him up, twice, and then he kisses at him the same way I kiss at my cat. Back on land, Tamie shows Fumiko the paper, which says that the boat Fujita was on crashed, and so Fumiko heads for Hokkaido to find out if he survived. The Kong ship gets stopped by the JSDF, and Fujita scares the hell out of Tamie. A woman passes them, telling them Godzilla is on his way, and Tamie tells him to go after Fumiko. Speaking of Fumiko, her train gets evacuated as Godzilla heads towards them. The rescue buses leave her behind and Fujita saves her. Back on the ship, Kong is waking up. They try hacking at the tethers and the boys go for the TNT plunger. Mr. Taco tries to stop them, only to accidentally hit the plunger himself. However, it doesn't work, so they start shooting at the dynamite, while Mr. Taco looks like his world is ending. The raft explodes, but Kong is unharmed and he does his funny run through the countryside. While the JSDF are preparing against Godzilla, Mr. Taco and his crew sneak onto the front lines to watch the two monsters fight. They yell at each other for a bit, Godzilla blows up a helicopter, and Kong has the funniest possible reaction. Kong throws some rocks and Godzilla sets him on fire. The JSDF's original plan with a poison gas pit fails, so they set up electric wires carrying 1,000,000 volts. The wires deter Godzilla, but then Kong rolls in and starts eating the electricity. Fumiko gets separated from Fujita while evacuating, and Kong picks her out of the train. Luckily, Sakurai warns the military about her before they open fire. A light bulb goes off and the guys start gathering the resources to put Kong to sleep. They spray the sleep powder made from the red berries, and we have another extended music scene, successfully knocking Kong out. Once Fumiko is safely out of the way, they use Fujita's strong thread to fly Kong straight to Mount Fuji to fight Godzilla. Kong wakes up just in time to see Godzilla, and the helicopters cut the ropes, causing Kong to slide right into him. They scrabble for a bit, and fun fact, this is how Manila was made. Kong eats shit and Godzilla buries him with rocks like a cat. Kong gets up and... I'm sorry? Anyway, Kong gets buried again, and just as things look hopeless, a thunderstorm rolls in. Lightning strikes Kong, he powers up, and swings Godzilla by his tail.
So long, Bowser!
We see the iconic tree scene, they destroy Atami Castle, and they roll into the ocean. There's an earthquake, and only Kong resurfaces, heading back to Faroe Island. They question whether Godzilla survived, and Dr. Shigezawa says it's always possible. I'm gonna be real with you, I can't tell if this movie is bad or if it's peak cinema. Like, yeah, it's goofy as hell, but I got some real good laughs out of it. Since I can't decide between amazing or terrible, I'll go in the middle and put this at C, but I'm putting it above the Mysterians since I had more fun with this one. It's so bad it's good. Now let's discuss...
I hate every ape I see, from chimpanzee to chimpanzee.
The next year, King Kong vs. Godzilla was released in America, and once again, it was edited. They cut out some things and added new footage, so I'm gonna rate it separately. Right off the bat, we see the biggest change they made. Instead of the science program, we see a news station presented by Eric Carter, who exists solely for exposition throughout the whole movie. He introduces the International Communications Satellite and, hey, wait a minute, that's the Mysterian ship. I guess they decided to turn over a new leaf. He then goes on a diatribe about ocean currents, and it was so boring I totally zoned out. Fast forwarding a bit, when the botanist tells them about the Pharaoh legends, Mr. Taco tells them to find the monster, and he says,
Who out there is watching our show?
What show? You haven't shown us anything. The news program at the beginning isn't sponsored by Pacific Pharmaceuticals, so the audience doesn't see Mr. Taco's motivations. During Fujita's demonstration, he says the thread is actually wire, and when he swings around, Sakurai says,
Stop it, you're not Tarzan.
Another funny line read is when Sakurai and Furei are exploring, and Furei complains about the corns on his feet.
My corns hurt. Ah, you and your corn. But you...
Now here's something niche that probably only bothers me. Fumiko calls her own brother Sakurai, which doesn't make any sense because that's his last name, and therefore her last name. She also calls her fiancé Fujita, but she should be calling him Kazuo. Like, they're engaged, why is she calling him by his last name? Regarding the Seahawk, they edited all the scenes together, meaning Godzilla shows up sooner. Eric says, the world is stunned to discover that prehistoric creatures exist in the 20th century, but they know who Godzilla is, so I don't think they're that stunned. They start showing Godzilla's rampage, but then they show it from a TV, and man is it way less engaging this way. Another change is making Sakurai more racist, like when he calls the natives,
ignorant primitive savages.
Kill this man immediately. They also cut out Fujita's boat subplot and change it to a plane crash instead. Back to the news station, Eric interviews Dr. Arnold Johnson, who calls Godzilla a cross between a T-Rex and a Stegosaurus, which just isn't true. He keeps saying reptile like reptile, so I'm not sure how qualified this guy really is. Then Dr. Johnson steals Dr. Shigezawa's line about the frog, but he says it was in Mexico and not New Mexico. After Kong is put to sleep, Eric interviews Dr. Johnson, and he says Godzilla's brain is this small. No, it isn't, you hack. Godzilla's highly intelligent. Are we sure this guy's a professional? Going past the first fight scene, they set up the trap against Godzilla, and Dr. Johnson explains that electricity powers up Kong, even though he hasn't eaten any electricity yet. How the hell does he know that? Okay, this next change is inconsequential, but it made me laugh. When Kong grabs Fumiko, she starts screaming for Fujita to help her. What's he gonna do, kiss the monkey? The last note I have for this version is when Godzilla and Kong fall into the ocean, they show flooding footage from the Mysterians. In my opinion, this version is way worse than the original. They cut out most of the Pacific Pharmaceuticals plotline, which defeats the purpose. They make a lot of strange changes, and every scene with Eric Carter and his hack of a professor is unnecessary. I think it's only fair to put this a tier below the original. I'll put this above Gigantis, purely because the narrator still gets on my nerves. Now we have to deal with...
I have feelings for Walrus.
Walrus? What?
Much like the Mysterians, Gorath isn't a kaiju movie, but a sci-fi space movie. It was released in 1962, and it actually came out before King Kong vs. Godzilla did, but I didn't realize that until after. It's alright, I needed a Godzilla movie to break up all the non-Godzilla movies anyway. Gorath itself is a runaway star that later shows up in Final Wars, so I decided to add it to the list. Tsunoda Tomoko and Nomura Takiko go to the lake for a late-night swim, but they get interrupted by the JX-1 rocket launching. Tomoko's father is the captain, leading an observation mission for a star named Gorath. They find that the star's mass is 6,000 times the mass of Earth, and they get sucked in as they send the data back home. Tomoko and Takiko are celebrating New Year's when they run into Kanai Tatsuma, a cadet pilot Takiko knew in high school. Tomoko gets harassed by the press outside her home, and when she gets inside, she sees that they're holding a funeral for her father. The government is confused about the readings from the rocket, saying that Gorath is 6,000 times the mass of Earth, but 3/4 its size. They consult doctors Kono and Tazawa, who confirm the readings and say that Gorath is heading straight for Earth. Kanai and the other JX-2 pilots rush to meet with Captain Endo, who stays silent when they ask about the mission. They assume it's gonna be cancelled, so they hop in a helicopter and fly to confront the Secretary of Space. Also, this helicopter scene made me feel sick. I don't know if this counts as motion sickness since I'm not actually moving, but it sure felt like it. The Secretary assures them that the captain was just worried about the budget, but it's no issue. Kono and Tazawa visit the Sonoda family, and Tomoko's brother suggests taking Earth and pushing it somewhere else. Kono presents this idea to the UN, and they find out that if Gorath gets too close to Earth, it'll cause horrible disasters. They decide to launch the JX-2 to get more information. Kanai visits Takiko to tell her the news, giving her a pretty necklace. She rejects the gift since she's still mourning her fiancé, who died on the JX-1. He's so mad about this that he grabs her fiancé's photo, throws it out the window, and calls her childish. What a dickbag. The JX-2 launches, and they set up rockets in Antarctica to move the planet. The JX-2 finds that Gorath's mass has increased due to absorbing everything in its path. The ship can't get any closer without getting destroyed, so Kanai launches himself in a capsule to observe Gorath himself. The capsule gets damaged, and the trauma gives Kanai amnesia. Guess we're doing this again. Back on Earth, the rockets are launched and the planet starts moving. While everyone celebrates, Dr. Tazawa is worried, thinking they need more rockets. Dr. Kono says he'll consider it, but he privately tells Tomoko's grandfather that even with extra rockets, the UN thinks it's hopeless. Tazawa is upset, and Tomoko comforts him by saying that at least he gave everyone hope. Then a giant walrus named Magma attacks the base in Antarctica. They shoot him with lasers and he dies instantly. And if you're wondering what the point of that was, so am I! On the JX-2's way back to Earth, the crew watches Gorath suck up Saturn's rings. They take Kanai to Takiko's apartment to try and trigger his memories, but when that doesn't work, the girls agree to take him with them as they evacuate. Gorath approaches, eating the moon and causing massive floods. Kanai's memories come back when he sees Gorath on the TV, and the planet successfully avoids total destruction. Tazawa says that they need to start the process of moving Earth back. The UN announces that humanity should work together from now on, and all is well. You know, except for the fact that the moon is gone, so they're screwed no matter what. When I first watched this movie, I thought it was just okay. But after reflecting on it more, I don't really like it. There's a lot of plot threads that don't really go anywhere, like a tunnel collapse that didn't have much relevance, or Magma. There's a lot of technical talk that was hard to follow. My least favorite kind of sci-fi is too much science and not enough fiction. It didn't help that the subtitles weren't too good, like how they got Kanai's first name wrong. Speaking of Kanai, his amnesia plot is just a worse version of the amnesia plot from Rodan. And even then, Rodan's amnesia plot wasn't my favorite. And other than Magma and Gorath itself, I kept forgetting what even happened in this movie. If I didn't expand on some character actions during the summary, I could have made it way shorter. I'll put this in D. It's not the worst, but it's below average to me. I'm putting this below Gigantis, because at least Gigantis never made me feel physically sick. Onto the dub, there are changes, but nothing significant enough for me to rate it differently. One of these changes is a guy at the beginning who explains the JX-1's mission and the people on board. Not sure why they thought it was necessary, but whatever. They also change a lot of names. The JX-1 and 2 are called the JX Hawk and the JX Eagle respectively, and the characters had their names changed, like Tomoko being called Chio or Takiko being called Ari. Some of Gorath's traits were changed, like how it makes mosquito noises, or it being half the size of Earth instead of 3/4. The most important change, though, is that some scenes were cut, like the dizzying helicopter scene, and Magma gets cut entirely. Overall, this version is kinda meh. Something better than meh is...
Hey, just a sec, I'll check. Amanda Hug and Kiss? Hey, I'm looking for Amanda Hug and Kiss. Why can't I find Amanda Hug and Kiss?
Next up on our list is Atragon. It's also not a kaiju movie, but it does have Manda, who shows up later in Destroy All Monsters in Final Wars. I believe it's also the last movie on this list that isn't focused on a monster. The movie begins with a man getting kidnapped by a taxi driver that's burning hot to the touch. A model is having a photo shoot with Hatanaka Suzumu and Nishibe Yoshito, but she gets spooked when something crawls out of the ocean. They rush to take pictures of it, and the flash scares it off. The taxi from earlier nearly runs the three of them over as it drives into the sea. The guys get interviewed by Detective Ito, and the actual driver of the taxi says he was choked by burning hands. Suzumu and Yoshito get distracted by a pretty lady and chase after her, but she hops in a car and gets away. They get a photo of the license plate, and as they develop the photo, Ito visits them and says that another kidnapping happened. Jinguji Makoto, the pretty girl from earlier, tells her boss, former Admiral Kusumi, that a man wants to see him. A reporter barges in and confronts him about a war submarine called the I-403. He says the captain and Makoto's father, Jinguji Hachiro, is still alive, and Kusumi sends him away. Makoto wonders if her father is still alive, and Kusumi says that he was a good man who asked him to take her in before he died. Meanwhile, Yoshito and Suzumu track Makoto down and show up at her workplace. They see her and Kusumi drive away in a taxi, and they start to follow. In the car, Makoto tells Kusumi that a man has been following her lately, and he suggests going to the police. Then Kusumi notices that they're going the wrong way, so the driver from the beginning pulls over and threatens them with a gun. He says to Suzumu and Yoshito that they'll become slaves for the Mu Empire, and identifies himself as Mu Agent 23. Kusumi thinks he's crazy, because Mu was a mythical empire that supposedly sank into the sea. Yoshito gets burns trying to fight him, and more Mu agents show up. Suzumu knocks the gun out of his hands and he escapes into the ocean. After telling Ito what happened, Kusumi is sent a film reel that explains how the Mu Empire survived. They show off the I-403 that they captured, but Jinguji wasn't inside, and they believe he's building a more powerful submarine. They demand that the sub be destroyed so that the Mu Empire can take over, and threaten them with Manda's curse. The UN brushes this off at first, but then the Mu Empire destroys Venice and Hong Kong, so they have to mobilize. The Mysterians ship shows up for a second, and a submarine named the Red Satan gets crushed by water pressure while chasing a Mu sub. The military asks Kusumi to contact Jinguji, but he doesn't know where he is, and he reveals that Jinguji revolted from the Navy. They get a call that the police detained a Mu agent, and it turns out to be the guy who was following Makoto. He insists that he's not a Mu agent, but Warrant Officer Amano, and he says that Jinguji is alive. After getting pressured, he agrees to take the main characters and the reporter from earlier to where Jinguji was hiding. Makoto talks to Suzumu about her complicated feelings around her dad, and the reporter tosses something into the ocean, which gets picked up by a Mu submarine. They land on an island, Amano takes them to the settlement, and Jinguji shows up. He ignores Makoto and says the war sub, the Gotengo, will undergo its trial run. Kusumi tries to convince him to use it for humanity, but he's an imperialist and only wants to use it for Japan. Makoto storms out and Suzumu follows her, stopping to call Jinguji war crazy. They watch the Gotengo's trial run the next day, and they're surprised when it can fly. Afterwards, Jinguji says that the Mu captured the I-403, and while the crew got away, they got their hands on the Gotengo's blueprints. Kusumi explains that Japan has renounced war, and tries one more time to convince him to help humanity, but he refuses. Jinguji has a private talk with Makoto, and she tells him that she hates him. Suzumu shows up to chew him out, and Jinguji gives him an old photo of Makoto, telling him to take care of her. Then the reporter kidnaps Makoto and Suzumu before setting off a bomb in the Gotengo's dock. There's an extended ceremony scene, and the Mu Empress decides the prisoners should be sacrificed to Manda. Makoto and Suzumu are tossed into a cell with the two kidnapping victims from earlier, and they open a window to see Manda waiting outside. The Mu Empire attacks people at Mount Mihara, and says they'll attack New York and Tokyo at midnight on February 10th, which was the exact time I was watching this. The Gotengo gets uncovered, and they follow a Mu sub when it retreats at the sight of them. Back in the jail cell, Suzumu takes the Empress hostage with a stick of dynamite he stole. They force her into leading them to an escape route, and she secretly releases Manda while they put on diving suits. The Gotengo shows up and distracts Manda while the prisoners get on board. Manda wraps around the sub, so they electrocute it and then freeze it with the Zero Cannon. They drill into the power room and freeze the people and machinery inside. Once they're far enough away, they detonate a bomb and freeze the last Mu sub. The movie ends with the Empress swimming into the flames of her empire. While I did like this movie, there's nothing that really grabbed me. I liked Makoto, the Empress was entertaining, and Manda was very cool. Other than that, I thought it was just good. I do wish there was a bit more Manda, but at least he was more plot relevant than Maguma. I'd put this above Raids again, but below the Varan movies. Varan is just closer to the style of Toho movies I prefer. Even though I think the Varan movies are more flawed, they just stick in my brain more. Atragon also has 2 English dubs. There was a dub done by Titra Sound Studios for American International Pictures, and an international dub commissioned by Toho. Before I go into the version differences, I should explain Atragon, because I'm sure you've realized by now, but the term Atragon wasn't mentioned at all in my summary. While the Japanese title translates to the undersea warship, the international title is Atragon, which is believed to be a contraction of atomic and dragon. The AIP dub changes this to Atragon, and while it's assumed that Atragon was supposed to be for Manda, the AIP dub refers to the Gotengo as Atragon. The subtitles I watched also changed every mention of an undersea warship to Atragon, while the Gotengo still gets to keep its name. Now that that's over with, let's get into the other differences. In the Titra dub, the only real difference I noticed is that they call the Mu Empire the Mew Empire. The international dub is more accurate, with the only thing of note being that Kusumi outright states that Makoto and Susumu are in love. I actually really like the international dub, even though people generally prefer the AIP one. Both dubs are pretty decent though, so we're moving on to... We're back to Godzilla, and this time he meets Mothra. That's right, in 1964 they brought back Godzilla and Mothra. Since this is the first time Mothra was in a Godzilla movie, let's find out which of these is the better introduction for her. After a typhoon, the reporters Sakai Ichiro and Nakanishi Junko are taking pictures of the damage, and Junko finds a strange object in the debris. Later, a giant egg washes up on shore. The reporters try to interview Professor Shunsuke Miura about it, but a man named Kumayama tells them that he bought the egg, and he's turning it into a tourist attraction. At their hotel, Sakai, Junko, and Miura see Kumayama checking in to meet up with Jiro Torihata, the man who gave him the money to buy the egg. The Shobijin try to convince them to return the egg, but Kumayama and Torihata try to capture them instead. Sakai tells the other two about Torihata, and they get interrupted by the Shobijin. They say they're from Infant Island, and the egg will hatch into a Mothra larva that will cause great damage to Japan. The humans promise to try and get the egg back, and turn to see Mothra just chilling on the hill. They go confront Kumayama and Torihata, but they only offer to buy the Shobijin off them. After they storm out, the Shobijin and Mothra fly back home. After the fishermen yell at Kumayama for not paying them, Torihata gives him a loan, on the condition he puts the egg up as collateral. They start steaming the egg, but I don't know if that's to cook it or make it hatch faster. Sakai and Junko go to visit Miura, and he tells them that the object they found earlier was radioactive. They investigate the disaster site for radiation, and Godzilla bursts out of the ground. How'd he get there? Thinking that Mothra could fight Godzilla, Sakai, Junko, and Miura go to Infant Island to ask for help. They're shocked by the damage the H-bomb did, and we see Skeleturtle, woo! They get captured by the natives, and they say that Godzilla is their punishment for bombing their island. The gang argue that everyone deserves to live, and Mothra agrees to use the last of her strength to fight off Godzilla. Kumayama tries to get his money from Torihata, he kills him, and Godzilla crushes the hotel with him inside. Godzilla attacks the egg, and Mothra flies in to stop him. She holds up pretty well, but she runs out of steam and dies. The JSDF deploy, and the Shobijin sing to the egg. During the evacuations, a class of children gets left behind on an island, and nothing will stop Godzilla from killing those school children. The egg hatches, and the twin larvae attack Godzilla while the children get rescued. The larvae cover him in silk, and he rolls into the ocean. While I did like this movie, I do think it was a little light. Not as much happens in this one as the other movies. I still think it's good, but it isn't as exciting. The silk scene also feels like it goes on forever. I'd put this in B, higher than King of the Monsters, but below Rodan. The beginning of Rodan is just really compelling, while Mothra vs. Godzilla is more of a sit-back and chill movie. That same year, AIP released their dub under the name Godzilla vs. The Thing. Other than sometimes referring to Mothra as The Thing, they also changed Infant Island to Mothra Island, and Junko's name to Yunka. They added in some cut footage from the original where the US Navy attacks Godzilla. They call Mothra he, and there's a bunch of other small changes. Despite this, I think this dub is pretty alright. Now let's move on to...
Jellyfishing, 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 jellyfishing.
Next we have Dogora, also released in 1964. Dogora itself shows up later in Planet of the Monsters, so I had to watch it. The movie starts with a satellite crashing into a pulsating mass. A group of thieves try to rob a jewelry store, but after they start floating, they run away and the pulsating mass breaks into the vault instead. Dr. Munakata hears someone outside his house, and he meets Detective Komai. He comes inside to look around, and Munakata notices that his tray of diamonds is missing. A man named Mark Jackson pops out, karate chops Komai, and runs off, but the thieves from earlier abduct him. When Komai comes to, he meets Munakata's assistant, Kirino Masayo. He tells them he was investigating a diamond robbery, and he believes that Mark was working with the international diamond robbers. He shows Munakata photos from the crime scene, but he can't figure out what could have melted the steel like that. Meanwhile, the diamond robbers say that only one of the recent diamond thefts around the world was done by them. They take the diamonds off Mark, but since the diamonds are fake, they try to take him prisoner, and he fights his way out pretty easily. Komai walks Masayo to her home near the coal factory, and they meet up with her brother. Kirino hears a sound that he recognizes from when the satellite disappeared, and something begins to suck all the coal into the sky. Komai manages to track down Mark, tricking him the same way Mark tricked him earlier. And my god, do these two have a fun dynamic. Look, I'm not saying anything, but fanfic writers, get on this. Mark gets away by tricking Komai with a fake gun, and he interrupts the diamond robbers as they target a truck of raw diamonds. They send a runaway truck of coal at him, which gets absorbed into the sky, and they get away. Mark questions Dr. Munakata, and Masayo calls Komai for help. The police confront Mark, and he reveals that he's an investigator from the World Diamond Insurance Association. The detectives consult with Kirino, and he tells them that the radiation in the atmosphere caused the space cells to turn into a monster named Dogora. Munakata theorizes that Dogora is eating coal and diamonds for their carbon, and if it starts eating anything that contains carbon, they'll be in big trouble. Komai realizes that Dogora didn't attack the diamond truck, meaning they must have been fake. He hears that Mark has left town, so he starts to suspect him again. On the train to Kyushu, Hamako, one of the diamond robbers, tries to partner with Mark and double-cross the others, but he rejects her. The JSDF detects something at 26,000 feet in the air, and they find a large swarm of wasps. Then crystallized rocks begin falling from the sky where the wasps are swarming. Komai tries to question Mark, but he gets nowhere. A fully grown Dogora descends from the sky, and despite the JSDF's attacks, it starts multiplying. They figure out that the wasp venom turned Dogora into crystal, so they start mass-producing a toxin that can defeat it. Komai meets up with Mark again, and the diamond robbers hold them both at gunpoint. They take the key to the safe where Mark hid the diamonds, tie them up, and set up some dynamite. Komai manages to shoot the cuffs off Mark, who throws the dynamite away and shields him. Hamako tries to run away with the diamonds, but she gets caught and they get into a shootout with the police. The diamond robbers shoot Hamako before she can run off, and she sees that the diamonds were, once again, fake. They deploy the toxin, which causes Dogora crystals to rain down, crushing the remaining diamond robbers and defeating the monster once and for all. Komai says his goodbyes to Mark at the airport, and Dr. Munakata gets on board to tell the UN all about Dogora. I was surprised with how much I liked this movie. With Gorath being a C and Atragon being a low B, I was a bit skeptical at first. But the espionage, the yaoi, Dogora's design, I loved it. I'm putting this in A, right below Mothra. It's not perfect, but I really liked it. The English dub released the following year under the name Dogora the Space Monster. It's very accurate, though the voices are a bit silly. The only things I want to point out are these lines from Komai and Mark respectively.
I didn't forget him. He's very much on my mind.
Komai? Ah, that funny detective.
But I'm only pointing this out to back my Komai x Mark agenda. Even with the voices being not the best, I still enjoyed this version. Now let's get into
King Ghidorah!
Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster is the third movie released in 1964, and the first movie King Ghidorah ever appeared in. This is also the first time Rodan was ever in a Godzilla movie. I was pretty excited to see this one because I love Ghidorah. The movie begins with a reporter named Shindo Naoko at a UFO Watchers Club meeting. They don't see any UFOs, which they blame on Naoko's lack of belief, but they do spot a meteor shower. Meanwhile, Naoko's brother, Detective Shindo, is assigned a mission to protect Princess Salno of Selgina due to an ongoing assassination plot. On the way to Japan, a voice tells the princess to jump out of the plane before it explodes. One of the meteors crashes in Kurobe Valley, and Professor Murai goes to investigate. A strange woman appears, claiming to be from Venus, and warns that Earth is in danger, starting with something happening at Mount Oso. The Shindos watch a TV program where the Shobijin say that one of the Mothra larvas died, and they sing a song for the living one. While watching the TV, Shindo sees an image of the prophetess, and immediately notices that she looks identical to the princess, which the assassins also notice. While Shindo and his sister search for the prophetess, Rodan emerges from Mount Oso, and he sounds like Godzilla for a second. The assassins come to Japan to finish the job, and the meteorite begins to grow. The Shobijin prepare to sail back to Infant Island, but the prophetess warns them not to go, and before she can get detained, Naoko takes her to a hotel. In their room, the Shobijin appear, saying they understood the warning as Godzilla attacks the ship. When Naoko leaves the room to greet Shindo in the lobby, the assassins break in. They go to stab the prophetess in the back, but the Shobijin stall them long enough for Shindo to chase them away. Godzilla and Rodan get into a scuffle, and Shindo takes the prophetess to Dr. Tsukamoto. While there, she tells them that society on Venus was destroyed by King Ghidorah, with the survivors mixing into human societies. Ghidorah emerges from the meteorite, and the Shobijin call for Mothra. Since Tsukamoto can't find anything wrong with the prophetess, he proposes electroshock therapy. The assassins try to crank it up enough to kill her, but Rodan and Godzilla cause an outage. Shindo goes to check the machines and the assassins shoot at him. Everyone evacuates the building, and Mothra tries to convince Godzilla and Rodan to help fight Ghidorah. They don't see any reason to help humans, so Mothra goes to fight him by herself. She gets blasted, causing Godzilla and Rodan to join the fight. The prophetess wanders off to pray, and one of the assassins grazes her with a bullet. Shindo saves her again, and she gets her memories back. The assassin shoots Shindo in the arm, and Ghidorah causes an avalanche that takes him out. Princess Salno and Shindo get rescued, and Ghidorah is defeated. Later, the princess thanks Shindo, since her only memories of this whole ordeal were Shindo saving her repeatedly. So, while I really like this movie, I don't have too much to say about it. I loved Ghidorah, he always makes a movie 10 times better. I didn't really get attached to any of the characters though. It's still good, so I'm putting it in B, right above Rodan. The dub was released in 1965, with the title changing to Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster. It's believed that they changed Ghidorah's name to sound more like Hydra in English. And Ghidorah's not the only one with a name change. Princess Salno was renamed to Selena Salno, and she's from Mars instead of Venus. Other than that, they edited scenes in a different order, they misgender Mothra, there's narration over the Shobijin song, and they cut out the second song entirely. Also, the Shobijin say,
"Ooh, Godzilla, what terrible language!"
which is just hilarious. I think this dub is kinda mediocre, just like
Baragon.
After many rewrites, Frankenstein vs. Baragon released in 1965. Baragon shows up later in Destroy All Monsters and GMK, and there's also a somewhat sequel that gets referenced a lot, but we'll get into that later. During the end of World War II, Dr. Liesendorf is experimenting with a living Frankenstein heart, but it gets confiscated by the Nazis, who deliver it to Hiroshima for further study. Hiroshima? Uh-oh. 15 years after the bomb drops, Dr. James Bowen and his assistants, Togami Sueko and Kawaji Kenichiro, check up on a girl dying of radiation poisoning. While Togami is walking home, she sees a young boy run past her, and the guy chasing him tells her that the kid ate his dog. Days later, Togami and Bowen's dinner is interrupted when the boy gets hit by a car, and Togami throws some food out for him. A year later, Bowen and Togami visit the sick girl's grave, and they see a crowd chasing the boy into a cave. The doctors take the boy to the hospital, where they discover that he's Caucasian and resistant to radiation. Meanwhile, Captain Kawai, who saw the Frankenstein heart before the bomb, experiences an earthquake and sees a glowing horn. Back at the hospital, the boy breaks a TV and gets distracted by Togami's necklace, so Bowen decides he needs to be chained up. The hospital director isn't happy about this and suggests putting him in a zoo, but Kawaji defends him, saying he's a human being. Kawai comes forward to tell them about the Frankenstein's heart, which prompts them to visit Dr. Liesendorf. He tells them that they can cut off one of his limbs, and if it grows back, that'll prove it's really Frankenstein. He also says that protein helps him grow. Togami thinks that's a terrible idea, but Kawaji changes his mind about the boy being human, so while Bowen and Togami are gone, he prepares for surgery. He's interrupted by a news crew, and the flashes of their cameras upset the boy enough that he breaks out. A severed hand is discovered moving in his cell, confirming that he is Frankenstein. The doctors ask for him not to be killed for further study, while Frankenstein heads north, eating livestock and freaking people out at Lake Biwa. Baragon wants to go to a party and ends up eating everyone there. Frankenstein gets blamed for this incident, so when he's spotted in a tunnel, he only barely escapes the military. Kawai tells the doctors about the monster he saw during the earthquake, and they go search for Frankenstein in the woods. Kawaji says that he wants to kill Frankenstein, saving his heart and some flesh for later, and he throws some grenades that alert Baragon. They get separated while running away, and Frankenstein saves Togami from Baragon. After Baragon burrows away, Frankenstein rescues Kawaji, and Bowen warns nearby villagers that Baragon is headed towards them. I don't know how they knew Baragon's name. The monsters fight again, Frankenstein kills Baragon, and then he falls into a sinkhole that opens beneath his feet. Togami wonders if he's dead, and Bowen says that he might as well be dead, because he was a monster after all. Man, this movie really frustrated me. Like, I get that Frankenstein is a monster and all, but everyone was so mean to him. They lock him in a cage like an animal, Kawaji tries to amputate one of his limbs, and the movie ends with them saying, yeah, it's okay if he died, he was a monster anyway. What a downer. That monster saved your asses and you treat him like this? It also feels like they were setting up some motivations with the dying girl in the beginning, like they needed to study Frankenstein to save more people like her, but it's never brought up again. That's not even mentioning the misunderstanding plot. I hate misunderstanding plots. But there were things I liked about the movie. Dr. Togami was very sweet, and I love Baragon. He's like a fire-breathing puppy. I just wish there was more of him. I'll put this in C below the Mysterians, because while the Mysterians didn't appeal to me personally, I found Frankenstein much more frustrating. A year after Frankenstein vs. Baragon, AIP released the dub, calling it Frankenstein Conquers the World. The most interesting part of this dub to me is Dr. Bowen's voice. When filming, Bowen's actors spoke in English, while the other actors spoke in Japanese. So the American release has his real voice, while he was dubbed over in the Japanese version. His lines in the dub also felt more sympathetic towards Frankenstein, which I liked. The only change that really stuck out to me was that they cut out Togami and Bowen visiting the girl's grave. I wish they didn't change that, but otherwise the dub's fine. Another thing I'd like to bring up is the alternate ending. They originally filmed an alternate ending for the American version, though it was rejected in favor of the original ending. Instead of falling into a sinkhole, the giant octopus drags Frankenstein into a body of water, presumably to his doom. Although, they show Frankenstein surviving just fine in a lake earlier, so maybe the giant octopus was just saving him from the sinkhole. What a bro! In all seriousness, while I like this ending, I think the original ending made more sense. Love the giant octopus though. Okay, moving on from the octopus, we have...
Mind control is awesome!
Also in 1965, Toho released the second King Ghidorah movie, Invasion of Astro-Monster. I always struggle not saying Invasion of the Astro-Monster. Anyway, let's see if it can compete with the first Ghidorah movie. The P-1 rocket, piloted by astronauts Fuji, Kazuo, and Glenn, is sent to investigate the newly discovered Planet X, a satellite of Jupiter. Fuji's sister Haruno is dating an inventor named Tori Tetsuo, who signs a contract given to him by Miss Namikawa. Once the P-1 lands, Fuji goes to plant the flag, but he sees footprints and runs back, only to find the rocket is missing. A cylinder rises from the ground and tells him to get in, and when he does, he is greeted by Glenn and the Zillions. King Ghidorah, called Monster Zero by the Zillions, attacks the surface and the controller runs off, saying that water is more precious than gold on this planet. When he returns, the controller asks to take Godzilla and Rodan to chase Ghidorah away, since they beat him before. No mention of Mothra, huh? In exchange, they offer to give humanity the cure for cancer. The astronauts return to Earth to deliver the news, and while everyone's intrigued by the offer, Fuji and Glenn question the Zillions' intentions. Tetsuo keeps getting brushed off by the company who bought his invention, and Haruno takes him to dinner with her brother and Glenn. Fuji expresses his displeasure at their relationship, and Glenn dips to meet up with Namikawa. Later, Glenn tells Fuji that he saw the Zillion commander while on his date, and the Zillion ships emerge from the lake to abduct Rodan and Godzilla. Glenn and Fuji go with them to Planet X, and Namikawa's boss tells her to stop getting so close with the human. Tetsuo decides to follow Namikawa to get answers, but he gets captured. Godzilla and Rodan are released, they beat up Ghidorah, and Godzilla does his victory dance. While the monsters are fighting, Glenn and Fuji sneak off to find more information and discover a room full of gold. Glenn freaks out when he sees a woman that looks exactly like Namikawa and they get captured, though the commander lets this slide since they're VIPs. The Zillions hand them a tape with the cure for cancer on it, and the humans leave Rodan and Godzilla behind.
Wait! Daddy, wait, please don't leave!
They play the tape when they get back, but instead of the cure for cancer, the Zillions tell them that Earth is now their colony. They threaten to kill all humans if they disobey, causing riots to break out. Namikawa shows up at Glenn's house to say she was just following orders from the computer that dictates their lives, and she begs him to come with her, but he refuses. Armed Zillions show up and hold Namikawa back, but she breaks free to slip something in Glenn's pocket, and she gets vaporized for disobeying. Then a saucer announces that humanity has 24 hours to surrender, or they'll unleash the 3 mind-controlled monsters on them. Glenn gets thrown into the same cell as Tetsuo, and the scientists start testing A-cycle light ray guns to interrupt the mind control waves. Glenn and Tetsuo read the note from Namikawa, which says that Zillions are weak to certain frequencies, and they use Tetsuo's invention to escape. The Zillions release the monsters early, so the humans start broadcasting the frequency and using the A-cycle guns to free the monsters. The JSDF destroys the Zillion Earth base, so the controller presses a self-destruct button. Godzilla gets up and wakes the other two, and when Ghidorah wakes up swinging, Rodan and Godzilla chase him off again. Okay, so honestly, I like this one better than Three-Headed Monster. The plot is just way more iconic to me, being called Monster Zero, Planet X, the Zillions. Astro-Monster brought way more lore to the table than its predecessor, and when I think of a Ghidorah movie, this is the movie I think about. Granted, I wish there was more Ghidorah, but regardless, I'm putting this right above Three-Headed Monster. The dub was released a year later under the name Monster Zero. Much like Frankenstein vs. Baragon, Glenn spoke English during filming and was dubbed in the Japanese version. They changed Tori Tetsuo to Teri Tetsui and Haruno to Haruni, as well as changing the cure for cancer to a cure for all diseases. They cut out any instance of the Zillions speaking their native language. They pronounce Ghidorah like Ghidorah, and Fuji says,
"What are you giving me, a true confession?"
Which made me laugh. There's a lot of other changes, but I like this dub. It's not bad at all. Now we can talk about In 1966, they released a loose sequel to Frankenstein vs. Baragon called The War of the Gargantuas. One of the Frankensteins appears in Godzilla against Mechagodzilla, and this is the first use of the Macer cannons, which show up in a lot of future movies. Even without those though, it felt like a close enough sequel to add to this list. Now let's hope it's better than Frankenstein vs. Baragon. The movie starts with the giant octopus attacking a ship during a storm. Woo, giant octopus! A green monster shows up to kill the octopus and sinks the ship. When questioned, the lone survivor says that a Frankenstein attacked them. They locate the shipwreck, but they only find the victim's clothes. The police decide to contact Frankenstein expert Dr. Paul Stewart and his assistants Togawa Akemi and Mamiya Yuzo. They deny the possibility that their Frankenstein could hurt anyone, and say he disappeared at Mount Fuji, before showing a brief flashback of Akemi taking care of a baby Frankenstein. The monster attacks a small boat and shows up on shore, confirming his existence. Stewart and Akemi go to investigate large footprints in the Alps, while Mamiya gets samples of the monster's hair off the boat. Said monster eats a woman at Haneda Airport and gets scared off by the sun. On their way back to Tokyo, Stewart theorizes that this monster is a different one than the one they raised. A lady sings and nearly gets eaten, but the monster gets scared off by bright lights. They launch several attacks on the monster, including this one really good shot of tanks, the Macer cannons, and electrocuting a river. Another monster emerges and helps the green one escape. Now that they know there's 2 monsters, they name the green one Gyra and the brown one Sonda. The scientists get hair samples of each Frankenstein and discover that the DNA is nearly identical. Stewart theorizes that a bit of Sonda's flesh tore off in Lake Biwa, washing into the sea and growing into a clone, meaning that any attack on the monsters could risk creating more of them. Stewart and Akemi go on a walk, which gets interrupted by Gyra. As she runs away, Akemi trips, falls down a cliff, and hangs off a branch. Sonda slides down to save her and injures his leg in the process. When he returns to Gyra, he sees the bloody clothes of hikers, so he bonks him on the head with a tree. They fight for a bit and Gyra runs off. He arrives in Tokyo, now associating lights with food, and Sonda goes after him. Akemi runs to get Sonda to turn back, and Ghidorah grabs her out of the subway station. He drops her when Sonda shows up to try and placate him, but Ghidorah attacks. They tussle into Tokyo Bay and end up rolling into an active volcano. Mamiya visits Akemi and Stuart at the hospital and tells them that the monster's deaths weren't confirmed. I'm relieved to say that I did, in fact, like this better than Frankenstein vs. Baragon. The characters were far less frustrating, though I prefer the actor for Dr. Bowen over the actor for Dr. Stewart. I like the Frankenstein designs better, and the giant octopus actually made it in this time. Otherwise, I thought it was fairly good, so I'm putting it in B, right below Raids again. The War of the Gargantuas has 2 dubs, an American version with altered scenes and an international version. The American dub was released 4 years after the original, and much like the last 2, Stewart's actor spoke in English during filming, although apparently they lost the audio and he had to re-record his lines. This version has extended and shuffled scenes, though because these were filmed by Toho, I didn't count it as different enough to rate differently. Not like there's many story changes anyway. They don't call the monsters Frankensteins in this one, instead calling them Gargantuas, with Sonda being the brown Gargantua and Ghidorah being the green Gargantua. I also noticed that they changed some of the music, though I only realized this when they started playing Ghidorah's theme during the final fight. The international version was dubbed in Hong Kong, also dubbing Stewart with a different voice actor. It's way more accurate, actually calling the monsters Frankensteins. The only difference I noticed was that they cut Ghidorah spitting out the woman's clothes at Haneda Airport. I thought both dubs were just alright. Anyway, let's get into...
Pinchy? Pinchy? Oh, Pinchy!
Also in 1966, Toho released Ebirah, Horror of the Deep. While this movie introduces Ebirah, it also brings back Mothra after she was mysteriously missing in Astro-Monster. After a sailor named Yada is lost at sea, his mother is told by a psychic that he's still alive. She sends her other son, Ryota, to convince the authorities to send a search boat, but they brush him off. He sees a poster for a dance competition with a yacht as a prize, but when he goes to join, he finds out that he's too late. Nita and Ichino lose the competition and hear Ryota's plight, so they take him to see some yachts. They go inside one to check it out, and the owner, Yoshimura, threatens them with a gun. He agrees to let them stay for the night, and in the morning he sees that his gun is broken, and Ryota has driven them into the open ocean. Nita and Ichino hear on the radio that Yoshimura is a thief that stole the yacht, and they consider overthrowing Ryota when he tells them about his plan to find his brother. After a while, they run into a storm and get attacked by a giant lobster. They wash up on Lecce Island, and after exploring for a bit, they see a ship delivering enslaved infant islanders. Some of them try to escape, and in the chaos, an islander named Dio sneaks off. The escaped islanders try to sail away, but Ebirah kills them. I was so surprised by this, I texted my sister, "Ebirah works for the slave trade?" Dio meets up with the rest of the main characters, and while they hide in a cave, she explains that the Red Bamboo have been enslaving infant islanders. She tries to pray to Mothra for help, but she's sleeping. Yoshimura, Ryoto, and Dio plan to sneak into the Red Bamboo's base, with Ichino and Nita only agreeing to go after they see Godzilla sleeping below them. They manage to actually break in, and the scenes of them sneaking around made me tense. They nick some smoke bombs and copper wire, and then they find a nuclear reactor and realize that this is a heavy water plant, which is used to make atomic bombs. They get caught and use the smoke bombs to escape the building. They dress up as guards to get past the gate, but an alarm goes off, and while most of them manage to get away, Ryota's kidnapped by a balloon and Nita is captured. They throw him in with the infant islanders, who are making a yellow liquid that keeps Ebirah from attacking the Red Bamboo ships. Meanwhile, Ryota ends up floating all the way to Infant Island where he finds his brother alive and well. Yoshimura, Dio, and Ichino decide to use the copper wire to conduct lightning and wake up Godzilla, while Nita convinces the islanders to make the yellow liquid from something else. The Shobijin sends Ryota and Yata back with some barrels of yellow liquid, but a storm rolls in and washes the barrels away. Lightning strikes and wakes up Godzilla, and he throws a rock around with Ebirah before blasting him away. Yoshimura sets up traps for the Red Bamboo, but he catches Ryota and Yata instead. Yata immediately tries to save the islanders, but they get spotted on the security cameras and get chased away. Dio gets separated from the group, and Godzilla scares away the Red Bamboo before they can harm her. He watches over her until he falls asleep, but he gets up to kill the giant condor after it scares Dio. She gets away when some planes shoot at him, which angers him enough to attack the base. The gang manages to rescue the hostages, while the red bamboo set off a self-destruct button. The room with the off switch collapses, making it impossible to reach, and the red bamboo members get killed by Ebirah when they try to escape, due to the yellow liquid being fake. Godzilla rips off Ebirah's claws, and everyone on the island follows the Shobijin's advice to build a net and call for Mothra. Godzilla tries to fight her when she shows up, so she knocks him over and carries everyone away. The humans realize that Godzilla wasn't that bad, so they shout for him to jump before the island explodes, which he does. Everyone cheers as they head for Infant Island. Okay, so besides the original, this is my favorite Showa-era Godzilla movie. I feel like it had a pretty good balance of being both campy and serious at the same time. Ebirah was a cool antagonist. The scene where they lose the barrels and his claw rises up in the background made my spine tingle. Godzilla himself was fun. I liked how he looked out for Dio when she got attacked twice in the span of like 5 minutes. It felt very parental to me, which is fitting since the next movie is Son of Godzilla. I forgive him for scaring Dio, he was about to have a baby. It was nice to see Mothra again too, even if she didn't get a ton of screen time. This movie also has like surfer music in it, which just enhances everything. Whenever I think of Showa-era Godzilla movies, this is the one I think of first. I'm gonna rate this as a high B, highest B so far. It's very solid. Ebirah has 2 dubs, with the American dub being named Godzilla vs. the Sea Monster. This version deletes and shifts some scenes. For example, they show Ebirah attacking the yacht at the beginning, with the implication that this is how Yada went missing. They also never say Ebirah's name, not once. There's also this scene that makes me laugh, where Nita says,
"Listen, you can't keep us down here."
And I could just see the nerd emoji in my mind's eye. There's not much to say about the international dub. It's very accurate, but I hated Nita's voice. It was genuinely grating. I think that both of these dubs are pretty decent, so let's move on to... The next Godzilla movie, released in 1967, is Son of Godzilla, the movie where Minilla makes his first appearance. I was never a big fan of Minilla growing up, but I went into this trying to keep my mind as open as possible. A plane's radio is getting jammed by what looks like brainwaves when they run into Godzilla, and they notice he's heading towards Solgel Island. On the island, a group of scientists led by Professor Kusumi are conducting an experiment, and something is interfering with their machines. A reporter named Maki Goro gets airdropped onto the island. The scientists only agree to let him stay if he pulls his weight, and he sees a giant mantis. Maki goes to harvest some vegetables and spots a woman swimming around, but she disappears when he goes to take a picture. Kusumi decides to tell Maki about their experiment, trying to control the weather to make more fertile lands and end world hunger. The next day, they start their experiment, and Maki goes to look for the mystery girl because he's worried for her safety. The experiment goes horribly wrong when the interference messes with their instruments again, causing a massive heat wave. Once it's safe, Kusumi and Maki go out to observe the damage, and see that the mantises have grown way bigger, and Maki names them Kamacuras. They see multiple Kamacuras group up in the area where the interference came from, and watch as they dig an egg out of a mound of dirt. Back at the base, Kusumi insists on continuing their experiment, especially since the radio was destroyed, cutting off any possibility of calling for help. The Kamacuras break the egg open, and a baby Godzilla tumbles out. They continue to attack him until Godzilla shows up to fight them off, although he does accidentally hit Minilla while fighting, which made me laugh hysterically. And when he swings this Kamacuras, you can see the edge of the set, which made my brain break. Once Manilla's safe, the mystery girl goes to feed him, and when she goes back to her cave hideout, she meets Maki. He convinces her to come back to the base with him, and she introduces herself as Matsumiya Saiko, her father being a scientist that was stationed there. They all move into Saiko's cave after a Kamacuras attack, since it's safe from the heat in there. Saiko takes Maki with her to feed Minilla, and he promises her that he'll get her back to Japan. The scientists all contract fevers, to which Saiko says that the only cure is this red water, but Godzilla is there and they'd have to go through Kumonga's Valley. Upon hearing about the giant spider, Maki says, "Kaiju desu ne, mattaku." Saiko and Maki make it to the lake and collect the water. Watching as Godzilla tries to teach Minilla how to use his atomic breath, he Y-I-Odas at him and stomps on his tail until he gets it right. They return and start handing out the medicine, and one of the guys freaks out and shoots Kusumi. Saiko goes out the next day to find herbs for him, and gets attacked by Kamacuras. Minilla tries to come to her rescue, and sends a rock tumbling down the cliff, which wakes up Kumonga. Godzilla beats the Kamacuras and Maki saves Saeko from Kumonga. They make it back to the cave, but Kumonga follows them and traps them inside. The humans get the radio working to call for help, and Kumonga webs up Manila. Godzilla rescues him before he gets eaten, and the scientists start up the experiment again to freeze the monsters and escape. It manages to work this time, and it starts to snow while Manila and Godzilla blast Kumonga. Godzilla then yells at a cloud while his son freezes to death. Godzilla and Manila huddle together for hibernation, and the humans get rescued by a submarine. I was pleasantly surprised by this movie. Like I said earlier, I hated Manila when I was younger, so even though I was going in with an open mind, I still didn't expect to like this. But I did! It's not like the peak of cinema, but it was enjoyable. I especially enjoyed Kumonga. I love big spiders. Since it was a pretty decent movie, I'm gonna put this at the top of C. You know the drill by now. 2 dubs, American and international versions. The American dub cuts out the plane scene in the beginning and changes a lot of names. For instance, they call Saeko Rico, the Kamacuras are called Gigantis, and they call Kumonga Spiga. Now every time I see a spider, I call it a Spiga. The international dub also has these names, but they pronounce them like Reiko and Spiga. These dubs are pretty okay, but I prefer the American one, since I like Saeko's voice better in that one. Anyway, let's get into...
Get out of my head! Leave my brain alone!
The next year, Destroy All Monsters was released. Before we get into the recap and review though, I do have to address this guy. This is Gorosaurus, who first showed up in King Kong Escapes. I decided not to review King Kong Escapes for this video, even though it's connected to Destroy All Monsters through Gorosaurus, because it's purely a Kong movie. I'm thinking of maybe making a future video reviewing all the King Kong movies, but I'm not watching this one now just for this guy. Anyway, Destroy All Monsters is one of the highest rated Showa era movies, so let's see if it's really that good. The movie starts with the Moonlight SY-3 launching up to a moon base, and we learn that the United Nations Science Committee has trapped a bunch of kaiju on an island dubbed Monsterland. Manabe Kyoko starts working on Monsterland under Dr. Otani, and she calls Yamabe Katsuo, captain of the SY-3. While they're calling, the power cuts out and a cloud of gas knocks out everyone in the building. The monsters also get gassed, which makes me worry about how strong the gas used on the humans was. The UN takes notice when the kaiju go missing, and they see broadcasts from all over the world showing that the monsters are rampaging. For example, Baragon attacks Paris. Or at least they say he is, but then they show Gorosaurus attacking Paris. Nice try, Gorosaurus, you'll never be Baragon. They decide to send the SY-3 to the Monsterland base, where they're greeted by Kyoko and Otani. They show them that the monsters are under their control, and introduce them to the Kilax, who tell them to surrender. The SY-3 crew refuse to cooperate and escape with Otani in tow. Yamabe and Dr. Yoshida interrogate Otani, but he refuses to cooperate and jumps out a window. Kyoko appears with some armed men to collect his body, but they're chased off by the secret police. They perform an autopsy and find a Kilax mind control device. They locate several more devices used to control the monsters, and put out alerts for the mind-controlled people. In response, the Kilax send Godzilla, Rodan, Mothra, and Manda to attack Tokyo. While speculating on the Kilax base location, Kyoko shows up to tell them to surrender, so Katsuo rips her mind control earrings out. They find out that the Kilax have taken over Mount Fuji, and the monster mind control signals are coming from the moon. They send the SY-3 up, and they use macer cannons to break into the moon base, causing the Kilax to transform. They use handheld macer cannons to melt the mind control device, which was pretty tense. Back on Earth, the humans take control of the monsters and send them to Mount Fuji, and the Kilax send King Ghidorah. He gets beat down, and the Kilax deploy the Fire Dragon to destroy the humans' base. Now freed, Godzilla destroys the Kilax base, and the SY-3 takes down the Fire Dragon, which was actually just a UFO. The monsters return to Monsterland, and they really just gave us 3 shots of Varan, huh? I watched both of his movies for this? So I really like Destroy All Monsters, although I do wish that some of the more obscure monsters got more screen time, and I didn't think the human characters were too interesting. Kyoko was slaying though. I'd say this is a B, right below Three-Headed Dragon and above Rodan. Once again, there are 2 dubs. The American dub cuts out some Manila scenes, pronounces Anguirus as Anguilus, calls Kumonga Spiga, and there's also this scene where they call the Arc de Triomphe the most famous landmark. Buddy, it's not even the most famous landmark in its city. The international dub also says Anguilus and Spiga like in the Son of Godzilla dub. Ultimately, though, I think the international dub has the better script between the two. Now we have to talk about...
Only good things go into mirror wafers, so the good taste always comes through.
Our next movie is All Monsters Attack, which came out in 1969. Haha. I was not looking forward to this one, since this is the movie that single-handedly made me hate Manila as a preteen. The only hope I had was that the Japanese version was better than the infamous dub. Now let's see if this movie was as bad as I remembered. When the movie starts, it plays this awful song that hurts my ears. Miki Ichiro finds a radio tube on his walk home from school with his friend Sachiko. Meanwhile, Ichiro's dad laments that he's always working to his coworker, and the two of them read about a nearby bank robbery. Ichiro goes to play in an abandoned building, but gets stopped by Sanko, a bully that Ichiro nicknames Gabara. One of Sanko's friends takes the tube from Ichiro, and he runs to visit his neighbor, a toy maker named Minami Shinpei. When he gets back to his own apartment, his mom is working, so he takes a nap and dreams of Monster Island. He watches some reused footage of Godzilla fighting the Kamacuras, and sees various monsters hanging around. A Kamacuras chases Ichiro down a hole, and he gets rescued by Manila. They run from a monster called Gabara, and Shinpei wakes him up to tell him his mom is working all night. Unable to fall asleep again, he returns to the abandoned building and finds a driver's license. As an aside, I like this chiptune sounding song that plays when he goes through the fence. The license he picked up belongs to one of the bank robbers, and they decide to go after him. Ichiro goes back to sleep, only to immediately run from Gabara. He meets up with Manila and they watch more reused footage of Godzilla fighting Ebirah. Ichiro asks Manila if Godzilla will be okay underwater, and dude, you're a Godzilla fan, you should know this. Manila gets his ass kicked by Gabara and meets up with Godzilla. He pats his head and it's very cute. Godzilla tries to teach him to use his atomic breath and steps on his tail again. Ichiro wakes up as the thieves take him to the abandoned building, and they steal Shinpei's car. He mentally goes back to Monster Island and helps Manila outsmart Gabara. The robbers try to drive away with him, but he frees himself and hides back in the building. Shinpei notices his car and finds the stolen bank money inside, so he calls the police. Ichiro manages to outmaneuver the thieves long enough for the police to arrest them. The next day, Ichiro stands up to Sanko and the bullies become his friends. Okay, so I didn't hate this movie like I thought I would. I liked Manila's voice, and the non-monster scenes were entertaining. It's a perfectly fine kids movie. My biggest complaint was all the reused footage. I know this movie had a low budget, but all the reused footage was very distracting and kind of insulting at times. I'm sure that if you hadn't seen any of the movies these were from, it would be fine. But I have, so it wasn't. While I did find this charming, I'm putting this at the bottom of C. Finally, we have a singular dub. The dub was released 2 years later under the name Godzilla's Revenge, even though this movie is hardly about him. The first change is that the grating intro song was replaced by a much more pleasant jazz song. They changed and mispronounced some monster names, like how Manila is called Minya. When he first gets to Monster Island, Ichiro identifies Kamakura, Kumungusa, Resaurus, and Gilus, and he doesn't know the giant condor. Fake fan. The biggest problem with this dub, the one that made me hate this movie as a kid, is the voices. None of the voices are that great, but Manila's is especially bad. He sounds like he's smarter than the average bear. It's nowhere near as good as the Japanese voice, and it drags this dub down. I wouldn't recommend this version personally. Now let's stop talking about Manila and get into...
I don't know what the hell's in there. It's weird and pissed off, whatever it is.
Space Amoeba was released in 1970, and it's our last non-Godzilla movie for a while. It's on this list because a dead Kamebas later shows up in Tokyo S.O.S. A space probe called the Helios 7 gets taken over by a sparkly mist and crashes into the sea, only seen by a journalist named Kudo Taro, though no one believes him. Hoshino Ayako approaches him to take photos of Sergio Island for a tourism company, and he agrees after Dr. Mia tells him that it's full of monsters. Kudo also notices that the island is near where he saw the Helios 7 crash. Two engineers on the island, Sakura and Yokoyama, go fishing despite the natives' warnings, and Sakura gets killed by Ghidorah. On the ship to Sergio, they meet Obata Makoto, and they meet a native named Riko when they land. Riko warns them about Ghidorah, and Yokoyama refuses to talk about Sakura. While surveying a cave, they see a light in the water, which freaks Yokoyama out. He drives back to his place with Riko and starts packing, but Ghidorah attacks them. Yokoyama is killed, Riko gets amnesia, and a group of bats chases Ghidorah away. Riko's partner Saki takes everyone back to the village, where Kudo confronts Obata for stealing building plans, and he admits that he's an industry spy. Kudo and Mia go diving to find the Helios 7 and get attacked by Ghidorah, though he gets chased away by porpoises. Now angered, Ghidorah attacks the village. They go after it with fire and it goes back to the ocean to die, a sparkly mist leaving its corpse. Everyone stocks up at an old ammunition depot, while Obata tries to escape the island, and he gets capsized by Ganymedes. It chases Kudo and Ayako, falls into a pit, and gets blown apart. Obata stumbles upon a chunk of it, and the alien mist takes over his body, telling him that it wants world domination. Dr. Mia correctly guesses that an alien is possessing normal animals and turning them into monsters. Saki and Riko get married, and Kudo's camera flash brings Riko's memories back. He tells them about how the bats chased Ghidorah away, and they realize that the alien is weak to supersonic waves. They try to find some bats, but all the ones they find have been set on fire. A Kamebas chases them into the one cave with living bats, and... Sorry, I love how the Kamebas move. Neck extend! They set up camp in the cave, and Obata shows back up to kill the bats. But Ayako breaks through to him and he tries to fight off the alien. The alien then tries to get the Kamebas and another Ganymedes to kill the humans, but the bats free them and they fight each other instead. They fall into a volcano, Obata throws himself in, and a rescue boat comes for the rest of them. So, I did find this movie enjoyable, though I feel like it was a little lacking. This is the third time we've seen an amnesia plot, and while it makes sense plot-wise why they have Riko lose his memory, I don't like it. The characters didn't have that much depth to them, though I did like Obata sacrificing himself at the end. I also thought the monsters were cool and the settings were nice. I'm gonna put this in B, between King of the Monsters and Varan. And we're back to the double dubs. The American version came out a year after the original, having been renamed to Yogg Monster from Space. The scenes are cut down and the script is pretty different, like how they say Selga Island, or how they don't say Kamebas or Ganymedes. But there's nothing much I'd like to say about it. The international dub starts off with the same narration as the American dub, and also calls the island Selga. This version has a more accurate script, but I like the voices in the American dub better. I especially don't like Ayako's voice. But yeah, other than that, it's perfectly fine. Now we can talk about...
And in environmental news, scientists have announced that Springfield's air is now only dangerous to children and the elderly.
Godzilla vs. Hedorah was released in 1971, and is widely regarded as one of the weirdest Godzilla movies ever made. I was excited though, because I'd seen clips of the disturbing scenes, and horror is my favorite genre. So did it meet my expectations? Well... Much like All Monsters Attack, the movie begins with a song. Though this one isn't annoying, instead it's a trippy song about pollution. Yano Ken plays with his toys and tells his uncle, Keiichi Yukio, that Godzilla is his favorite. Their neighbor brings over a weird fish for Ken's father to look at, and they see a similar creature later destroying boats on TV. Ken and his dad go to investigate the bay and get attacked by the creature, scarring Dr. Yano's face. Ken names the creature Hedorah, and then it cuts to this cute cartoon. Ken reads out a poem while Godzilla freaks out at an island of trash. Dr. Yano experiments with the small Hedorah, discovering that it can only survive in polluted water, and can merge with other Hedorahs to grow bigger. Yukio's girlfriend, Fujinomiya Miki, dances at a club while the song from the beginning plays. Hedorah comes ashore to vape, and Godzilla, known enemy of the nicotine industry, comes to stop it. Godzilla's speed-up throws Hedorah, and several people drown in the sludge. Then it cuts to Yukio hallucinating everyone with fish heads. Hedorah comes down the stairs to party and leaves a dirty kitten behind. No, not the kitty! Godzilla pursues Hedorah into the sea, and we see another cute cartoon. In the aftermath, Yukio brings the whole family to collect samples. Yano explains that Hedorah is made of a space material that he calls hedrium, and the monster creates a toxic smog when it eats pollutants. Miki and Yukio take Ken to the amusement park, but he runs to call his dad when he sees Godzilla. Godzilla punches Hedorah and it flies away, melting several people in the process. They show this weird mask cartoon that reminds me of the Electric Company on PBS. Yano explains nuclear fission with a cartoon to explain why Hedorah can fly, while Yukio plans a huge party on Mount Fuji. The TV explains Hedorah's evolution stages, then it shows a montage of destruction, including a baby trapped in sludge. And there's this weird editing. Yano develops a ray that can dry Hedorah out. Ken goes with his aunt and uncle to the party, and they cut to these guys in the grass for some reason. Ken gets a vision of Godzilla shortly before he and Hedorah show up at Mount Fuji. Hedorah burns his eye, so the humans try throwing torches at it, and Hedorah kills several people, including Yukio. Godzilla burns his hand punching out one of Hedorah's eyes, and it lasers him. Hedorah drops him in a pit and sludges all over him, while the JSDF set up electrodes for the drawing ray. Unfortunately, Hedorah knocks the power out. It gets drawn towards the electrodes by headlights, and as it crosses the threshold, Godzilla shoots his atomic breath and activates it. Hedorah dries out and Godzilla rips its balls out before it flies away again. Godzilla shrimps after it and brings it back to the electrodes to dry it out again. He rips its organs out, and Ken waves goodbye as Godzilla returns to the ocean. So, I must admit, I was a little disappointed by this movie, though that might be my own fault. I went in expecting a dark movie, and while it did have some very dark moments, the whole movie was tonally all over the place. Just look at how this scene progresses. It shows Godzilla throwing Hedorah all sped up, then it shows people drowned in sludge, then people at the club have fish heads, and finally it shows a sludged up kitten. I'm not saying that you can't have scary scenes and silly scenes together, but for this movie, it just gave me whiplash. I do appreciate the artistry and the anti-pollution message, but I feel like it could have been much better. Personally, I would have preferred if it just had a consistent dark tone, but you know. Also, what was up with those guys in the grass? They show them twice and I just don't get it. I'm gonna put this in C, above the Mysterians but below King Kong. Sorry, Hedorah, you can't beat the perfection that is Mr. Taco. Hedorah also got 2 dubs, and it's the last movie on this list to have 2 dubs. Yay! The American dub was renamed Godzilla vs. the Smog Monster and released the following year. The biggest change in this version is that the pollution song was replaced with a similar song called Save the Earth. They also call Hedorah Hedorah, but they do this in both dubs. The international dub has some strange dialogue, like when this officer says Hedorahs aren't real, which is not what he says in the other versions. It also has Ken name Hedrium instead of his father, but regardless, both dubs were alright. Okay, now we can talk about
Gigan.
Our next movie is Godzilla vs. Gigan, released in 1972. I've always had a big soft spot for Gigan. He was one of my go-tos in Save the Earth as a kid, so I was very eager to see how he was introduced. Odaka Gengo is a struggling manga artist who just lost out on a job. His girlfriend, Tomoe Tomoko, finds him a new job at the newly built Godzilla Tower, run by World Children's Land. He meets with Kubota, who hires him and goes off about children learning peace, and how Children's Land wants to destroy Monster Island. Totally not suspicious. Odaka tries to go to work one day, and a girl runs out of the building, bumping into him and dropping a tape. He picks it up and meets the teenage-looking chairman, Fumio Sudo, who is charting the orbit of the M Space Hunter Nebula. On his way home, he gets confronted by the girl and her friend. When they can't find the tape on him, they threaten him with a corn cob and he faints. He thought it was a gun, just thought I'd clarify that. He didn't just, see a corn cob and faint. They take care of him until he comes to, and introduce themselves as Shima Machiko and Takasugi Shosaku. They're investigating Children's Land because Machiko's brother, Takeshi, went missing while working there. Odaka fetches the tape and they play it, alarming Godzilla enough to send Anguirus to investigate. Odaka searches for Takeshi in the Godzilla Tower and finds his watch in an empty room. The group decides to look into Sudo and Kubota, and they find out that they died years ago. Anguirus tries to come on land, but he's chased away by macer cannons. Odaka goes back to the room in Godzilla Tower and has a brief conversation with Takeshi, but they're interrupted by Kubota. He gives Odaka a pack of cigarettes and uses it to track him back to his apartment. Luckily, before Kubota's goons can shoot everyone, Tomoko comes in and disarms them. Queen! Godzilla and Anguirus head for Japan, while Children's Land calls for King Ghidorah and Gigan. Odaka and Tomoko sneak into the tower to try and save Takeshi, but they get swiftly captured. Kubota tells them that they're aliens from the M Space Hunter Nebula, and they came to Earth because their planet was destroyed by pollution. When the lights go out, they see that under their disguises, they're giant roaches. Ghidorah and Gigan begin to wreck the place, and Godzilla and Anguirus try to stop them. Machiko and Takasugi rescue the hostages, and Godzilla Tower lasers Godzilla. The gang send dynamite up the elevator, and the aliens blow themselves up. At this part, I thought Gigan had a change of heart and he was helping Godzilla stand up, but he was not. Godzilla and Anguirus kick Ghidorah's and Gigan's asses, and a superhero-sounding song plays as they go home. I was pretty pleased with this movie. I'm very happy with how much screen time Gigan got. He actually felt important to the story instead of just the guy standing next to Ghidorah. And yes, Ghidorah was also cool, but he's always cool, get out of here. It is a very silly movie, but that's not always a bad thing. I'm putting this in B, right below Destroy All Monsters, purely because that one had the novelty of all those monsters. 5 years later, they released the dub under the name Godzilla on Monster Island. The biggest change is that whenever Godzilla and Ghidorah talk to each other, they have voices. Like, human voices. In the original, there were just text bubbles. I can understand this change though, it's more accessible this way, but it is funny. And Ghidorah also gets called Anguillus. Sigh. Now that we're done with Gigan, we can go see...
Megalon!
That's right, up next is Godzilla vs. Megalon, released the following year. Megalon was another go-to for me in Save the Earth. Gigan and Megalon are usually paired together after all. But this movie didn't just introduce Megalon. It also introduced Jet Jaguar, one of my dad's favorite kaiju. In fact, this is the movie that got my dad into Godzilla back in the day, so I was looking forward to this one. The movie opens with a subterranean nuclear test that causes destruction as far as Monster Island. Ibuki Goro, his brother Rokuro, and his friend Jinkawa Hiroshi are hanging out at a lake, and Rokuro nearly gets sucked into a whirlpool. On their way home, Goro and Hiroshi discuss the nuclear tests and the lost continents of Lemuria and Mu. Woo, Mu mentioned! When they make it home, they're ambushed by burglars that leave behind Easter Island sand. After Goro finishes up his work on a robot named Jet Jaguar, the burglars kidnap Rokuro and break in to steal the robot. Meanwhile, the Lemurian kingdom Seatopia releases Megalon onto the world. The Seatopians throw Goro and Rokuro in the back of a truck and pay the drivers to dump the container into a lake. Hiroshi breaks away from the Seatopians and chases after the truck. The Seatopians use Jet Jaguar to lead Megalon to Tokyo, which freaks out the truck drivers, and they try to dump the container off the dam. Hiroshi arrives and tells them to save the container, but they tell him to shut up and steal his car. I don't know why he didn't say, hey, there are people in there, or there's a child in there, but the truck drivers are still massive dicks for this. The container slips off, but Megalon slaps it and sends it flying, so Hiroshi goes after it and rescues the brothers. The JSDF fire macer cannons at Megalon, and Goro approaches them to try and get control of Jet Jaguar again. Megalon skips merrily while they fly after him, and Goro commands Jet Jaguar to get Godzilla, which causes Megalon to throw a tantrum. Jet Jaguar convinces Godzilla to help, the brothers and Hiroshi get control of the lab back, and the Seatopians ask the M Space Hunter Nebula to send Gigan. Jet Jaguar gains sentience and fights with Megalon to buy Godzilla more time. Gigan arrives on the scene, falls in love with Megalon on the spot, and they team up to beat Jet Jaguar. Godzilla shows up, getting a firm handshake from Jet Jaguar, and joins the fight. Megalon and Gigan trap the both of them in a ring of fire, and Megalon taunts them with his butt, though they escape pretty easily. They break Gigan's arm, and Godzilla gives Megalon some flying kicks. With the monsters defeated, the Seatopians seal themselves off from the surface. Jet Jaguar says goodbye to Godzilla, and loses his free will as he returns to his family. I'll admit this isn't exactly a masterpiece, but I don't care, I'm very fond of this movie. It's silly and fun, and I like that. I loved Megalon, and it was nice to see Gigan again. I don't care what anyone says, they're lovers. I don't have much to say about Jet Jaguar, he's pretty cool I guess. Anyway, I'm gonna put this right below Gigan, just cause I think that movie did have cooler moments, but they're close, just like Megalon and Gigan. I'm gonna be brief about the dub, since I don't have much to say. It was released 3 years after the original. They refer to Jet Jaguar as Jet Jaguar, and the voices aren't great, especially Rokuro's. But that's enough of that. Now we get to talk about my favorite kaiju.
Whoa, a real live robot!
Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla was released in 1974, and it was the introduction of the best kaiju. Yep, Mechagodzilla is my favorite kaiju of all time. Though technically this version isn't my favorite, since I was introduced through Mechagodzilla II, but still. Shimizu Keisuke and his brother Masahiko are watching an Okinawan ceremony performed by Azumi Princess, Nami. She collapses and has a vision of King Ghidorah attacking for some reason. Masahiko gets dropped off at a cave and finds a strange piece of metal, while Keisuke's excavation team discovers the entrance to a cave. Together with archaeologist Kanegusuku Saiko, they discover a mural prophecy and a statue of King Caesar, the guardian of the Azumi royal family. On the plane to Tokyo, Saiko translates some of the mural, and she and Keisuke see a large black cloud that resembles something mentioned in the prophecy. Keisuke remembers Nami's warning, which is shown like this. When they get to Tokyo, Saiko consults Keisuke's uncle, Dr. Wakura, about the mural. Meanwhile, Masahiko brings the metal to Dr. Miyajima, which he identifies as space titanium. While working on the prophecy, a man tries to steal the statue at gunpoint, and Keisuke chases him away. Godzilla emerges from a volcano, and he sounds a little funny. He must have a cold. Keisuke goes to check on his brother, and sees Anguirus get his butt kicked by Godzilla. He finds more space titanium in the wreckage and brings it to Dr. Miyajima, who shows off a magnetic smoking pipe he made that can destroy electrodes. The brothers, Miyajima, and his daughter, Ikuko, go to observe Godzilla causing havoc. Another Godzilla pops out of the ground and reveals that the first Godzilla was actually Mechagodzilla. It then blasts him into the ocean and flies away for repairs. They translate the rest of the prophecy and learn that they need to place the statue on the Azumi Shrine to defeat the monster. Keisuke and Saeko go by ship to deliver the statue, while Masahiko, Miyajima, and Ikuko go back to the cave to investigate where the space titanium came from. While in the cave, they get captured by the aliens from the third planet of the black hole. Since that name is such a mouthful, I'm just gonna call them the Simians. You'll see why in a moment. They take Masahiko and Ikuko to be executed and force Miyajima to fix up Mechagodzilla. Godzilla powers up in a lightning storm, and the thief from earlier steals the statue from Saeko's bag. Keisuke manages to shoot him in the face, and it morphs into a monkey's face. They continue to fight on the deck, and the Simian aims a gun at Keisuke. Before he can shoot, though, someone else shoots him off the boat, and he falls to his death with the statue. Luckily, Keisuke planned for this and asked the captain to keep the real statue in a safe. When they get to their hotel, they learn that Masahiko's group hasn't been seen in days, and Keisuke goes to find them. Once Miyajima finishes with the repairs, they throw him in the execution chamber with the others, steam pouring out of the walls and cooking them alive. Keisuke finds the professor's pipe in the cave, and a Simian threatens him. Interpol agent Nanbara, who's been tracking the Simians for the whole movie, comes to his rescue. They break into the alien base together and save the others just in time. Once outside, they see that the moon has turned red. Keisuke and Ikuko go to meet up with Saeko while the other three go back to fight the Simians. When the group gets to the Azumi Shrine, the Simians are holding Nami and her grandfather at gunpoint. Another Interpol agent disposes of them, and they place the statue in its rightful place. After a mountain explodes and reveals a sleeping King Caesar, Nami wakes him with a song. Miyajima's group gets captured again as Caesar battles with Mechagodzilla. Godzilla resurfaces to help him, and Mecha messes him up pretty good, but he uses his newfound magnetism to trap Mechagodzilla. Godzilla rips its head off while Miyajima uses his pipe to blow up the aliens. Caesar goes back to sleep and the statue is returned to its rightful place. So, while I did like this movie, I do have some complaints. First, I did like the fake Godzilla plot, but I feel like it was resolved too quickly. It was a little pointless in the end. Anguirus shows up, but he doesn't really do anything. And while I don't have any problems with King Caesar, I didn't really jive with him. It's not a bad movie by any means, but there are much better Mechagodzilla movies. I'm gonna put it right between Space Amoeba and Varan. In 1976, the dub was released under the name Godzilla vs. the Bionic Monster. The next year, due to copyright disputes, it was then renamed again to Godzilla vs. the Cosmic Monster. It's not too bad, though like usual, there are some weird pronunciations. They call King Caesar, Caesar, and Caesar, and Anguirus gets called Anguirus. But again, it's not bad. Now let's move on to the sequel. In 1975, Terror of Mechagodzilla was released, marking the end of the first era of Godzilla movies. It's a direct sequel to Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla, and from what I've seen, it's regarded as a bad sequel. But is that actually true? Let's investigate! During the intro credits, we see a recap of the events from the first movie. An Interpol submarine is sent to find the remains of Mechagodzilla, but they can't find anything and get destroyed by Titanosaurus. Interpol brings the biologist Ichinose Akira to listen to the last recording of the sub, in which the crew members freak out about a dinosaur attacking them. Ichinose and his friend, Agent Murakoshi Jiro, go to investigate Dr. Mafune Shinzo, who researched the dinosaur and was disgraced for wanting to control it. They meet with his daughter Katsura, who tells them that he died 5 years ago and his research was burned. Once they leave, Katsura goes downstairs to report to Mafune, and he says that he'll get his revenge on humanity with Titanosaurus. His financial backers take him to Mount Amagi and show him Mechagodzilla, revealing themselves as the Simians. Their commander Mughal asks to use Mafune's monster controlling device, and a prisoner gets gunned down for escaping. Interpol builds another sub to investigate Titanosaurus, and Katsura warns Ichinose not to go. Before he was shot, the prisoner gave a man a piece of space titanium and asked him to get Interpol, so now they know to investigate Mount Amagi. Katsura goes to stop the sub from launching, but the simians incapacitate her. We see a flashback of Katsura getting injured during an experiment with her father, and the simians come in to save her. They remind her that she wants revenge against humanity, so she sends Titanosaurus after the sub, but he gets stopped by the sonar's supersonic waves. Interpol agents get attacked at Mount Amagi with sci-fi guns, so they correctly assume that the aliens are behind all of this. Katsura gives Ichinose some of her father's recovered notes, and he tells her about Titanosaurus' weakness. Katsura worries about Titanosaurus becoming a monster like Ghidorah, Rodan, or Manda, but Mafune brushes her off and sends Titanosaurus to wreck Tokyo. Interpol developed a supersonic gun, but it gets sabotaged. Godzilla shows up to fight Titanosaurus, but Mafune calls off the attack when Katsura gets shot. Katsura's alive, however, because she's half machine. The simians repair her, and a grateful Mafune promises to do whatever they ask, to which they inform him that they installed Mechagodzilla's controls in Katsura. Ichinose goes to Mafune's house and gets forcibly taken to the lab, where he finds out that both Katsura and Mafune are alive, and the simians unleash Mechagodzilla and Titanosaurus. Godzilla shows up to save some school children, gets overwhelmed, and Titanosaurus kisses him. Interpol uses the supersonic gun to incapacitate Titanosaurus and storm into Mafune's lab. Murakoshi shoots Katsura, and Godzilla rips Mechagodzilla's head off. In the ensuing gunfight, Mafune gets shot, and Katsura kills herself to stop Mechagodzilla. Godzilla blasts the simians as they try to escape and defeats Titanosaurus. The agents mourn Katsura, and Showa Godzilla walks away into the sunset. Despite how other people talk about this movie, I actually like this better than Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla. I will admit, this movie could have had more Mechagodzilla, however I really liked Titanosaurus, more than King Caesar at least, and I liked Katsura a lot. There are problems, like how the romance plot isn't very strong, and like I said before, not a lot of Mechagodzilla in his own movie, but regardless, it's still good, so I'm gonna put this right above Space Amoeba. In 1978, a dub was released in the US, though it was initially called The Terror of Godzilla. This version starts off with a 6-minute recap of the previous Godzilla movies. I'm not sure how necessary this was, but it was fine. From what I noticed, the only cut from the original was showing Katsura's boobs. There's also this scene where Katsura says, "King Ghidorah, Mighty Radon, and Terrible Manda," which made me snort. But yeah, it wasn't too bad. Now that we're finally done with the Showa era, we can talk about the Heisei era.
I always come back.
After a 9-year hiatus, The Return of Godzilla was released in 1984, marking the start of the Heisei era movies, even though it was technically released in the Showa era. But regardless, let's see if the Heisei movies started off on the right foot. The Yahata Maru No. 5 gets caught up in a storm and attacked by Godzilla. A reporter named Maki Goro, no, not that one, stumbles upon the ship and discovers that the crew have been sucked dry. The only survivor is Okamura Hiroshi, but quickly after Maki finds him, he gets attacked by a giant sea louse. Okamura saves him by stabbing the louse, and he tells Maki that a monster attacked the boat. After being rescued by the Coast Guard, Okamura identifies Godzilla from pictures shown to him by Dr. Hayashida Makoto. Hayashida theorizes that recent volcanic activity woke Godzilla up, and the lice grew big from his radiation. The government decides to keep this information under wraps, ordering a media blackout to Maki's annoyance. He goes to Hayashida and ends up meeting Okamura's younger sister, Naoko. When Maki tells her that her brother is alive, she rushes to the hospital and gets upset when Maki intrudes to take pictures. Then Godzilla sinks a Russian sub, flaring up tensions between Russia and the US. To prevent a war from breaking out, the Japanese government reveals that Godzilla was behind the attack. They start to discuss using the Super X, a weapon made for national defense, to fight Godzilla. Godzilla absorbs radiation from a power plant and gets distracted by some birds, making Hayashida realize that, much like a bird, Godzilla uses the Earth's magnetic field for direction, so they can use that to lure Godzilla into a volcano. The Russian and American ambassadors advocate for using nuclear weapons, but the Prime Minister declares that nuclear weapons will not be used. They reluctantly agree, and Colonel Kashirin disarms the nuclear warhead from a submarine. Godzilla appears in Tokyo Bay, and in the ensuing scuffle with the JSDF, the Russian sub crashes, setting off the warhead. Kashirin tries to stop it, but he ends up dying in an explosion before he can reach the shutoff. Godzilla rampages through Tokyo, and Hayashida takes the opportunity to confirm that their homing device works. Godzilla is drawn away from the building by proto-macer cannons, and he whips the building with his tail, causing it to partially collapse. They all try to get onto the roof for a rescue helicopter, but the shaking triggered the auto locks on the door. The Super X is launched to shoot cadmium in Godzilla's mouth, causing him to pass out. The government is informed about the warhead 30 minutes before it's gonna hit Shinjuku, so they order an evacuation and ask the Americans to shoot it down. Okumura flies in on the rescue helicopter and blows the window open. Hayashida and Okumura take the device to the helicopter, but the wind is so bad that they have to leave Maki and Naoko behind. The warhead is detonated in space and causes an electrical storm that disables the Super X and wakes up Godzilla. Maki and Naoko escape, Godzilla destroys the Super X, and he gets drawn to Mount Mihara by the homing device. He stumbles into the volcano, and they detonate bombs to cause an eruption. I was very impressed by this movie. I loved the feel and Godzilla's design. They used an animatronic for some shots, and I thought that was really cool. I saw some people complain that this was just Godzilla 1954, crumpled up, torn slightly, soaked in the lagoon, and kissed with coral blue No. 2 semi-gloss lipstick. But I think that its likeness to 1954 is actually a plus. I mean, this was made 30 years after the original. There's no harm in it having similarities. Besides, 1954 was really good, so why wouldn't you want a movie that feels similar? It's not as good as 1954, but I still like it a lot. So I'm gonna put this in A tier, right above Mothra. So while we don't have any more cases of 2 dubs for one movie, Return of Godzilla got an international dub and an Americanized version. All I really have to say about the dub is that they pronounce Naoko's name like Nayoko, and all the Russians get dubbed over. It's pretty accurate though. Now let's get into... The American version, renamed to Godzilla 1985, takes notes from King of the Monsters and brings Raymond Burr back to play Steve Martin. In the beginning of the movie, they shorten the scene where the Yahata Maru No. 5 gets attacked and show some random shots of Steve. Okumura's name gets changed to Ken, and several more scenes get shortened or cut, like Naoko getting mad at Maki. The Russian dialogue remains unchanged, just with subtitles burned in. Once the sub gets attacked, there's an added scene of the Pentagon in a frenzy, and another once they get word that Godzilla was responsible. They bring in Steve for advice, and he says that Godzilla's corpse was never found. The hell is this then? In this version, when the Prime Minister bans the use of nuclear weapons, the Russians refuse, and Kashirin launches the warhead on purpose, which was pretty frustrating. This is Kashirin slander, I won't stand for it. Godzilla gets lured into the volcano, causing him to scream like a human woman, and Steve gives a pretty moving speech about nature. I don't think this version is that bad, though there were a lot of changes from the original, more than the ones I just listed. I can't say this version is as good as King of the Monsters was, so I'll place this in C, between King Kong and Son of Godzilla. Moving on, next up is...
Biollante.
Our next movie is Godzilla vs. Biollante, released in late 1989. I was really looking forward to this one, since Biollante is very beloved by the fandom. This is also the first movie that has Miki in it, a character that shows up in every Heisei movie afterwards. In the aftermath of Godzilla's rampage, a team of scientists are deployed to collect samples of Godzilla's DNA. They're shot at by the American company Biomajor, who steals the G-cells. They don't make it far before they are shot at and robbed by Seradian agent SSS-9. In Seradia, Dr. Shiragami Genichiro and his daughter Erika are working to develop super plants that are capable of growing there. After the G-cells are delivered, Biomajor blows up the lab, which kills Erika. 5 years later, Shiragami is moved to Japan, and he asks Erika's friend, Okochi Asuka, to bring talented psychic Sayugasa Miki so she can talk to Erika's roses. Asuka's boyfriend, Kirishima Kazuto, worries about the ethics of his job at a genetic research institute, the Okochi Foundation. Mount Mihara starts showing activity, and all the psychic children have dreams about Godzilla. I love that Godzilla's theme plays when they show off their drawings.
Nice touch.
Miki gets flown above Mount Mihara, and she confirms that Godzilla's awake. Lieutenant Kuroki Sho and Colonel Gondo Goro start preparing for Godzilla, planning to develop an anti-nuclear energy bacteria. The Okochi Foundation asks Shirogami to work with the G-cells to make the bacteria, but he refuses. Mount Mihara erupts and the ensuing earthquake damages Erika's roses. Shirogami accepts the job, splicing the G-cells with the plant cells, which were already spliced with Erika's cells. Once they see Godzilla stirring, they start readying the Super X2. Two Biomajor agents break into Shirogami's lab to get the G-cells, but they get into a gunfight with SSS-9 and a plant monster kills them. Biomajor threatens to detonate bombs and release Godzilla if the Japanese government doesn't give them the anti-nuclear bacteria. The plant monster escapes the lab and establishes itself in Lake Ashi. Shirogami confesses that he made the monster and how, and he names it Biollante. Kuroki and Gondo try to hand the bacteria over, but SSS-9 steals the briefcase and rams the truck, which causes the bombs to detonate, unleashing Godzilla. Kuroki pilots the X2, and Miki says that she can't hear Erika and Biollante anymore. Instead, it's calling for Godzilla. When he arrives, Biollante attacks him, and it gets blasted into golden glitter. Miki tries to stop Godzilla from attacking Osaka with her mind, but Godzilla's brain overwhelms her. Kirishima and Gondo steal the bacteria back, and the X2 is deployed to buy them time. Gondo shoots the bacteria into Godzilla and dies in the process. Godzilla doesn't seem to be affected, and they realize that since he's cold-blooded, the bacteria won't work. They build electrical generators called the M6000 TC system, and bring macer cannons to warm him up. Miki gets visions of Biollante, and draws it on this tablet that I think is cool. Once Godzilla is weakened by the M6000, Biollante resurfaces. It spits acid on him and he shoots a beam through her head. The bacteria activates, which makes Godzilla collapse, and Biollante dissipates into glitter, with a portrait of Erika ascending into the sky. SSS-9 assassinates Shirogami and nearly shoots Kirishima, but Kuroki activates the M6000 to disintegrate him. Godzilla gets back on his feet and heads out into the ocean. Before we get to the review, I don't have much to say about the dub, so I'll just talk about it here real quick. There's some poor English in the beginning of the Japanese version, and it gets dubbed over, which I was relieved about, since the original was hard to understand. I found it pretty accurate to the original. Anyway, I loved this movie. Biollante is not only cool, but the horror of her existence really awed me. Like, how conscious is Erika? Can she even fully comprehend what happened to her? That's horrifying. I liked all the characters, especially Miki, and Godzilla was as good as ever. My favorite scene is the final fight between Godzilla and Biollante. The effects are fantastic, and the setting kept giving me that warm, Christmassy feeling inside. I'm gonna put this in A, right above Return of Godzilla. Next up is...
Mecha King Ghidorah!
Godzilla vs. King Ghidorah was released in 1991, bringing Ghidorah into the new era. This is also Mecha King Ghidorah's one and only appearance, which is disappointing because I love Mecha King Ghidorah. Put a pin in this for later. In the year 2204, a submarine finds the body of King Ghidorah, missing one of his heads. Back in 1992, a UFO is spotted flying above Japan. Terasawa Kenichiro, the writer for a supernatural magazine, refuses to write about it. Instead, he goes to interview a World War II vet that got in trouble for protesting a dinosaur exhibit, and he tells Terasawa that a dinosaur saved his garrison from the Americans on Lagos Island. Miki shows the JSDF satellite images of the UFO visiting Godzilla, who's still weak from the bacteria. Terasawa learns that Lagos was close to where the H-bomb was tested, and he theorizes that the dinosaur turned into Godzilla. He visits Shindo Yasuaki, the garrison leader on Lagos, who denies seeing the dinosaur, until Terasawa tells him it might have turned into Godzilla. Shindo gives him photos of the dinosaur, and he gets Professor Mizaki Hironori to look at them. The UFO lands, and 3 people appear as holograms: Wilson, Glen Chico, and Emi Kano. They call themselves the Futurians, coming from the year 2204 to prevent Godzilla from destroying Japan. They show off a book about Godzilla written by Terasawa, one that he's currently writing. The government calls Terasawa and Mazaki in, where they're told that the Futurians want to go back in time and move Godzilla away from the atomic blast that mutated him. Terasawa, Mazaki, and Miki are picked to go on the mission with Emi and android M11. They also bring along Dorats, a genetically modified pet that's super cute. They travel back in time and witness the Godzillasaurus save the Japanese troops from the Americans. It's definitely weird seeing him save the Japanese troops, considering the Americans injured the Godzillasaurus, and M11 uses the gay dino computer to teleport it to the Bering Sea. Emi makes sure to push the Dorats out before they return to the present, where they find out that Godzilla is gone, but King Ghidorah is now causing havoc. Emi goes to Terasawa and explains that, in the future, Japan has basically taken over the world, and their group is trying to stop that from happening, but Emi changes her mind because she doesn't want Japan to be destroyed. They send a nuclear sub to try and mutate the Godzillasaurus, but Miki senses Godzilla, meaning that he's already mutated, and the sub just makes him stronger. The Futurians send Ghidorah to fight Godzilla, and he has the upper hand until a reprogrammed M11 takes out the Futurians. Godzilla destroys one of Ghidorah's heads, and the Futurian mothership before they can escape. Ghidorah tries to fly away, but Godzilla shoots his wings and he plummets into the sea. Godzilla begins to rampage, undeterred by the Macer cannons. Emi uses a small Futurian ship to revive Ghidorah in the future, to give Japan a second chance. Shindo refuses to evacuate and tearfully meets face to face with Godzilla, only to get shot point blank in the face. Ghidorah gets upgraded into Mecha King Ghidorah, and gets sent to the present with Emi piloting. Mecha Ghidorah grabs Godzilla, flies him over the ocean, and gets hit with an atomic breath, sending them both into the water. Emi emerges in her ship, and tells Terasawa that he's her great-great-grandfather before returning to the future. Godzilla jolts awake at the bottom of the sea and freaks out as the credits roll. Once again, I don't have much to say about the dub. They say Biollante like Biollante, and they cut Godzilla out of the end credits. It's pretty good. As for what I thought about the movie, I liked it, though I did have some issues. Ghidorah was as good as always, I liked Godzilla, and Shindo getting shot in the face made me laugh. However, I can't ignore the controversy. The Godzillasaurus killing American soldiers, and the bad guys trying to stop Japan from taking over the world weren't received very well, especially with Japan's history with imperialism. Obviously, that wasn't what they intended, and the Futurians were in the wrong for trying to kill a lot of people. It's just that these plot points were a bit uncomfortable. I still liked it though, and I desperately want Mecha King Ghidorah to show up again. I'm putting this in B, above Astro-Monster but below Ebirah. Anyway, it's time for...
The insects make me want to dance. They make me want to dance.
In 1992, Godzilla vs. Mothra was released, bringing Mothra back into the series and introducing Batra, Mothra's somewhat evil counterpart. I mean, he's really not that bad. A meteor falls from space, waking up Godzilla and causing natural disasters that unearth a giant egg. Fujito Takuya, a former archaeologist, steals an artifact from a temple and barely escapes as it collapses. Before he can celebrate, he gets thrown in jail, where he's visited by a government official, Ando Kenji, and his ex-wife, Tezuka Masako. Ando's company wants to develop the land on Infant Island, but they spotted a mysterious object on a satellite that needs to be investigated. Fujito refuses to come along at first, until he learns that he's gonna be in jail for at least 15 years unless he agrees. Meanwhile, Miki informs the government that Godzilla can't be located, and Larva Batra emerges from the sea making Rodan noises. Fujito, Ando, and Masako arrive on Infant Island, fall into a river, canoe up the river, and make camp for the night, where Masako shows Fujito a letter from their daughter, Midori. The next morning, they go through a cave full of ancient paintings to find the Mothra egg and the Shobijin, called the Cosmos in this movie. They tell them that their ancient civilization from 12,000 years ago tried to control the climate, and the Earth created Batra to protect itself. Mothra defeated Batra, and the last of their people fled to Infant Island. Ando tells his boss about the egg, and gets the order to bring it back to Japan. Batra burrows into Nagoya, doesn't get hurt by the Macer cannons, and burrows away again. Godzilla begins to chase the boat carrying the egg, so Fujito cuts the cord, and the egg hatches. Godzilla and Mothra fight until Batra appears and distracts Godzilla long enough for her to get away. Batra and Godzilla fall into an undersea volcano, and Ando kidnaps the Cosmos for his company to exploit. Fujito and Masako return to Japan, and Fujito runs off before Midori can see him. Asshole. The Cosmos escape and sing for Mothra, and Fujito tries to sell them off. The JSDF are unable to stop Mothra, so Masako and Midori accompany Miki while she locates the Cosmos. Masako and Midori guilt Fujito into giving the Cosmos back to Mothra. She cocoons herself, Godzilla erupts from Mount Fuji, and Ando yells at his boss for being selfish. Mothra emerges, and this whole scene is gorgeous. Batra evolves and starts fighting Mothra, managing to shoot her down before Godzilla beats him up. Mothra and Batra team up to fly Godzilla to the ocean, where he blasts Batra, and Mothra is forced to drop both of them so she can seal up Godzilla. Since Batra was supposed to stop a meteor before it hits Earth, Mothra promises to take his place and flies into space. I really like this movie. Heisei Mothra is my favorite Mothra design, and Batra is pretty cool too. The scene of Mothra emerging is so beautiful. I know I already complimented it, but seriously, it made me tear up. She's so fluffy. My only complaint is that Fujito kinda annoyed me with the whole abandoning his daughter thing. I'm aware that this isn't meant to be a good thing. Fujito is in the wrong. It just made me a bit frustrated. I'm gonna be putting this in B above Ebirah, making it our highest B so far. In 1998, the dub was released under the title Godzilla and Mothra: The Battle for Earth, which is a pretty cool title, all things considered. They dub over any English and refer to Mothra with the wrong pronouns, but other than that, there's not much else to say. Now, let me talk about the one and only
Mechagodzilla II.
Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla II came out in 1993, and it was the movie I was most looking forward to rewatching. This was the Godzilla movie I watched the most as a kid, and it's why Mechagodzilla II is my favorite kaiju of all time. This movie also reintroduces Rodan and introduces a new baby Godzilla. The United Nations Godzilla Countermeasure Center, founded in 1992, started developing the Garuda, but it was scrapped for being too weak to fight Godzilla. Instead, they analyzed Mecha King Ghidorah's technology to make Mechagodzilla. Aoki Kazuma, a pilot who worked on the Garuda, gets reassigned to the G-Force, and a team of scientists investigate a giant egg on an island in the Bering Sea. Rodan, who hatched right before they got there, starts attacking them and gets beaten up by Godzilla while the scientists take the egg. Since Aoki has a special interest for pteranodons, he immediately drives to the lab when he hears the news and pisses off the scientist working there, Gojo Azusa. After he leaves, the scientists find that the egg glows red when afraid. They notice the fear response when Azusa leaves, meaning it's adopted her as its mother. Aoki swiped a plant from the lab before he left, and Miki senses something from it. They bring it to the psychic children, and they amplify the song emanating from it, which causes the egg to hatch into a baby Godzillasaurus. They feed him some of the ancient plants, and Miki senses that Godzilla is coming. The G-Force launches Mechagodzilla to electrocute him, but he reverses the current and continues towards Kyoto. They hide in the basement with Baby, and Godzilla leaves. Since Aoki was with Baby instead of helping pilot Mechagodzilla, he gets fired from the G-Force. Azusa and Baby get relocated to somewhere safer, and she gives him a burger. Aoki proposes renewing the Garuda and attaching it to Mechagodzilla, which gets him his job back. He shows off his flying machine to Azusa, and the psychic children come in to sing the plant song for Baby, which makes him freak out. The G-Force comes up with a plan to use Baby as a lure, while Mechagodzilla destroys Godzilla's second brain, located somewhere in his spine. Miki is opposed to using Baby, and no longer wants to fight Godzilla, but she's required to locate the second brain. They put Baby in a shipping container, but he gets scared, so Azusa joins him. Rodan senses Baby getting scared and destroys the helicopter so he can fly away with the container. They send Mechagodzilla after Rodan, and Godzilla shows up to beamlock with it. After Mechagodzilla weakens Godzilla, Miki locates his second brain and they electrocute it. Rodan gets up and transfers all his energy to revive Godzilla, sacrificing himself in the process. Godzilla destroys Mechagodzilla, and Azusa tearfully says goodbye to Baby, which made me cry. Baby's scared of Godzilla at first, but Miki soothes him and they go into the sea with each other. Godzilla keeps turning to check on Baby behind him, which is adorable. For the dub, they pronounce Miki like Mickey and use Rodan's Japanese name, Radon. It's pretty good, but that's all I have to say about it. I'm not gonna bury the lead here. This is one of my favorite Godzilla movies. It was an absolute delight to see Mechagodzilla II. Baby is so cute, and Rodan's sacrifice was peak. I already said this, but I sobbed when Azusa said goodbye to Baby. Maybe I'm a bit biased because of my history with this movie, but I'm putting this in A above Biollante. Alright, next up is...
Spacegodzilla.
Godzilla vs. Spacegodzilla was released in 1994, introducing one of the coolest Godzilla villains of all time. It also reintroduces the best character, Mogira! I'd also like to note that Baby Godzilla gets called Little Godzilla in this movie, but I'll still call him Baby for now, since it's easier than saying Little Godzilla every time. Spacegodzilla shoots some crystals down to Earth, and the UNGCC makes Mogira, which can split into Land Mogira and the Star Falcon. Dr. Okubo Suzumu and Dr. Gondo Chinatsu approach Miki to join the T Project, where they plan to take control of Godzilla's mind, but she doesn't want to. Meanwhile, in space, Mothra sends out some fairy Mothras. 2 G-Force soldiers, Shinjo Koji and Sato Kiyoshi, get sent to Boss Island to prepare for the T Project. While looking around, they see Space Godzilla's crystals and run into Major Yuki Akira and Baby, who has grown a lot. A research vessel gets attacked by Space Godzilla, and the Cosmos warn Miki about the oncoming danger, so she agrees to join the T Project. Yuki sets up tear gas along the beach so he can shoot Godzilla with a blood coagulant, and shortly after the scientists and Miki arrive, Baby gets tear gassed. Godzilla arrives and they shoot him with a device that lets Miki take control. The UNGCC sends Mogira to fight Space Godzilla, and it gets beaten up while Godzilla successfully fights off the mind control. Space Godzilla descends from the sky and starts attacking Baby. Godzilla tries to protect him, but he gets shot down, and Space Godzilla traps Baby in the crystals before leaving. While Yuki and the scientists leave, Miki decides to stay on the island, and Shindo and Sato decide to join her. Dr. Gondo shows her analysis of Space Godzilla's cells, which are nearly identical to Godzilla. She theorizes that either one of Biollante's cells, or a G-cell on Mothra, fell into a black hole and created Space Godzilla. Personally, I think it was Biollante, just cause how similar they are to each other. Yuki is asked to pilot Mogira, and the Cosmos give Miki some encouragement. Then Shinjo approaches her, and asks if she ever thinks about finding a man instead of Godzilla, which is just rude. Miki gets kidnapped in the middle of the night, and Dr. Gondo tells them she believes Dr. Akubo was behind it. She also explains that Yuki was friends with her brother, Gondo Goro, and after he died in Godzilla vs. Biollante, Yuki's been wanting revenge. Akubo monologues that he wants to use Miki to control Godzilla. Yuki, Shinjo, and Sato come to rescue Miki, and she helps with her new telekinetic powers, while Akubo dies trying to fix his machine. Mogira launches, piloted by Yuki, Shinjo, and Sato. Yuki immediately steers for Godzilla, but the others knock him out and head towards Space Godzilla. They're unable to do any damage and get tossed around, which wakes up Yuki, and they retreat for repairs. After Godzilla fails to hurt Space Godzilla, he attacks the crystals, and they realize that that's Space Godzilla's source of strength. Seeing that Fukuoka Tower is the main power source, Yuki goes in the Star Falcon to distract Space Godzilla, while Shinjo and Sato use Land Mogira to drill through. Once the tower is weakened, Godzilla pushes it over and Mogira joins back up, only to get tossed again. Sato and Shinjo take the escape pod, while Yuki goes after Godzilla with the coagulant again. He gets his foot stuck in debris and Miki has to use her powers to rescue him. Space Godzilla starts to absorb Godzilla's energy, but he absorbs too much and explodes. Once everyone meets up again, Yuki gives up on revenge, and Miki and Shinjo close their eyes to see that Baby is okay. For the dub, they call Mogira Mogera, and they have the fairy Mothra talk to Miki instead of the Cosmos, which is a weird decision. But despite that, it's not bad at all. I enjoyed this movie a lot, though I did have some minor complaints. I think Space Godzilla's design is one of the best in this whole franchise, and I loved seeing Mogira again. Moving on to my complaints, I think there's supposed to be the implication that Shinjo likes Miki, but honestly, he just came off like a jerk. And I think that there's an implied romance between Yuki and Dr. Gondo, but there wasn't really much there. I also thought that the scene where Miki uses her telekinesis felt a little out of place. These are very minor complaints though, so it's still gonna be a high B, between Godzilla vs. Mothra and Ebirah. Now let's talk about the final Heisei movie,
Destoroyah.
In 1955, Godzilla vs. Destoroyah was released, marking the last of the Heisei-era Godzilla movies. Let's see if it ended on a high note. This movie begins in a similar way to 1954, with what I call the stomp stomp roar. Miki goes to check up on Baby, and sees that Boss Island is completely gone. Godzilla goes and attacks Hong Kong, now in his burning state. The G-Force notices a college thesis about Godzilla and reach out to the author, Yamane Kenkichi, the son of Shin Kichi and grandson of Dr. Yamane. Ken's sister Yukari interviews Dr. Ijuin Kensaku, who discovered micro-oxygen. Emiko asks Yukari to visit her, and expresses her concern about micro-oxygen being too similar to the oxygen destroyer. She begs Yukari to stop Ijuin, but he refuses when she tries. The G-Force finds out that Godzilla's nuclear fission is out of control, and if he melts down, he will destroy the world. Dr. Ijuin takes samples from the site where the original Godzilla died, and they start detecting signs of life. Meanwhile, Ken proposes making a new oxygen destroyer to stop Godzilla before he explodes. After fish get dissolved in their tank, they discover that a small Precambrian crab that mutated from the oxygen destroyer broke out of one of the flasks. Miki's been trying to find Baby after Boss Island, with no luck. Half-eaten whales keep washing ashore, so they theorize that Baby might have changed after Godzilla blew the island up. Several Destoroyahs overrun a building, kill some soldiers, and one escapes to try and kill Yukari. Godzilla heads for a power plant, so Kuroki Sho returns to use the Super X3 to freeze him in his tracks. Psychic and paleontologist Ozawa Meru joins the G-Force alongside Miki, who confesses that her powers are fading. Baby reappears, the radiation making him more like Godzilla. I'll be calling him Godzilla Jr. from now on. Once Godzilla unfreezes, he begins following Jr., and they learn that if he melts down, he's gonna burn down to the Earth's core. They deploy cryo-macer cannons against the Destoroyahs, and they join together to become a bigger monster. The UNGCC decides to pit Godzilla and Destoroyah against each other in hopes that they'll both die, so Miki and Meru have to use Jr. as a lure. Jr. somehow manages to defeat Destoroyah and meets up with Godzilla, but they're interrupted when a fully formed Destoroyah emerges. He grabs Jr., drops him on a building, and shoots him with a micro-oxygen ray. Godzilla beats him up until he splits into several smaller Destoroyahs, and once he dislodges them, he tries to give Jr. CPR. Despite his efforts, Jr. dies. When he dies, Jr.'s eyes glow red, which might just be the CPR, but it also might be his eyes glowing in fear, which breaks my heart. Destoroyah starts attacking again, but gets his ass handed to him as Godzilla starts to melt. He tries to fly away, but the cryo-macers shoot him down. As Godzilla melts down, the macer cannons in the Super X3 shoot him to limit the damage. Godzilla dies, but before they can mourn for too long, they notice that the radiation levels have started to drop, and Jr. roars. As the credits roll, they show clips of 1954 and the Heisei movies. Real quick, the dub calls Destoroyah a destroyer, and they cut out the end credits, which made me real sad. Once again, not that bad, even if the credits thing pissed me off. I was hoping that this movie would be good, since all the Heisei movies have been, and I think that it definitely delivers. Destoroyah was intimidating, Junior's death made me cry, and Godzilla's death was so well done. My only complaint would be that I think Destoroyah's death was lame. Like, he just gets hit with a freeze beam and explodes. I don't know a way they could have killed Destoroyah that would feel more satisfying, though. Also, when I was watching this one, I watched it with my sister, and she told me, I thought I'd like Destoroyah, but then he killed a baby in front of me. This is going in A, right below Mechagodzilla II. I just like that one a bit more. So now that we're done with the Heisei movies, what's next?
A bug, I tell you! A bug!
So, in 1996, Toho released the first of the Rebirth of Mothra trilogy, and obviously, since it's about Mothra, we have to review it. Mothra lays her egg, if you can call this laying, and a man who works at a logging company named Goto Yuichi takes the seal of Elias. His kids Taiki and Wakaba fight each other while his wife Makiko yells at him over the phone for working too much. What a big happy family we got here. The Elias sisters Mole and Laura notice the seal is missing and fly after it on Fairy Mothra. Yuichi manages to make it home that night and makes the seal into a necklace to give to Wakaba. That night, Mole and Laura's sister Belvera mind controls Wakaba and uses her to throw Taiki around. She sets a dog on him and flies away on her mechanical dragon, Garu Garu. Mole and Laura save him and get into a poorly animated dogfight, while Taiki saves his mom and sister. After Belvera flies off with the seal, the sisters explain that it was trapping a space monster named Ghidorah that was sucking the life out of the planet. The family flies to Hokkaido, and Belvera controls Yuichi to free Ghidorah. Makiko rescues Yuichi, and the kids run as Ghidorah explodes out. Despite Laura protesting that she's too old, the sisters call for Mothra. She tries fighting Ghidorah, but he's too strong for her, and the egg hatches to try and help her out. Belvera tries to steal the seal again from Taiki and Wakaba, but she gets slapped by Mothra, and the kids use it to heal her. The larva tries to fight Ghidorah, but it's no match, and Mothra intervenes by breaking a dam. The family reunites, and Mothra flies away with the larva over the ocean. She doesn't have much strength left, so she ends up drowning. At the hospital, they hear the news that Destoroyah has taken to the skies to cause more havoc. Meanwhile, the larva cocoons itself and emerges as Mothra Leo. He immediately defeats Destoroyah, and Taiki throws the seal to trap him again. Belvera warns her sisters about trusting humans, and the kids ride Leo as he restores nature. All I have to say about the dub is that they've renamed Mol to Mona, and Garu Garu to Gagaru. It's pretty good otherwise. I was very curious about these movies, since I don't hear anyone talk about them, but I enjoyed this one. Destoroyah is a cool villain, even if his elephant noises made me laugh. I thought the Mothras were on point, and I desperately want my own fairy. The music was great. It had a sort of Ghibli feel to me. The special effects, however, aren't very good. I mean, the suitmation is as good as always, but the CGI, it just looks goofy. And I'm someone who usually doesn't notice bad CGI. I'd say this is a very good kids movie. Maybe something you wouldn't enjoy if you're older, but not too bad. I'm gonna put this in B, right between King of the Monsters and Terror of Mechagodzilla. Now we have...
Go, go, go! Heat, heat, heat!
In 1997, Rebirth of Mothra got itself a sequel. Let's see how it compares to the first one. Close to Okinawa, some fishermen get attacked by these starfish-looking creatures called barams. Toguchi Kohei and Miyagi Yoji try to prank Uranai Shiori with a caterpillar, but she swats it away into Kohei's mouth, and he spits it into their teacher's shirt, which earns the boys detention. While at sea, Otani Mikio and Nagase Junichi encounter a furry creature called Gogo. When they toss it off the boat, it spits out gold, so now they want to get it back. Mole and Laura worry about the Baram polluting the ocean, while Shiori befriends Gogo. Kohei and Yoji go after her for getting them in trouble, but they get distracted by Gogo, which Belvera tries to steal before Mole and Laura fight her off. Yoji skins his knee when they try to run away, and Gogo pees on the wound to heal it. Otani and Nagase try to capture Belvera, but she kicks their asses and recruits them. Mole and Laura tell the kids about the ancient civilization, Nilai Kanai, and that Gogo is the guardian of its treasure. They created a monster called Dogora that is now polluting the ocean with Baram. Hoping to find a way to stop Dogora, the kids set sail to find an underwater pyramid, which Gogo gets to rise up. Dogora shows up to try and attack the pyramid, but he gets blasted by the security system. The sisters send the kids off to find the treasure, while they summon Mothra Leo. While exploring, Otani and Nagase kidnap Shiori. Dogora starts rampaging through a city, and Mothra Leo engages in battle. The boys try to get Shiori back, and Kohei nearly falls down this elevator shaft, but there's invisible flooring that lets them meet back up with Shiori. Dogora creates a water spout that covers Leo and Baram, and he nearly drowns, just like his mother. The fishermen threaten the kids, which makes Mole and Laura beat them up until they apologize, but they immediately betray them again. Otani and Nagase try to steal these golden eggs, and get shot by the hologram of Nilai Kanai Princess, Yuna. As Dogora attacks the pyramid, Princess Yuna tells them that Gogo was the Nilai Kanai treasure. They start running out. Otani gets launched and has to be healed with Gogo's pee, and Belvera helps them escape. Gogo powers up Leo, turning him into Rainbow Mothra, and he parts the sea so that the humans can escape. Leo transforms into Aqua Mothra, and he sends tiny Mothras to explode Dogora's insides. He gets dropped onto the pyramid, destroying both him and Nilai Kanai. Shiori looks into her hands and sees that Gogo left her a pearl. Real quick about the dub, while Maul isn't called Mona anymore, Gogo is called Gorgo, and Dogora is called Dogorla. Again, it's a pretty good dub. So while I didn't like this one as much as the first Rebirth of Mothra, I still like it. It's obviously made for a younger audience, especially with the potty humor. I could have gone without the healing pee, but it didn't offend me or anything. I like Dogora. He's like a mix between a dragon and a tank. It's cool. I also enjoyed watching Belvera get a character arc between movies. It's an okay movie, so I'm putting this in C. Above Hedorah, but below the American version of King Kong vs. Godzilla. This movie may have Mothra, but it doesn't have Mr. Taco. Next up is...
We're going back in time to the first Thanksgiving to get turkeys off the menu.
The finale of the Rebirth of Mothra trilogy was released in 1998, and it brings the real King Ghidorah back as the main villain. Let's see how this trilogy wrapped up. Belvera breaks into a locked chest and takes out 3 triangular jewels. When Mole and Laura confront her, she tells them she's looking for the Elias Triangle. Before she can fly off, Fairy tackles Garu Garu, and Belvera drops 2 of the jewels. One that says wisdom and one that says courage, the latter fitting into Mole's sword. Sonoda Shota and his family see a meteorite fall near Aokigahara, and he goes to investigate the next day. Fairy scans the meteorite and says that the thing that killed the dinosaurs has returned. King Ghidorah flies around and abducts children, so the sisters call for Mothra. Shoto goes through tunnels and emerges to see all the kids trapped in an egg-like dome. Leo tries to fight Ghidorah, but he's unable to hit him and gets stomped. Ghidorah gives Laura a haircut, which turns her evil obviously, and she attacks Mole. Fairy saves Mole, but Laura falls into the dome. Ghidorah collects more children, including Shota's siblings, and tentacles shoot out of the dome to drag Belvera in. They also try to get Shota, but Mole and Fairy rescue him. Shota's parents see the dome on the news, and realize they can use Shota's tunnels to get there. Speaking of which, Shota and Mole go through the tunnels, and meet with Leo face to face. Laura attacks Belvera and steals her jewel, which says love. Leo tells Mole that the only way to defeat Ghidorah is to go back in time and defeat him while he's young, but because Laura isn't here, he won't be able to return. She doesn't want to, but she has no choice. So Mole sends Leo back in time, gives Shota her sword, and turns into Crystal. Shota goes into the dome to find Laura, and it immediately starts filling up with acid. While Leo beats up Ghidorah from the past, Shota breaks Laura's mind control by telling her that her sister sacrificed herself. Mole and Laura's swords merge together, so Belvera uses the wisdom jewel on her sword, and it merges with the others, realizing that their teamwork was the Elias Triangle. Laura sings to power up Leo, and he tosses prehistoric Ghidorah into a volcano, making Ghidorah and the dome disappear in the present. Ancient Mothra larvae encase an injured Leo in silk, which made me very emotional. Belvera realizes that history didn't change, and Ghidorah regenerates, kidnapping the kids again. Belvera and Laura try to fight Ghidorah off, and an armored Mothra Leo bursts out of his cocoon. He beats Ghidorah easily, flying through him and making him explode. Leo sheds his armor, becoming Eternal Mothra, and he uses the Elias Triangle to revive Mole. The movie ends with all the children reuniting with their parents. Man, I like this way better than Rebirth 2. First, all the creature designs were on point. Ghidorah just improves every movie he's in, and this design is one of his best. I do like Rainbow Mothra Leo a lot, but Eternal Mothra Leo is so good. This is one of my favorite Mothra designs of all time, maybe second only to Heisei Mothra. And this is my favorite fairy design. The pink looks great. I was very happy to see Belvera fight for good, and her sisters were good as well, but the human characters weren't too strong. The plot was also a bit convoluted, with the time travel and the egg dome tentacles. I initially put this at the bottom of B, but I think I liked this more than I thought, so I'm bumping it up and putting this right below the first one. Now we have to talk about the dub. So, the dub for Rebirth 3 aired on TV starting in 2003, but the only way to watch this legitimately nowadays is to get the whole trilogy on Blu-ray. The Blu-ray that is now out of print and resells for $100 to $200. And obviously I found this dub legitimately, and didn't find it on a random Polish website that no longer exists after searching for months. But really, it's a shame that this dub is so hard to find. Whenever anyone asks where to find it, they just get told to watch the subbed version. I think that this version deserves to be preserved, even if people don't like it. Okay, now let's get into the meat of the dub. So, in the first Rebirth of Mothra, the dub refers to Leo with she/her, but the second one has he/him pronouns. It's agreed that Mothra Leo is a guy, but this dub also says she/her, which can only mean one thing. Diversity win! The moth is gender fluid! Shota's sister is named Tomoko, but in the dub it's pronounced like Tomako. Okay, I need to discuss the most bizarre line change I've ever seen. Shota avoids getting abducted by Ghidorah because he skips school and goes to the meteorite. His parents were concerned about him not going to school recently, and his siblings defend him by saying, how can he be true to himself if he's forced to do something he hates? Later, when his parents are going to the tunnels, his mom laments that Shota didn't tell her why he came here, and his dad responds, maybe it brings out his true self. In the dub, however, the mom complains that he ignores everything she says, and the dad responds,
I told you should have used the belt on it more often.
What? What? I can't tell you how hard I reeled when I heard that. They changed this typical kids movie line about being true to yourself to,
I told you should have used the belt on it more often.
God, it's just so baffling. They also changed Mole telling Shota that his heart can reach where his hands can't and overcome any barrier, to his mind can reach. I don't know what this dub's problem is with nice, wholesome messaging. The actual voices are fine, but despite how hard I searched for this dub, I didn't really like it. Now that we've talked about the Heisei era and the Rebirth of Mothra trilogy, we get to talk about
Godzilla!
Kill my grandma, okay?
In 1998, TriStar released the first American Godzilla. First original movie, anyway. It's widely regarded as the worst Godzilla movie, but let's see if it's actually that bad. The French government carries out nuclear tests that affect some iguana eggs, and decades later, a ship is attacked by Godzilla. A member of the French Secret Service named Philippe Roche goes to talk to the only survivor, and he can only say Gojira. Dr. Nico Totopoulos, Nick for short, gets pulled away from his research on worms to give his opinion on a giant footprint, where he meets paleontologist Elsie Chapman. Audrey Timmons, an assistant at a news station, wants to advance her career, but her boss, Charles Kamen, is a sexist dickhead. On the way to investigate some shipwrecks, Elsie theorizes that the creature is a dinosaur, to which Nick disagrees, saying it could be a mutated creature from the French nuclear tests. Back in New York, Audrey's friends, Lucy and Victor Animal Pelotti, are telling her she's too nice and needs to be more ruthless. Then Audrey sees Nick on the TV and she reminisces about when they were dating. Godzilla surfaces and begins walking through the city. Animal goes after him to get footage, and Lucy calls him the R-slur. Godzilla disappears, Philippe bugs the mayor, and Audrey steals Kamen's keycard. Nick suggests luring the monster out with fish, which ends up working and they meet face to face. This scene is so cute, look at him! The army fires at Godzilla and he gets away easily. Nick meets up with Audrey and tests some of Godzilla's blood, discovering that he's pregnant. Godzilla, that is, not Nick. While in Nick's tent, Audrey steals a tape of the Godzilla survivor and pre-records a news report. Her report ends up being poached by Kamen, who calls the monster Godzilla instead of Gojira. Nick tells the army to find Godzilla's nest before it's too late, but they see the news report and fire him for letting confidential information leak to the press. Nick rightfully chews Audrey out and gets kidnapped by Philippe to help the French find the nest. Animal follows them and hears that they're gonna look for the nest in the subway, so he grabs Audrey so she can make it up to Nick by proving him right. The military goes after Godzilla, and after a torpedo appears to hit him, they assume he's dead. Nick and the French Secret Service discover the nest, full of hundreds of eggs, in Madison Square Garden. Before they can set off some bombs, the eggs hatch. The babies start to eat the fish their papa left them, but the humans smell like fish, so they begin to chase them. Audrey and Animal run into Philippe and Nick, and they use the broadcast room to get the military's help. They manage to escape right as the army blows up Madison Square Garden with the babies inside. Godzilla resurfaces to see his sad, dead babies, and he turns his anger on the humans. They drive away in a taxi and almost get eaten, but they lead Godzilla onto the Brooklyn Bridge, where he gets caught in the wires. The military shoots him with special heavy-duty missiles, which slowly kill him. Audrey quits her job, Philippe steals Animal's recording of the incident, and as the city celebrates, Godzilla's last egg hatches. Ever since this movie came out, it's been regarded as a bad movie. It's considered the worst Godzilla movie. The Godzilla from this movie is so hated that he's referred to by different names. So what did I think of this movie? Guys, it's really not that bad. Actually, I love this movie. It's at this point I'd like to remind you that this is all based on my personal enjoyment, and I'm not a serious critic. My opinions hold no weight, and this is not that serious. Please don't hurt my family. Okay? Okay. Admittedly, it might just be the nostalgia talking, since I did watch this movie a ton growing up, but I don't care. I enjoyed this movie so much. I liked Nick, very relatable autistic man. Replace worms with snakes and he's just like me for real. Philippe is the best character by far, and I will not listen to anyone who says otherwise. I didn't like the whole betrayal plot with Audrey, which is my biggest criticism of the whole thing. Misunderstanding plots are my biggest pet peeves in any media, and I felt really bad for Nick. I also didn't like how they used the R-slur, which personally makes me very uncomfortable. This Godzilla, while unconventional, is a good Godzilla. I know that this design is constantly ragged on, but I adore it. While this Godzilla does lack a certain vibe that all the other Godzillas give off, I can't say that he doesn't earn the title. He just has his points in stealth rather than being a tank. I will admit, Godzilla is supposed to be more resilient. He's a force of nature that can't be easily gotten rid of. But also, this Godzilla was killed by special heavy-duty missiles, and not regular missiles like people seem to think. Still, the death did feel a little standard for monster movies in general, and not standard for Godzilla movies, but it made me cry. I like this Godzilla, though I will say that if he'd been given a more Godzilla-feeling design, I wouldn't have complained. Hell, I think that if this Godzilla looked more standard Godzilla, people would have been way less harsh. I still love it though, and I will defend him till the day I die. The babies are also very cute. A criticism I've seen people talk about is that this doesn't feel like a Godzilla movie, and I disagree. It shares so many elements with other Godzilla movies. There's a shady nuclear test, it affects the wildlife, Godzilla attacks a boat, scientists speculate about his origins and how to stop him. He terrorizes the city, he gets stopped. There's even romance and a baby Godzilla. Although, there's a lot more babies in this one. This plot gets criticized a lot for being too similar to Jurassic Park, which I can't really comment on because it's been a long time since I've seen Jurassic Park. But this also isn't the only time scenes in a Godzilla movie were reminiscent of something else. In Destoroyah, during the scene where the JSDF members get killed by the small Destoroyahs, my sister pointed out that it was very, very similar to Aliens. And according to this interview, that was deliberate, so not even the baby Godzillas feel out of place. Maybe it just doesn't give off the same feeling to other people, but I have no such weaknesses. And yeah, it sucks that the director disliked Godzilla, but his opinions don't matter to me. I still liked the movie regardless. And for anyone who thinks that this CGI is egregious, may I remind you what Toho was doing that same year? Is Godzilla 1998 a good movie? I mean, it is to me, but objectively, it's just an okay monster movie. It's not the worst movie ever made, and I don't think it's even the worst Godzilla movie. We'll get to that one. But it makes me happy. Everyone has their guilty pleasure movie, and this is mine. I don't think it deserves all the vitriol it's gotten for nearly 30 years. Hell, the only people I know who like this movie as much as I do are my sister, who also grew up with it, and my dad, who's been a Godzilla fan since the 70s. I'm putting this at the bottom of B and S simultaneously. That's right, it's an okay B movie and a fantastic movie when I'm in the mood. Fuck you. Let all the Godzilla 98 fans rise up. But yeah, B for serious, S semi-ironically. And hey, I did say that S means it deserves its own tier, so even if you hate it, that still rings true. Now that that's out of the way, we can start up the Millennium Era with
Godzilla 2000.
After the poor reception to Godzilla 1998, Toho returned to the franchise with Godzilla 2000 Millennium the next year. So even if you don't like 98, at least it gave us more Godzilla. And this era has some of the most loved movies in the franchise. So let's take a look and see how the Millennium Era started. In order to track Godzilla's movements, Shinoda Yuji created the Godzilla Prediction Network with his daughter Io. After Godzilla emerges, they take the reporter Ichinose Yuki with them so she can get pictures. They end up meeting with Godzilla face to face, and Yuki accidentally pisses him off with her camera flash, which causes him to give chase and rampage through Nemuro. Miyasaka Shiro discovers a weird meteorite in the ocean, and the head of Crisis Control, Katagiri Mitsuo, orders them to bring it up. While trying to pull it up, it floats to the surface on its own. When Godzilla heads towards a power plant, Katagiri and Shinoda argue about killing Godzilla, with Shinoda saying that he should be studied. The JSDF bombard Godzilla, and the meteorite flies to him to attack. Miyasaka theorizes that the meteorite is some kind of UFO, and they tie it down with cables. Since Shinoda wants to analyze Godzilla's cells, he starts working with Crisis Control. Shinoda and Miyasaka discover a substance that Godzilla produces to heal himself, which they name Organizer G1. The UFO breaks its restraints and lands on the building Yuki works at. They plan to detonate the building to destroy the UFO, and Yuki runs in to find out what the aliens want. Shinoda and Io run in to save her, and he volunteers to take her place. Katagiri refuses to stop the detonation for Shinoda, but the explosion doesn't harm the UFO and Shinoda escapes. He meets up with the others to tell them that the aliens want to change the atmosphere, take over the world, and use Organizer G1 to propagate. Godzilla attacks the UFO, and it absorbs his DNA. The Millennium emerges, but Godzilla's DNA corrupts it, transforming into Orga. It tries to absorb Godzilla again, and he blasts a hole through its head. Godzilla approaches the humans, and everyone flees, except for Katagiri. Instead, he lights a cigarette, which makes Godzilla, known enemy of the nicotine industry, kill him. I liked this movie a lot, which was a big relief to me. My siblings used to watch this movie over and over and over again, and it made me sick of Godzilla for a few years. But I thought it was really good. Orga's very cool and I've always liked him, even if he's a bitch to fight and save the Earth. The Millennium design is very fitting for an alien, and I love it. I also really dig Godzilla's design here. He looks so sharp. I'm gonna put this in A, above Dogora and below Mothra. As for the dub, they excise Millennium from the title, so it's just Godzilla 2000, which is fitting since the dub actually released in 2000. Originally, Toho made an international dub, but it was apparently so bad that it was rejected and redone. This international version has never resurfaced. The biggest change in this version is that several scenes were cut down to be more succinct, which is kinda nice. There are also some very funny line changes. Io says, "I don't hear the carrots being chopped," even though those are clearly not carrots. A soldier discusses the powerful Godzilla missile with,
"I guarantee it'll go through Godzilla like crap through a goose."
A soldier says that the UFO is just too crazy to believe. Miyazaki responds with, "Right, like Godzilla's normal," which is what I'm saying like. The UFO makes some spaceship noises when it flies, and they call Organizer G1 Regenerator G1, even though it's what Orga was named after. Despite all these changes, this dub is actually pretty damn good. Next up is...
Megaguirus.
Godzilla vs. Megaguirus released in 2000. Reintroducing the Meganulon from Rodan's solo movie, and introducing their queen, Megaguirus. Megaguirus always intrigued me, especially since I always mixed her up with Batra, so I was pretty excited to see how she debuted. After Godzilla's attack in 1954, Japan moved the capital to Osaka and started rebuilding. 12 years later, Godzilla attacks a nuclear plant, causing a ban on nuclear energy and a switch to plasma-based energy. In 1996, Godzilla attacks Osaka again, killing Tsujimori Kiriko's commander right in front of her. Years later, Tsujimori works in the JSDF Godzilla division, also known as the G-Graspers. They enlist the help of Kudo Hajime and Dr. Yoshizawa Yoshino to make a device that can shoot black holes at Godzilla, called the Dimension Tide. Hayasaka Jun witnesses the Dimension Tide test run, so Tsujimori tells him to keep it a secret, and he questions why a woman wants to fight Godzilla. Jun sees something fly past his window that night and discovers an egg, which he dumps into the sewers the next morning. Kudo tells Tsujimori that working out is useless because he's developing a black hole gun, and he gives her a tracking bullet so he can come rescue her if she's in danger, the scientist says to the trained soldier. Then he sees a dog tag and gets pissy, thinking she has a boyfriend, until another guy tells him that it belonged to the dead commander. A freshly hatched Meganulon hunts down and eats some people before metamorphosing into a Meganula. It flies past Jun's window, so he alerts Tsujimori. While investigating activity from Godzilla, Tsujimori collects a sample from a Meganula corpse. When Godzilla shows up, she climbs him and shoots him with the tracking bullet. What a badass! They send a submersible to track Godzilla, and theorize that the Meganula must have come to the modern day through the black hole. Meanwhile, Shibuya has been completely flooded, with millions of eggs everywhere. Godzilla surfaces on an island, so they try to shoot him with the Dimension Tide, but he gets swarmed with Meganula drinking his energy, and the black hole misses. The Meganula transfers the energy to their queen, Megaguirus, who flaps her wings and destroys the surrounding buildings, which injures Kudo. Godzilla shows up to fight her, and since Megaguirus moves fast, they use this slow-mo effect that makes my head hurt. They try to calibrate the Dimension Tide, but Megaguirus' wings disturb it. Godzilla tries to use his atomic breath, but Megaguirus stabs him in the crotch and absorbs his energy. He cuts off one of her claws with his dorsal plates and body slams her. Kudo tries to get the Dimension Tide back online remotely with his custom software, which he dresses up in a nurse outfit and names Kiriko. Now that's just creepy. Godzilla bites Megaguirus' stinger off and sets her on fire, before going after the Science Institute, where there was a secret plasma lab. The Dimension Tide falls out of orbit, so they fire it at point-blank range. Despite seemingly getting rid of him, after the credits, Jun sees Godzilla. The only notes I have for the dub is that they call Tsujimori Tujimori, and Megaguirus Megaguirus. It's alright. So I did like this movie, but I do have my criticisms. I enjoyed the monsters, Megaguirus is cool, and I like the tense slasher movie vibes when the Meganulon kills people. Godzilla's design is still nice, though I slightly prefer 2000's design. As for my problems, I really don't like Kudo. He's just a massive creep. He's condescending about Tsujimori's skills, he gets mad when he thinks she has a boyfriend, he named a program after her and dressed her in a nurse outfit. If a guy did this to me, I'd be terrified. I don't know how much the fandom likes him, and maybe I just feel this way because I'm also a woman, but I can't stand this guy. Tsujimori isn't perfect. She rushes the use of the Dimension Tide and then blames the scientists, but she's also cool enough to climb Godzilla. She deserves better. I'd put this in B, above Rodan and below Megalon. Now let's go over
You or any of your family ever seen a spook, specter, or ghost?
If the answer is yes, then don't wait another minute. Pick up your phone and call the professionals.
In 2001, they released Godzilla, Mothra, and King Ghidorah, Giant Monsters All-Out Attack. What a mouthful of a name, and they didn't even mention Baragon. The title is usually shortened to GMK, so that's what I'll use moving forward. GMK is widely beloved, so let's see if it's as good as people say it is. Tachibana Taizo briefs JSDF soldiers about how Godzilla was defeated in 1954, but then a monster resembling Godzilla attacked the US, and more sightings have been reported since. A recovery team is sent to investigate a submarine wreckage, and they see Godzilla alive and well. Tachibana's daughter Yuri is filming a fake documentary about monsters, and she sees a man in the woods that disappears when she looks away. A biker gang destroys a shrine, so Baragon causes an earthquake. Yuri wants to investigate the earthquake since the epicenter was moving, but she's rejected, and Takeda Mitsuaki hands her a book about the guardian monsters. A group of teenagers destroy a shrine and try to drown a dog, so Mothra rightfully kills them. Yuri visits the man she saw in the woods, Isayama Hirotoshi, in jail, and he tells her to wake up Ghidorah. They visit a shrine and find a stone that Yuri thinks Isayama put there. She then reviews the footage she took of Isayama, where he says that Godzilla's made of the restless souls of the people who died in World War II, and he can only be defeated by the guardian monsters. Meanwhile, a man tries to hang himself and stumbles upon Ghidorah's frozen body. Taizo refuses to take Yuri seriously about the guardian monsters, and he talks about how his parents were killed by Godzilla. Baragon resurfaces, releasing Isayama in the process, and Godzilla comes ashore. Baragon tries to fight him and dies pretty quickly. Mothra and Ghidorah awaken, and Yuri starts live-streaming Godzilla. Taizo learns that the government kept Serizawa's sacrifice a secret, and took the credit for defeating Godzilla. Mothra and Ghidorah start fighting Godzilla, with Mothra flying past a Shobijin reference, and Yuri gets detained. Godzilla destroys Mothra, and her dust powers up Ghidorah, so he shoots Godzilla into the bay. Taizo goes after him in a submersible and orders Yuri to be released. She meets back up with Takeda and they start streaming again, but Godzilla beams the bridge they're on and they both fall into the water. Taizo accidentally shoots Ghidorah instead of Godzilla, and the stone from the shrine revives him. Godzilla harnesses Ghidorah's lightning and uses it to kill him for good. Godzilla swallows Taizo's submersible, and he fires a missile from the inside. Godzilla tries to use his atomic breath, but it goes through the missile hole and he explodes. Taizo resurfaces, they learn that Isayama was dead the whole time, and Godzilla's heart beats at the bottom of the ocean. For the dub, the only thing I want to talk about is that Taizo acts like shooting Ghidorah was on purpose for some reason. It's good. While I really liked how scary this Godzilla was, I think he felt a little too overpowered. Like, he dispatches 3 monsters that were supposed to stop him, and he only gets defeated because Taizo gives him the rope to hang himself. He feels so overpowered that it makes his defeat feel unsatisfying, you know? And yes, I know he doesn't actually die, but still. I don't think the guardian monsters even weakened him, so what was the point of them at all? I mean, I'm glad they're there. I'll always love Ghidorah and Mothra, and it's great seeing Baragon again, but they could have done more. Ghidorah and Mothra were originally going to be Varan and Anguirus, before they were replaced with more popular characters. I would have loved seeing these two, so it's kinda sad they got shafted. This is why Mothra feels more morally gray, and Ghidorah is fighting for humanity. I've seen people complain about Ghidorah's portrayal, but I really like that he got to be morally good for once. He'll always oppose Godzilla, a true hater. Despite my complaints, I still really enjoyed it. I'm putting this in B, between Godzilla vs. Mothra and Spacegodzilla. Ooh, I'm excited for this next one. Let's talk about...
Mechagodzilla III!
Godzilla against Mechagodzilla was released in 2002, and is the first of 2 Mechagodzilla movies this era. Before we get into the recap, while this Mechagodzilla is called Kiryu in the movies, he's called Mechagodzilla III in Save the Earth, so that's what I've always called him. The last time I called this guy Mechagodzilla III, I got several comments trying to correct me in a condescending manner, so out of spite, I will be saying Mechagodzilla III instead of Kiryu. And if that enrages you, maybe consider therapy. When Godzilla emerges during a typhoon, Yashiro Akane crashes her macer cannon into a car, and Godzilla crushes the people inside. The Prime Minister discusses plans and reminisces about Serizawa killing the original Godzilla, as well as the JSDF using the Rolisican heat rays from the original Mothra to develop macer cannons. which they first used to fight Ghidorah. Akane is demoted, and Professor Yuhara Tokumitsu is asked to build a mech using the skeleton of the original Godzilla. He initially refuses until they agree that his daughter, Sara, can come with him. After Igarashi Hayato becomes Prime Minister, Akane is allowed onto the Mechagodzilla team, where Hayama Suzumu bullies her because she caused his brother's death. Akane gets to pilot Mechagodzilla from the White Heron plane, and Yuhara offers to take her out for dinner, whether Mechagodzilla wins or not. After showing off Mechagodzilla's absolute zero cannon, Godzilla reappears. While battling, Godzilla roars, and this awakens the first Godzilla's consciousness. He gets away as Mechagodzilla starts rampaging, and he shoots down Hayama's White Heron. Akane saves him, but he's still a jerk about it later. They're unable to stop Mechagodzilla, so they just have to wait until his power runs out. Sara tells Akane that Mechagodzilla is alive and no life is worthless. And later, Yuhara tells her that Sara's mother and sibling died in childbirth. Godzilla surfaces again, and damages Mechagodzilla's controls before it can use its zero cannon. Akane hops in to pilot Mechagodzilla manually, and speaks directly to him. Godzilla knocks them down again, but Akane remembers her friends and they get back up. Hayama launches himself into Godzilla's mouth to give Akane the opportunity to hit him with the zero cannon, but she launches herself at them, saving Hayama again before flying Godzilla to the sea. She uses the zero cannon underwater, which damages Mechagodzilla and chases Godzilla away. Japan celebrates its temporary victory, and Yuhara secures that date with Akane. As for the dub, they keep calling Mechagodzilla Kiyu instead of Kiryu. They say Mothra was destroyed while showing her alive and well, and they call Ghidorah Bigfoot Ghidorah. It's alright. This movie is fantastic. Mechagodzilla III is incredibly cool, and I can understand why he's usually people's favorite mecha. Not that I can say that, I still like Mechagodzilla II more. I also enjoyed the characters, especially Akane. She's reserved and a badass at the same time. I'm putting this in A, above Biollante and below Destoroyah. Up next is...
Return the slab, or suffer my curse.
The next year, Godzilla Tokyo S.O.S. was released, which is a direct sequel to Godzilla against Mechagodzilla. And as the Japanese title suggests, Mothra is also a major player in this movie. Now let's see if it's as good as its predecessor. Mothra flies around and scares some JSDF pilots. The Shobijin visit Chujo Shinichi, who you may remember from Mothra 1961, as well as his nephew Yoshido and grandson Shun. They tell them that Godzilla's bones should be returned to the sea, or else Mothra will declare war on humanity. The previous Mechagodzilla pilots are sent to the US, and Akane tells Yoshito that Mechagodzilla doesn't want to fight Godzilla. Chujo tries to warn the Prime Minister about the Shobijin's warning, but Igarashi refuses to scrap Mechagodzilla. A dead Kamebas washes ashore, having been killed by Godzilla to give me a reason to watch Space Amoeba. Yoshito is questioned about the Shobijin, but he lies so that Mechagodzilla won't be scrapped. Godzilla resurfaces, and they replace Mechagodzilla's zero cannon with a Hyper Macer. Shun recreates Mothra's symbol with school desks, and when she shows up, she attacks Godzilla with her scales, meaning she's close to death. Igarashi orders Mechagodzilla to defend Mothra. On Infant Island, Mothra's egg hatches into twin larvae, which is the first time this has happened since 1964. Yoshito rescues Shun and Chujo while Mechagodzilla gets his ass beat. The Mothra larvae arrive to help, and Godzilla tries to kill them, but Mothra jumps in the way and dies. The White Heron distracts Godzilla, while Yoshito rides a motorcycle through the subway to fix Mechagodzilla. He crawls inside and manages to get him back online, but Yoshito gets trapped inside when the hatch gets stuck. He lies and says he escaped so that Mechagodzilla can be deployed. Yoshito gets knocked out, sees Mechagodzilla's memories, and finally understands him. The larvae web up Godzilla, and Mechagodzilla takes over to fly the two of them to the Japanese trench. Once they all realize that Yoshito is still inside, Mechagodzilla opens the hatch for him to escape, and displays Sayonara Yoshito on his screen, which makes me sob every time I see it. Both Godzillas sink to the bottom of the sea, and in the post-credits scene, a lab has collected a bunch of different kaiju DNA. In the dub, they call Mechagodzilla Mechaji instead of Kiryu, and they pronounce Shun's name like Shun. It was a pretty good dub. Looks like we have another Mechagodzilla banger. He was just as cool as he was last time, and that ending makes me so emotional. Mothra was also delightful, and it's great to see all the references to her first two movies, like how Tokyo Tower breaks in a similar way to the first Mothra movie. I am sad that Akane got sidelined though. I didn't connect with Yoshito as much, but I will admit that riding a motorcycle through the subway is cool as hell. I didn't really care about his relationship stuff much. He has a rival and a love interest, but I was able to get through the whole summary without mentioning them once, which goes to show how relevant they are. I'll put this in A, right below Godzilla against Mechagodzilla, since I like that one slightly more. Now let's talk about...
What if I want them to give me? What if I want them to kill me? What if I want them to try?
Godzilla Final Wars was released in 2004 and was the last movie in the Millennium Era. It also released the same year I was born, so I've always had a soft spot for it. The movie starts with the Gotengo burying Godzilla with ice in Antarctica. Then it explains that giant monsters started appearing, so the Earth Defense Force was established to combat them. A race of mutants showed up too, and they were recruited into the EDF's M organization. Back with the Gotengo, Captain Gordon kills Manda, and gets in trouble with Commander Namikawa Reiko. The mutants Ozaki Shinichi and Kazuma Katsunori spar, and Kazuma calls Ozaki soft for not being a mindless killing machine. Gordon gets detained for hitting his superior, and Ozaki escorts biologist Otonashi Miyuki to look at a fossilized Gigan. She discovers that it has the M base in its DNA, which is also found in the mutant's DNA. Miyuki's sister Anna interviews Secretary General Daigo Naotaro, where he talks about his faith in humanity and his dog, Clint. While in the lab, the Shobijin warn Ozaki and Miyuki about Gigan. They give Ozaki a charm from Infant Island and tell him that he can follow his own path. Daigo's plane gets destroyed as Rodan attacks New York City. The Americans that get blown away by Rodan are so campy, by the way. Their hats make cartoon noises. I'm not kidding. Anguirus, Zilla, King Caesar, Kamacuras, Humunga, and Ebirah start attacking cities all over the world. Manila also shows up, and Taguchi Kenta has to keep his grandpa from shooting him. The M organization fights Ebirah, but all the monsters disappear when this UFO shows up. Daigo emerges and claims that the aliens saved his life. The aliens in question are the Zillions, who say that they're here to warn them about Gorath crashing into Earth. Ozaki doesn't trust them, and Anna shows him and Miyuki footage of Daigo, who doesn't blink once. When Daigo gets stabbed by a random guy, Miyuki analyzes his blood, and they see that he's a Zillion in disguise. Ozaki goes to warn Namikawa, but realizes that she's also not blinking. They analyze photos of Gorath and realize it doesn't exist, so Ozaki breaks Captain Gordon out of wherever they put him to get his help. Miyuki gets cornered by Namikawa and another Zillion, but Gordon and the mutants save her. Anna proves that Daigo is a fake on live TV with her dog. Gordon throws a Zillion body on stage, and he shoots the fake Daigo. The head Zillion gets shot by the controller, who is kinda hot. I'm sorry, he is! He can call me cattle anytime. He takes control of all the mutants, minus Ozaki, and turns them on the humans. They try to escape, and Ozaki gets into a motorcycle fight with Kazuma, while the Zillions wake up Gigan and release all the monsters. Ozaki saves Kazuma's life, and they have a yaoi moment. Since Godzilla doesn't have the M base, they take the Gotengo to wake him up and sick him on the Zillions. Godzilla immediately kills Gigan and starts going around fighting all the other monsters. Kazuma sacrifices himself to bring down the Zillion defenses, and the controller tells them that the Zillions need their mitochondria to survive. He summons Monster X to fight Godzilla while Mothra fights an upgraded Gigan, and then he tells Ozaki that he couldn't be controlled because he's a Kaiser, a 1 in a million super being. Miyuki saves Ozaki from mind control with the Infant Island charm, and the captured humans help fight the Zillions. Ozaki beats the controller with his newfound powers, and the UFO self-destructs. Monster X turns into Kaiser Ghidorah, which looks a lot like Destoroyah, and Ozaki powers up Godzilla enough to defeat him. Manila and Godzilla reunite and they walk into the sunrise. The credits show extra scenes, such as Hedorah rampaging, Mothra returning to Infant Island, Ozaki breaking Gordon out, a child playing with his monster toys like Biollante and Mogira, and Anna using the camera Gordon gave her before they left to wake up Godzilla. Most of my notes for the dub are about pronunciations, so let's go over that real quick. Anguirus is pronounced like Anguirus, Anguilus, and Anguinus. Zillions is pronounced like Xillions, and Manila gets called Milla. They also call Gorath a planet, even though it's a star. It's not bad. Anyway, I like this movie. It's nice to see so many monsters and references, like Gorath and Namikawa's name. I think this movie is awesome, but it's also a bit silly. I can understand if someone didn't like this movie for being too campy. However, if you like monster fights, this is the movie for you. I like the characters too, but Captain Gordon is a standout. I'm gonna put this at the top of B. Now let's move on to a new era with...
Did you miss me? Admit it, you missed me.
In 2014, nearly 10 years after Final Wars, Legendary Pictures would release the second American Godzilla. This was also the start of the Monsterverse, so let's see if it started on a high note. The movie begins with the Castle Bravo incident, but instead of being just a test, the military was targeting Godzilla. Doctors Sarazawa Ishiro and Vivian Graham are called to a collapsed Filipino mine by Monarch to investigate a Godzilla-like skeleton. There are 2 spores inside, one having already hatched. Meanwhile in Janjira, Joe and Sandra Brody are dealing with seismic activity at the nuclear power plant they work at. While Sandra is investigating, there's a breach and Joe has to seal her in to prevent nuclear fallout. 15 years later, their son Ford works as a bomb diffuser for the Navy, and after 14 months of work, he returns to his wife and son, Elle and Sam. His family time is interrupted when he gets a call that Joe was arrested for breaking into their old home in the containment zone. Ford flies to Japan to bail him out, and Joe tells him that he's been picking up signals that seem to be something talking with echolocation. He convinces Ford to break into the quarantine zone to get his research, and they realize that there's no radiation in the area. They get detained by Monarch and taken to the old nuclear plant, but things go awry when a monster hatches, sending a pulse that shuts down all the electronics. After the attack, Sarazawa asks to see Joe and Ford to find out what information they had, but Joe ends up dying on the way. The creature is named Muto, meaning massive unidentified terrestrial organism, and it takes flight. Sarazawa and Graham explain to Ford what happened during Castle Bravo, and that Monarch was formed to study these titans. Ford tells them about the echolocation his father was talking about, and they see that something was responding to the Muto's call. The Muto attacks a nuclear sub in Hawaii, and Godzilla shows up shortly after, prompting the Muto to fly away. As Godzilla gives chase, a female Muto emerges in Nevada. Sarazawa insists that the military shouldn't use nuclear weapons and let Godzilla handle things, but they don't listen. Ford promises Elle that he's gonna come for them, and he joins a mission transporting nuclear missiles to San Francisco. The Muto attacks the train, and Ford barely survives. Elle has to send Sam on an evacuation bus with her work friend, and while crossing the Golden Gate Bridge, the army attacks Godzilla until he breaks through. The male Muto steals a nuclear warhead to give to the female, and Ford joins a Halo drop team to disarm it. Then Sarazawa drops his iconic line.
The arrogance of man is thinking nature is in our control, and not the other way around. Let them fight.
Godzilla and the male Muto fight as the soldiers grab the warhead, and Ford sets the Muto nest on fire. Ford rows the warhead out on a boat, while Godzilla kills both of the Mutos before collapsing. A helicopter rescues Ford before the warhead goes off, he reunites with his family, and Godzilla gets to his feet and returns to the ocean. While this movie gets dunked on all the time, I've always had a soft spot for it. I saw it in theaters when it came out, and so far, it's the only Godzilla movie I've seen in theaters. First, I adore this Godzilla design. All the Monsterverse Godzilla designs are peak, really. And I remember being obsessed with the Mutos when I was a kid. There's just something about them that scratches an itch in my brain. The noises they make are so cool, and the sound design in this movie is so good. Big creatures making Doppler effect noises will always get me. One of the biggest criticisms is that the main characters are unremarkable, but I like them well enough. The other biggest criticism is that Godzilla doesn't get enough screen time, but I've never had a problem with this. This isn't even the lowest amount of screen time he's ever had. But regardless, every scene with Godzilla was great. There are problems with it, but I think this movie is a high B, so I'm putting it above Final Wars. Get ready, because now I can finally talk about...
Charmander looks funny.
It's evolving.
In 2016, Toho returned to the franchise with Shin Godzilla, the first Toho Godzilla in nearly 12 years. I won't be covering the other Shin movies or the black and white version, but I've been looking forward to covering this movie this whole time, so let's go! The movie starts with the classic Stomp Stomp Roar. The Coast Guard is investigating an abandoned yacht called the Glory Maru when a geyser of steam erupts and the nearby aqualine leaks with red fluid. The cabinet officials speculate about the cause, with Yaguchi Rondo saying it might be a large creature, but he's dismissed until the news shows a giant tail in the bay. The Prime Minister consults with some high-ranking biologists, but they're totally useless. So Shimura Yusuke suggests his college friend, Ogashira Hiromi. She says that the creature could possibly come on land, but the other scientists say that its weight would crush it to death. The PM announces that there is no danger, right as the creature comes on land. The PM hesitates to act, but immobilizes the JSDF as it reaches Shinagawa. The creature starts evolving, growing arms and walking on 2 feet. The PM calls off the attack when some civilians are spotted nearby, giving the monster the opportunity to escape back into the sea. Yaguchi puts together a special team of outcasts to find out everything they can to defeat the monster. Ogashira proposes that it gets its energy from nuclear fission, and the radiation in the monster's path proves her right. American Representative Kyoko Ann Patterson offers to exchange all the American info on the creature for info on Maki Goro. After a quick investigation, they tell her that Maki is missing, and his yacht was found adrift in the bay. Looking at Maki's notes, Yaguchi sees that he named the monster Gojira, meaning God incarnate on Odo Island. They learn that Godzilla fed on nuclear waste, and went back to the sea to regulate his temperature. Then they have the most intense bureaucratic meeting I've ever seen, and they determine that they can freeze its blood with a coagulant. Godzilla resurfaces in his 4th form, and completely wipes out the defense forces. As Godzilla gets further into Tokyo, the US sends stealth bombers while the cabinet evacuates. Bombs are dropped onto Godzilla, and he unleashes his atomic breath on the city, destroying the PM's evac helicopter. Yaguchi has a breakdown before pulling his team together to double down on the coagulant. After collecting DNA samples, they see that Godzilla could easily take over the world. The US wants to drop an atomic bomb 75 times more powerful than the Hiroshima bomb to kill Godzilla, to the horror of everyone. They fold Maki's molecular blueprints like origami, learning that Godzilla can survive anywhere with oxygen or water. They determine they can bypass Godzilla's cell membranes, and the coagulant will work, calling it Operation Yashiori. They distract Godzilla with drones, and blow up buildings and trains to knock him over, allowing them to force feed him the coagulant until he freezes over. They discover that Godzilla's isotopes have a short half-life, and will be gone completely in 2 to 3 years. Kyoko tells Yaguchi that if Godzilla starts moving again, the nuclear countdown will resume. After some more banter, Yaguchi says that things aren't settled yet. We then get a close-up shot of Godzilla's tail, which is covered in humanoid creatures. I don't really have much to say about the dub itself, but I will say that this is my favorite dub by far. Actually, before working on this video, I'd only ever watched the dub. I know, I just like putting it on while doing other stuff, but I've seen the dub so many times that I would hear the English lines in my head over the Japanese dialogue. Honestly, I prefer the dub over the subs, especially since the subs can be hard to read with all the name tags making things cluttered. But yeah, I really like this dub. I'm not gonna beat around the bush. This is my favorite movie. Not my favorite Godzilla movie, my favorite movie, period. First, Shin Godzilla is one of the best Godzilla designs of all time. His second form, which is nicknamed Kamada-kun, is very cute to me. He's based off of frilled sharks, which are one of my favorite sharks, and I also find them cute. Do you have any idea how badly I want this Kamada-kun plush? I love him. The third form, Shinagawa-kun, doesn't get as much screen time or attention, but I still like it. And the fourth form, it's peak. I love how his skin is cracked, his eyes that have that dead fish look, his jaw that splits open, and he's one of the largest Godzillas in the lineup. He's both visually appealing and horrifying. I love him. It was also neat that when I saw the cover for the first time, I just saw the Godzilla silhouette and thought nothing of it. But when I looked closer after I saw the movie, I started noticing the details of his face, how his mouth extended farther than I initially saw, and his eyes. That experience alone made this design shoot up my favorites list. Moving on from his design, let's talk about Godzilla's story. Shin Godzilla is an animal that was horribly mutated and lives in constant agony. You can't even really blame him for all the death and destruction, because he's just the embodiment of pure suffering. This is actually why I started liking this movie as much as I do. This movie is a tragedy, both for the humans and the monster. For the humans, there's not only the horror of Godzilla and the radiation, but the horrors of the government. It's pretty well known at this point that this movie is a satire about how the government handled the 2011 Fukushima disaster, so I won't delve into that myself, but it just adds another layer to how amazing this movie is. I think it's great that this movie draws inspiration from tragedy the same way the original Godzilla did. People complain that the human plot was weak, but interpersonal drama was not the point, and even then I liked the human characters. I love that Yaguchi gathered a team of outcasts to fight Godzilla, or Kyoko seeming like any other cutthroat politician, but she's humanized by her fear of the atomic bomb. I'm not saying you can't prefer human plots, but I don't think that would have improved this movie. Next, I want to talk about how good the music is. There are a few songs with lyrics, but I specifically want to talk about Persecution of the Masses and Who Will Know. Persecution of the Masses is a song about Godzilla's victims praying for salvation, sung by an angelic choir. And Who Will Know is similar, but from Godzilla's perspective. Who Will Know is my favorite of the soundtrack, of course, because a shaft of light is all I need to cease the darkness killing me? Chills, absolute chills. Not to mention that the whole atomic breath scene is terrifying and beautiful. Other than that, the instrumentals are also bangers. There are tracks reused from Evangelion, because this was directed by the same people, but I didn't notice because I saw Eva for the first time in 2024. Anime fans watch Shin Godzilla and think, wow, this is like Eva. Meanwhile, I watched Eva and thought, wow, this is like Shin Godzilla. Anyway, all my gushing aside, I think you can tell by now where it's going on the tier list. It's the top of S, no question. What you didn't know is that the S stands for Shin Godzilla. There has been talk around Shin Godzilla maybe getting a sequel in the future, and while I'll love anything Shin Godzilla related, I'm unsure about a sequel. It really does work well as a standalone, but I hope that Anno is the one to make a sequel, if there ever is one. Now let's move on to...
Candy Apple Island? What do they got there?
Apes, but they're not so big.
In 2017, the next MonsterVerse movie was released, Kong Skull Island. Now you may be looking at me and thinking, hey, I thought you were only going to talk about Godzilla movies. You didn't cover King Kong Escapes, but you're covering this? Yeah, I know this isn't a Godzilla movie, but in my defense, it's in the MonsterVerse, it's important to the lore of these movies, and you see a Godzilla cave painting in the post-credits scene. That felt substantial enough for me to include it on this list. Now let's see how the only Kong solo movie on this list stacks up against all the Godzilla movies. In 1944, Hank Marlowe and Gunpei Akari crash on Skull Island and begin fighting to the death, but they're interrupted by Kong. Fast forward to 1973, America is pulling out of Vietnam, and Bill Randa and Houston Brooks are trying to get an expedition to Skull Island, which was just sighted on satellites. The senator refuses at first, saying that Monarch should have been shut down a long time ago, but he changes his mind when he hears that the Russian satellites are gonna find it soon. After he agrees, Randa asks for a military escort. They recruit Colonel Preston Packard and his squadron, and former SAS tracker James Conrad. Anti-war photographer Mason Weaver also manages to tag along. Skull Island is surrounded by a giant storm that'll cut off communication with the outside world, so they need to be at the northern point of the island in 3 days to be picked up. Victor Nieves tries to call up the expedition due to bad weather, but he's overruled. Once the helicopters get past the storm, they drop charges down to survey the Earth, which pisses off Kong and he begins taking down all the helicopters. The survivors end up in 2 groups. One with Conrad, Weaver, Nieves, Brooks, Monarch biologist Lin San, and Slivko, and one led by Packard, who leads his team to try and rescue one of his soldiers, Chapman. Packard threatens to shoot Randa unless he tells him everything he knows, to which Randa tells him he was the only survivor of a monster attack, and the mission was to prove to the world that monsters exist. Meanwhile, Brooks explains that Randa hired him for his research on the Hollow Earth theory, and they run into a giant water buffalo as Packard's group fights a giant spider. Conrad's group runs into the Iwi tribe, and they meet Marlowe, while Chapman watches Kong fight and eat a mire squid. Marlowe explains that the Iwi people lived in fear of skull crawlers until Kong chased them underground, and the big skull crawler killed Kong's whole family. He offers to help the group get to the northern point with a boat he made with Gunpei named the Gray Fox. Weaver sees a buffalo trapped under a helicopter, and when she tries to help, she runs into Kong. Chapman gets eaten by a skull crawler, Conrad gives Weaver his father's lighter, and Marlowe says goodbye to Gunpei's grave before they set sail, which made me teary-eyed. Once on the water, Slivko makes contact with Packard, and Nieves gets ripped apart by birds. all the survivors meet up, and Packard convinces them to try and reach Chapman. They end up in a flammable skullcrawler den where Randa gets eaten, and Conrad saves Slivko before Weaver sets the skullcrawler on fire. Once Packard hears that Chapman is dead, he insists on going to the crash site anyway for weapons to kill Kong, and he takes all the remaining soldiers while the rest continue to the rescue point. Conrad and Weaver meet with Kong, but he gets drawn away when the soldiers start setting off charges. Conrad sends Brooks and Son to the boat, while he, Weaver, and Marlowe go to stop Packard from killing Kong. When Kong charges at the soldiers, Packard sets the lake of napalm on fire. Before they can kill him, Conrad, Weaver, and Marlowe show up and turn the soldiers against Packard. Shortly before the big skullcrawler shows up, Packard tries to set off a bomb, but Kong crushes him. Captain Earl Cole tries to get the skullcrawler to eat him and his grenades, but it tail whips him away. Kong comes in with a steel chair, but he gets wrapped in chains. So Brooks distracts the skullcrawler with the Grey Fox guns, and Weaver shoots it in the face with a flare gun. Kong breaks free and starts swinging a boat propeller, but he stops to save Weaver when she falls off a cliff. The skullcrawler continues to attack him, so he rips its guts out by its tongue. The rescue helicopters show up, and Marlowe gets to reunite with his family. In the post-credits scene, Brooks and Son show Weaver and Conrad cave paintings of Godzilla, Ghidorah, Mothra, and Rodan. So if you didn't know, there is an extended version of this movie. It was made specifically for airplanes, though I heard you can see this version on streaming services. I actually saw this version on HBO when it played on TV, and I was a bit confused when I watched the DVD version. Anyway, the airplane version has some extra scenes. There's Packard saying goodbye to his squadron before they get the news about Skull Island, Packard and Conrad introducing themselves to each other, Conrad questioning why they need the military on this mission, Packard saving one of the soldiers named Relis, and some pre-Spider banter. There's nothing here that you'd miss if you watched the theatrical version, but I do like them. While I can't call myself a King Kong fan, I still really like this movie. Kong is great, I like the humans, and the other monsters are very cool. The skullcrawlers are unbelievably awesome, and that spider scene really flabbergasted me when I first saw it. I'm gonna put this in A, above Biollante and below Tokyo S.O.S. Now let's move on to...
No, sweetie. The lesson is, never put down your weapon. Revenge!
Also in 2017, Godzilla Planet of the Monsters was released. It was the first of the Godzilla anime trilogy, which is most well known for being not that good. Honestly, I never saw anyone defend these movies, so let's see if they're truly that bad. Up in space, the Aratrum is sending a scouting ship full of old people to Taoi. Incensed by the idea that they're being sent to their deaths, Sakaki Haruo threatens to blow up the ship if they don't call it off. His adoptive grandfather tells him that they volunteered, and he'd rather die on land than in space. Haruo gets detained and watches the ship explode from his cell. 22 years prior, kaiju took over the Earth, including Kamacuras, Dogora, Dogora, Orga, and the biggest threat, Godzilla. 2 alien races showed up to help. The Exif told them to convert to their religion, and the Bilusuludo built Mechagodzilla, but they all failed and the 3 races fled into space. While on the way to the Aratrum, Haruo watches Godzilla kill his parents. In the present, Exif Archbishop Metphius helps Haruo upload his anti-Godzilla plan. Since they're low on resources, the Central Committee agrees to return to Earth. Once they get there, they detect that the atmosphere is unbreathable now, and theorize that 10,000 years have passed. They also detect Godzilla, confirming that he's still alive after all this time. They release Haruo, and he explains that Godzilla has an organ that makes an electromagnetic shield that periodically drops, leaving him vulnerable for a brief time. The committee sends 600 people down to carry out Haruo's plan, led by Elliot Leland. Once on land, they send out a scouting team, including Haruo, Tani Yuko, his adoptive grandfather's biological child, and the biologist Martin Lazari. They find the ruins of human civilization while winged monsters called Servum attack Company A. They learn that it's actually been 20,000 years, and all the plants and animals have Godzilla's DNA. Leland wants to retreat back to the Aratrum, but they have no resources, so they need to group with the other companies to retreat, which means crossing Godzilla's path. Predictably, they draw Godzilla's attention, so Haruo hops on a hover bike to provoke him into upping his shield to figure out how long it lasts and where the organ is. Godzilla doesn't see him as a threat, so Leland sacrifices himself, and Metphius makes Haruo the new commander. Haruo continues with his plan, using hover bikes to lead Godzilla into a trap. Once he's stuck, they use EMP probes to kill him. Lazary theorizes that there might be more Godzillas, right before Godzilla Earth emerges and immediately wipes out almost everyone. After the credits, Haruo is being taken care of by a mystery girl. Moving on to the dub, Metphius is pronounced like Metvies, and he calls Godzilla Earth King of Monsters instead of King of Destruction. All the anime trilogy dubs are pretty good. While people dog on this movie a lot, I didn't think it was that bad, but it wasn't that good either. I found the dialogue to be very tiring and complicated. Even when I understood what was happening, the dialogue still made me tired. The characters aren't much to write home about either. Haruo has one personality trait, and it's hating Godzilla. Metphius is pretty good, but since this is only movie 1, he doesn't have much to do yet. Yuko is a pretty generic love interest in this movie, and I wanted more from her than I want to be strong. I like the Godzillas, but again, they didn't have much to do yet. I also enjoyed the hoverbikes flying around Godzilla, since it felt very fast-paced. I'm putting this at the bottom of C, below All Monsters Attack. Now let's move on to...
Don't be racist. I am a building.
The second movie was released in 2018, under the name Godzilla, City on the Edge of Battle. Let's see if it's any better than the last one. The Central Committee wants to retreat from Earth's orbit, but the EXIF object to leaving any survivors behind. So they send out drones to find survivors, but they'll leave in 48 hours if they can't find any. Haruo wakes up in a hut, surprised that he's able to breathe without his helmet. When the mystery girl sees he's awake, she runs off and he chases after her. Haruo almost walks into a pit of worms serve him, but the girl saves him and he manages to get in contact with Yuko. She and the other survivors see someone and start shooting. Yuko knocks her out and they take her mask off to see that she's human before she runs away. Haruo arrives with the other girl, and they try to shoot her, insisting that she was the one attacking them. They're surrounded by natives and taken to their settlement, where they meet up with some more survivors, including Lazary, who theorizes that the natives evolved from bugs. They're led to a Mothra egg, where the two girls start communicating with them through telepathy. They introduce themselves as the Hotua tribe, and tell the survivors that Godzilla can't be killed. While looking for the landing ship, the twins accompany them, introducing themselves as Miana and Mina. Yuko, feeling jealous that Haruo is talking to other women, walks straight into the servum pit and has to be rescued. They get attacked by the flying servum, but Metphius shows up to save them, and they contact the Eratrum. The Bilisaludo soldiers, Galugu and Belube, notice that the twins have nanometal weapons, which they use to make Mechagodzilla. Haruo gathers up everyone who wants to stay on Earth and asks the twins to lead them to where they got the nanometal. So they take them to a city that Mechagodzilla's nanometal evolved into. The twins warn that the nanometal is poison before leaving, and they see that the nanometal is absorbing nearby fauna and emitting a gas that camouflages the area. They all go inside to find that Mechagodzilla's head is still working, and the Bilisaludo decide to not rebuild Mechagodzilla. Instead, they want to lure Godzilla to the city and use nanometal to trap him, while they use the same strategy that killed the smaller Godzilla. They upgrade the power suits with nanometal, calling them vultures. Lazary tells Haruo that everyone who was treated by the Hotua are getting sick while in the city, and Metphius expresses his doubts about the nanometal, saying that every civilization evolves until they create monsters that destroy them. He says the EXIF's planet was destroyed by a monster, and whispers the name to Haruo. Yuko kisses Haruo, and the aliens on the Eratrum no longer want to leave Earth's orbit. Some of the humans see the Bilisaludo getting absorbed by the nanometal and warn Haruo, and Belube says it's the next stage of evolution, calling the humans primitive like the Hotua. Yuko agrees and says that they're better than the Hotua because they can communicate. Yikes. The gas around the city dissipates and Godzilla starts heading towards them, so Belube, Yuko, and Haruo take flight in the vultures and start leading Godzilla to the trap point. Once captured, they use the EMP probes on him, but he converts the energy into heat, going into his burning form. The humans flee the city as the temperature rises, and the Bilisaludo get absorbed by the nanometal. Galugu tells Haruo that he can still kill Godzilla by nosediving him, but he'll only survive if he lets the nanometal absorb him. Yuko starts getting absorbed, and Metphius tells him that the only way to save her, and prevent the nanometal from taking over the planet, is to attack the control room. He obliges, and Godzilla destroys the rest of Mechagodzilla City, but it's too late for Yuko. After the credits, it shows what name Metphius whispered to Haruo, Ghidorah. The only thing I have to say about the dub is that they say Mayana instead of Mina. Oh boy. I went into this hoping that Planet of the Monsters would be the low point of the trilogy, but I've never been more frustrated with a Godzilla movie. First things first, the racism. The Bill of Saludo constantly refer to the Hotua people as primitives, even when shown evidence otherwise. But they're not supposed to be the good guys, so what's the problem? Yuko. Yuko is the problem. She constantly insists that the Hotua people, especially the twins, can't communicate or understand them, even though she's immediately proven wrong. Not to mention that she gets so jealous that Haruo talks to another woman, God forbid. And yet, she's the love interest and you're supposed to feel sad that she's dead. But I sure didn't. I always keep my hackles up when it comes to female characters, since sexism is rampant in fandom spaces. But I could not stand this woman. When I said I wanted more from her, I didn't mean make her racist. And she never gets criticized for being racist. They just say that she was too ambitious for her own good. It would have been fine to give her a hubris plot, but did she really have to have all that we're superior crap? I mean, even at the beginning, Mina only attacks them because they shot at her first. They see one person of color and immediately start firing. Also, Yuko and Haruo have zero chemistry. He had more chemistry with Metphius, and he's like twice his age. Not to mention that her grandfather adopted Haruo, and while I don't know how close they were as kids, it's still weird. He's like an adopted brother or cousin to her. I know that anime does this shit all the time, but I've never liked it. Okay, moving on from the racism, let's talk about Mechagodzilla. I mean, Mechagodzilla City. Because this is not Mechagodzilla, this is a building. The idea that Mechagodzilla's been trying to fight against Godzilla for 20,000 years is very cool, but they decide not to rebuild him, and instead they just have the building shoot at Godzilla, which is so lame. And the vulture fight is just a more slow and boring version of the hoverbike scene from the first movie. Like, I know the plan was to kill Godzilla Earth the same way they killed Godzilla Phileas, but it's just repeating the same fight, but worse. And I know that it would have been harder to animate a Mechagodzilla fight, especially since this version has so many details, but they could have found a way around it. Not that I'm blaming the animators, since we all know how overworked Japanese animators are. It's just that, by not having Mechagodzilla, this whole movie was doomed. There were some things I liked though. I liked the Hotua tribe and the twins. Despite the racism, the natives themselves are perfectly fine. I also liked all the stuff with Metphius, which is just setting up stuff for the next movie. So, when I started working on this video, this tier list didn't have an E tier. After I saw this movie, I added an E tier. I liked the twins and Metphius enough that I didn't want to put it in F tier, but I didn't like it enough to put it in D tier. So it's going in E tier, barely passing above F by the skin of its teeth. Let's get this trilogy over with by talking about...
It is hot as hell in this funky ass, hot ass room I'm in. Is that the Grim Reaper?
Later that same year, Godzilla the Planet Eater was released, finishing off the anime trilogy. Hopefully it'll be better than the last one. Not that that's all that difficult. The movie starts with a speech from Metphius about how the Exif have been watching humans for centuries, and they've determined that humans will only listen to other humans. Lazari muses that maybe humans only existed to eventually create Godzilla, while the Central Committee is split about Haruo destroying the nanometal. Speaking of nanometal, while it is keeping Yuko's heart beating, she is completely brain dead. Not much has changed, am I right? Haruo wonders why the nanometal didn't take him, and Metphius' followers say that he was protected by God, while Yuko died for sinning. True! Metphius preaches that God saved these humans from the nanometal, though Lazari tells Haruo that the Hotua scales were what saved them. Haruo confronts Metphius with this information, and he says that their god will defeat Godzilla, and Haruo is the hero they've been waiting for. This causes Haruo to storm off. The Bill of Saludo revolt on the Atrium until Haruo is punished, leaving them with no power, so Haruo goes into hiding with Mina. He realizes that she's the one who rescued him at the end of the first movie, and they sleep together. Metphius kidnaps Miana, and Haruo has a dream where Metphius serves him Miana soup. Back on the Eratrum, the Exif summons Ghidorah, and he pops out of a singularity to kill them all. 3 portals appear on Earth, and Ghidorah begins snaking out to attack Godzilla. Haruo goes to confront Metphius, and Lazari can't detect Ghidorah on his sensors. Ghidorah is too cool to obey the laws of physics, able to touch Godzilla, but Godzilla can't touch him. Metphius tells Haruo that civilization creates monsters, and the Exif's purpose is to feed these monsters to Ghidorah. He turns to show that he's replaced one of his eyes with his worship crystal, and mentally traps Haruo in this, nightmare sequence. Meanwhile, Godzilla tries to burn Ghidorah, but he just absorbs the heat. Metphius shows Haruo visions, like helping him as a child, and his dead friends scolding him. Yuko asks if he wants to live so he can live with those girls, showing that she's racist even in dream visions. As Ghidorah picks Godzilla up, Lazari and Mina go to the Mothra egg to send Haruo some help. Lazari tells him that Ghidorah can only exist because Metphius is confirming his existence. Metphius shows him that he's the one who planted the bomb that killed his grandfather, and Haruo gets a vision of his parents. Haruo breaks free and shatters Metphius' eye, which means that Ghidorah has to obey the laws of physics. Godzilla proceeds to kick Ghidorah's ass and blast his portals. As Metphius dies, he says that Ghidorah will be watching him, and Haruo cradles him the same way he did to Yuko. The surviving humans join the Hotua tribe, and Mina becomes pregnant. Lazari shows Haruo that he repaired one of the vultures, and talks about rebuilding civilization, prompting Metphius to telepathically mock Haruo. He responds by grabbing Yuko's body, hopping in the vulture, and committing suicide by Godzilla. Post-credits, an elderly Mina watches as the Hotua children participate in a ritual. For the dub, they actually pronounce Mina correctly. Also, Haruo sees Mothra and says, I must say, this was way better than the last movie. Hell, it was better than Planet of the Monsters too. King Ghidorah really does just improve every movie he's in. The scene where Ghidorah gets summoned is the best in this whole trilogy. The humans getting devoured when his shadow passes over them, and the weird time stuff that happens when he attacks the Eratrum. It's so good. Ghidorah's design is awe-inspiring. I love Eldritch Horror Ghidorah. I will admit that the Godzilla fight was underwhelming though. Speaking of Ghidorah, Metphius is by far the best character in this trilogy. Maybe I'm just biased because I love villains, but he's a great villain. I enjoyed every scene he was in throughout this whole trilogy. Now onto the negatives. I absolutely hated the ending. In order to get rid of all of humanity's hatred, he grabs his ex and gets himself killed while his partner is pregnant. Like, really, dude? Instead of coming to an understanding about Godzilla, you just kill yourself while your partner is pregnant? Not to mention Lazari fixing the vultures so they can leave this primitive life behind. Fuck off. And regarding Mina, I've seen people complain about Haruo sleeping with her, but they literally hug and it cuts to black. This is the most tame sex scene I've ever seen. I don't get the backlash. As much as I loved Ghidorah and Metphius, this movie still oozes problems. I'm putting it in C, below Mysterians and above Frankenstein vs. Baragon. It's still the best of the three. Next up on our list is...
Shadow, it's me, the devil. I'm here to convince you to do sin.
The third MonsterVerse movie was released in 2019 under the title Godzilla King of the Monsters, named after the 1956 movie. Like was teased in Kong, this movie brings Mothra, Rodan, and King Ghidorah into the MonsterVerse. Starting off, it has the classic stomp stomp roar, like the original Return of Godzilla and Shin. In the aftermath of Godzilla's 2014 attack, Mark and Emma Russell call out for their son, Andrew. 5 years later, Emma and her daughter Madison are living near Monarch Outpost 61 when a Mothra larva hatches. The network gets hacked and Mothra freaks out, so Emma and Maddie go in to calm her down with the Orca, a device made to send signals to the Titans. Terrorists, led by Alan Jonah, burst in, shoot everyone, and capture Emma and Maddie. Doctors Sarazawa, Graham, and Sam Coleman argue with the government that killing the Titans would disrupt the natural order, but they leave in a hurry when they hear about Outpost 61. They tell Mark what happened, and Dr. Graham says that they think the terrorists were after the Orca. They ask Mark to help since he also worked on the Orca prototype, and they take him to Outpost 54. Meanwhile, the terrorists take over Outpost 32 and set up explosives to free Monster Zero. When Godzilla approaches Outpost 54, they aim macer turrets at him, but Mark tells them to stand down and submit so Godzilla won't see them as competing. When he leaves, they follow him to Antarctica. When Monarch storms the outpost, Emma frees Ghidorah, who begins killing as many people as he can before Godzilla shows up. Ghidorah dodges his atomic breath, crushes Dr. Graham, and flies away. Monarch follows Godzilla to Outpost 56, and Emma calls them to say that she's gonna release all the Titans to restore nature, with no regard for the human casualties. Maddie begs her to stop, but she doesn't listen and releases Rodan. He starts taking down the fighter jets and gets beaten up by Ghidorah, who changes course to chase the cargo plane before Godzilla pulls him underwater. The military decides to take charge, sending the oxygen destroyer to kill both of the monsters just as Godzilla's about to win. They only succeed in injuring Godzilla, and Ghidorah flies off. Ghidorah regenerates the head Godzilla tore off and lets out a call that wakes up all the other Titans. Doctors Brooks and Ling watch as Mothra emerges from her cocoon. Dr. Chen, Ling's twin sister, shares with Mark that her family has been working for Monarch for generations, and then she says that Ghidorah is an invasive species from space. Mark tries to leave so he can find Maddie, but he gets interrupted when Mothra calls to Godzilla. Speaking of Maddie, she decides to steal the orca and run. The Monarch team go down into a hollow earth tunnel to find Godzilla resting in ancient city ruins. They decide that they need to set off a nuclear warhead to help Godzilla power up. It needs to be set up manually, so Dr. Serizawa volunteers, sacrificing himself to save Godzilla. This scene always makes me sob violently. Maddie amplifies the orca signals to calm down the Titans, and Ghidorah tries to kill her for it, but he's once again interrupted by Godzilla. While those two are fighting, Rodan attacks Mothra, and she stabs through his chest. Maddie runs to her old home, and her parents find her in the rubble. Ghidorah drops Godzilla and blasts Mothra, but her energy falls onto Godzilla, which turns him into Burning Godzilla. Emma takes the orca and distracts Ghidorah while Godzilla gets to his feet, which she gets killed for. Godzilla incinerates Ghidorah, and all the other Titans bow to him. The credits show various newspaper articles which say that the environment is recovering, a Mothra egg was discovered, there are disturbances on Skull Island, and Monarch is gonna explore Hollow Earth. After the credits, Jonah buys the last remaining Ghidorah head. As much as I like Godzilla 2014, I think that this movie is better. First, I liked all the human characters. Mark's character arc going from I want Godzilla dead to Godzilla is necessary to protect the planet is exactly what I wanted from Haruo in the anime trilogy. I really felt for Madison, since she just wanted to help the planet and took matters into her own hands when her mom wouldn't listen. I didn't like Emma as a person, but she didn't ruin my enjoyment or anything. Serizawa's death scene made me cry so hard on this rewatch that I had to rewind the next scene because I couldn't see. Moving on to the kaiju, I loved all of these designs, especially the main monsters. It's so nice seeing Mothra, Rodan, and Ghidorah with modern graphics. Mothra is so beautiful, and Rodan looks fantastic. With Ghidorah, this scene where he calls to the other Titans is my favorite scene in all of cinema. The sound he makes gives me chills, and the cross in the foreground, peak cinema. I also really like the music used in this movie. Godzilla's theme playing when he gets revived, Mothra's angelic music, and the cover of Blue Oyster Cult's Godzilla that plays during the credits. I'm putting this at the top of A for now. Let's continue on with the Monsterverse with...
In water, chimps will drown.
The next Monsterverse movie, Godzilla vs. Kong, was released 2 years later. It had been nearly 60 years since Godzilla and Kong had fought each other. But which movie is the better one? Honestly, do I even need to ask? Kong wakes up on Skull Island, greets a young Iwi girl named Gia, and throws a tree into the sky, cracking the dome he's in. A Monarch employee tells Dr. Eileen Andrews that they can't contain him here much longer, but Skull Island is the only place Kong can be without Godzilla attacking him. Bernie Hayes, an employee at Apex Cybernetics and host of a conspiracy podcast, is stealing confidential data when Godzilla attacks, exposing a mechanical eye. Maddie, having listened to Bernie's podcast, insists that Godzilla must have been provoked, but Mark doesn't believe her. Apex founder Walter Simmons and Serizawa Ren visit Dr. Nathan Lind for his research on Hollow Earth. Simmons asks him to come on an expedition to Hollow Earth, since there's energy down there that they can use to make a weapon to fight Godzilla. Lind is hesitant, since his brother died on a previous attempt due to the gravity difference, but Simmons reassures him that they have vehicles that can withstand the journey called heaves. Serizawa says a Titan could show them the way to the energy source, so Lind convinces Andrews to let them take Kong. They chain him up and begin sailing towards Antarctica, and Simmons' daughter Maya shows up to supervise the heaves. Kong is unhappy with this arrangement, so Gia calms him down, and he shows everyone that he knows sign language. Madison takes her friend Josh Valentine with her to track down Bernie. He shows them the plans he stole about a cargo transport to Hong Kong, and a flask which was a gift from his late wife, so they decide to break into Apex. Andrews tells Lin that the Iwi were wiped out by a storm, with Gia being the only survivor thanks to Kong. Meanwhile, Gia senses that Godzilla is coming for them. Godzilla attacks Kong, trying to drown him repeatedly, and Lin commands them to shut everything down and play dead, which gets Godzilla off their backs for now. To avoid another encounter, they lift Kong up with helicopters, and Gia convinces Kong to enter the Hollow Earth tunnel by signing that there might be family for him down there. The Heaves follow him down into Hollow Earth, where Kong fights Warbats and we see Best Boy Doug. Maddie, Josh, and Bernie hide in the cargo container, seeing that they're surrounded by skullcrawler eggs, and they witness Mechagodzilla's test run. Maddie says that this is the reason Godzilla is freaking out, and he starts heading for Hong Kong. Kong finds a temple where his ancestors used to be, and there's an axe made from a Godzilla dorsal fin inside. Maddie, Josh, and Bernie see that Mechagodzilla is being controlled by Serizawa from inside a Ghidorah skull. Kong places the axe inside a divot, which activates the energy Apex was looking for. Maya transfers the energy to the Hong Kong facility as Godzilla blasts a hole in the earth. Maya tries to escape through the tunnel by shooting at Kong, which he doesn't appreciate. Kong heads up the tunnel to fight Godzilla and gets his ass handed to him. Bernie and the kids get caught and taken to the control room, where they witness Ghidorah take over Mechagodzilla, frying Serizawa's brain and killing Simmons. Mechagodzilla attacks Godzilla, and they use the Heaves to jumpstart Kong's heart. Kong and Godzilla team up, and Josh pours Bernie's flask over the controls. Godzilla powers up Kong's axe with his atomic breath, and he chops up Mechagodzilla. Godzilla leaves, and Kong finds a new home in Hollow Earth. Obviously, this one is better than King Kong vs. Godzilla. I liked Kong's plot, going down into Hollow Earth to find a new home. I liked Godzilla too, but this is more of a Kong movie. I enjoyed all the new characters introduced, like Gia and Bernie. While Mechagodzilla is my favorite kaiju, and I liked him in this movie, I was kinda disappointed by my own expectations. When I saw the leftover Ghidorah head, I was so excited for a new Mecha King Ghidorah. It makes sense that they used Mechagodzilla instead, since he's way more popular, but I really do want another Mecha King Ghidorah. I'm gonna put this at the top of B. Now we can take a short break away from the Monsterverse with...
What's up, Gorny?
I've been traumatized!
Godzilla Minus One was released in 2023 for Godzilla's 70th anniversary. Although, since the original Godzilla was released in 1954, it technically released for Godzilla's 69th anniversary. Not counting the anime trilogy, this is the second Godzilla movie released by Toho this era. It's also been lauded as the best Godzilla movie, so let's see if that's actually true. Towards the end of World War II, Shikishima Koichi, a kamikaze pilot, lands his plane on Odo Island for repairs. Tachibana Sosaku tells him there are no problems with his plane, but he's on his side. Shikishima notices deep-sea fish floating to the surface, and later that night, a Godzillasaurus attacks them. The mechanics send Shikishima to shoot him, but he's too scared, and everyone but Shikishima and Tachibana gets killed. On the way back to the mainland, Tachibana gives him the family photos of all the victims, and when he gets home, Shikishima sees that his village was destroyed. Ota Sumiko calls him a coward for not dying in the war, and she tells him that her children and his parents died in the attack. While he's eating, a woman that's being chased hands Shikishima a baby and runs off. When they meet back up, she follows him home, and introduces herself as Oishi Noriko, and the baby as Akiko. She tells him that Akiko's mother gave her to Noriko before dying in the air raids. The next day, Sumiko tells him it's too late to play hero, but upon hearing that Noriko can't breastfeed, she gives them her rice to make gruel for Akiko. A year later, Shikishima finds a job taking care of unexploded sea mines on the Shinsei Maru, where he meets Noda Kenji, Akitsu Seiji, and Mizushima Shiro. Later that night, Shikishima has a nightmare about the Godzillasaurus and scares Noriko. Months later, the Godzillasaurus gets mutated in Bikini Atoll. Shikishima has the guys over for dinner, where they learn that he's not married to Noriko, and they get upset when he tells Akiko not to call him dad. A year into Shikishima's job, Noriko finds a job in Ginza, with Sumiko offering to watch Akiko. America refuses to intervene with Godzilla so that they don't upset the Soviets, and the Shinsei Maru crew are called to a shipwreck. After seeing the same deep-sea fish, Shikishima tells the others about what happened on Odo Island, and they realize they're there to stall Godzilla until the Takao ship can get there. They watch as Godzilla destroys their sister ship, and he chases after them when they try to flee. They float a mine into his mouth and shoot it, but he starts regenerating, and when the Takao shows up, Godzilla blasts it to smithereens. Shikishima wakes up in the hospital to hear that the government won't warn the public, and he decides to tell Noriko about his past. The next day, Godzilla begins to terrorize Ginza, picking up the train Noriko's in, though she manages to jump into a river. She nearly gets trampled by the crowd until Shikishima shows up to help her escape. Godzilla unleashes his atomic breath, and Noriko gets blown away. The next day, the guys attend a meeting to stop Godzilla, led by Noda. His plan is to sink Godzilla with gas canisters, so that he'll be crushed by the sudden pressure change. And if that doesn't work, they'll inflate balloons and bring him back up to give him decompression sickness. He demonstrates this with a dino block that looks like the one from Raids again. Shikishima asks for a plane to bait Godzilla into the trap, and sends rage bait letters to Tachibana so that he can ask him to repair it, which he eventually agrees to when he hears that Shikishima plans to suicide bomb Godzilla. The plan works great at first, but Godzilla tears through the balloons when they try to bring him up, and the ships aren't strong enough to pull him. Mizushima shows up with a fleet of ships to help, and when Godzilla surfaces, now horribly injured, he begins to charge up. Shikishima flies his plane into his mouth, and it blows his head up. Luckily, Tachibana installed an ejection seat. Godzilla crumples, and Sumiko hands Shikishima a telegram. He rushes to a hospital with Akiko to see that Noriko is alive, and he cries while a black mark spreads over her neck. In the ocean, a bit of Godzilla starts to regenerate. After the credits, we hear the stomp stomp roar. Regarding the dub, I like that Noda still calls Shikishima Shiki-san. Originally, the final line in the dub was, "Can this war of yours finally be done?" But there was a lot of backlash since it sounded like she was annoyed with him. Now the final line is your war finally over?" which is more accurate. This dub is surprisingly decent, considering how people reacted to it. Just a reminder that dubs can be very useful, like if you have visual impairments, so let's not complain the dubs are made at all. Obviously, this movie was fantastic. I loved the theme of dealing with trauma, and how it focuses on personal pain. All the characters were well written, though Noda might be my favorite. I also really liked Noriko, and I can't wait to see what they might do with her in the sequel. Also, confession time. I was focusing so much on their faces in the last scene that I didn't see the black spot on her neck until I rewatched it later. This Godzilla design is one of the best, though I will admit that I don't find him that intimidating. In the boat chase scene, I see his chubby cheeks and I just think of a cat. He's adorable. But I still really like him, so much so that I got the Sakura figure. I'm putting this at the top of A. Yeah, that's right, I'm not putting this in S tier. And that's entirely to piss off everyone who acts like this is the only good Godzilla since the original, and they just ignore every other movie. They even ignore all of the other eras. I've even heard people say it's the first serious Godzilla since 1954, which is not only untrue, but Shin Godzilla was released not that long ago. This is the best Godzilla, while Shin Godzilla is being shot in the back of the head. So yes, top of A. Now let's finish this video by reviewing... The last movie on this list is Godzilla x Kong, The New Empire, released in 2024. I don't have any preamble, so let's just get into it. In Hollow Earth, Kong gets chased by wart dogs, but they run away when he rips one in half. Kong goes to eat the carcass, but he gets distracted when he hears an ape screaming, so the carcass goes to Doug. Kong looks for the sound, but it was just a parrot frog. Dr. Andrews explains on the news that Kong is searching for a family, and Godzilla won't fight with Kong as long as he stays underground. Speaking of Godzilla, he kills Scylla in Rome and falls asleep in the Colosseum. Aww. The Hollow Earth outpost gets strange readings, and Gia has a vision as she draws the same shapes on her desk. Dr. Andrews realizes that the shapes Gia drew are the same spikes from Outpost 1, and she goes to Bernie for help because he thinks outside of the box. In exchange, she promises to get him a trip to Hollow Earth, and they leave in a hurry when Godzilla starts moving. Kong goes up to the surface because his tooth is badly infected, and Monarch's veterinarian Trapper replaces the tooth with a metal one. Bernie tells Andrews that the signals are a distress call, and they need to go to Hollow Earth to investigate. Andrews, Trapper, Gia, and Bernie load into a Heave, piloted by Mikhail. On the surface, Godzilla absorbs radiation from a French nuclear reactor. The Heave crew sees that Outpost 1 was destroyed, with a bloody ape handprint nearby. Kong explores a chasm that opened up in the ground, and he meets a young ape named Suko. He gets jumped by 3 apes, beats them up, and demands Suko take him to where the apes live. The humans look for the distress signal on foot, and Mikhail gets eaten by a plant. They find an Iwi temple, and go through this shiny barrier. Suko tricks Kong into getting attacked by a drowned viper, but he wins and the 2 apes start to bond while they eat. Godzilla kills Tiamat, and Gia's group finds the source of the signal in an Iwi tribe. They read Iwi writing about how the Titans protected nature, and the apes protected humans. But the Scar King tried to take over the surface and got sealed underground by Godzilla. Kong and Suko arrive in the ape's lair, and Kong defends someone, which draws the attention of Scar King. He laughs at Kong's metal tooth and yells at Suko, killing the ape that defends him. Kong fights him, and once Scar King starts losing, he unleashes Shimo. Kong's arm gets frozen, and Suko helps him escape, leaving his axe for Scar King to grab. The Iwi writing concludes that an Iwi from Skull Island needs to summon Mothra. Suko leads Kong to the Iwi tribe for help, while Godzilla absorbs the energy in Tiamat's lair, turning his dorsal fins pink. Trapper retrieves a prototype beast glove to fix Kong's hand, and he surfaces in Cairo while Gia summons Mothra. Kong tries to reason with Godzilla, but he's only interested in fighting until Mothra breaks them up. The Iwi tribe turns on anti-gravity as the apes storm in, and Kong, Godzilla, and Mothra fight the apes in Shimo. Mothra rescues the Heave as Scar King launches himself to the surface, and the Titans continue the fight in Brazil. Suko smashes the scale controlling Shimo, and she freezes Scar King, allowing Kong to smash him to bits. Mothra reseals the Iwi barrier, Godzilla takes a well-deserved nap, and Kong becomes king of the apes. After the credits, we hear Mothra's cry. So this movie is very fun, and I enjoyed myself a lot while watching it. Kong and Godzilla were great, I liked the new Titans, and I was thrilled that Mothra came back. I especially enjoyed the focus on Kong scenes without any dialogue. The characters were entertaining, and I really liked the interactions between Trapper and Bernie. Also, shout out to Gia's arc about feeling like she doesn't belong. That really hit me. I've seen criticisms for this movie, and the Monsterverse as a whole, for not being serious enough, but I believe that the Monsterverse is just modern-day Showa-era movies. And I like the Showa-era movies. That said, I did like Godzilla vs. Kong slightly more than this one, so I'm putting this in B, right below GVK and above 2014. And that's a wrap. That's every Godzilla movie so far. To recap, for S tier we have Shin Godzilla, the first Godzilla, and Godzilla 98 ironically. For A tier we have Minus One, King of the Monsters 2019, Mechagodzilla II, Destoroyah, Godzilla against Mechagodzilla, Tokyo S.O.S, Kong Skull Island, Biollante, Return of Godzilla, Mothra, Godzilla 2000, and Dogora. For B tier we have, we have GVK, GXK, Godzilla 2014, Final Wars, Godzilla vs. Mothra, GMK, Spacegodzilla, Ebirah, Godzilla vs. King Ghidorah, Astro-Monster, Three-Headed Monster, Destroy All Monsters, Gigan, Megalon, Megaguirus, Rodan, Mothra vs. Godzilla, King of the Monsters 1956, Rebirth of Mothra, Rebirth of Mothra III, Terror of Mechagodzilla, Space Amoeba, Mechagodzilla, Varan the Unbelievable, Atragon, Raids Again, Gargantuas, and Godzilla 98. For C tier, we have Son of Godzilla, Godzilla 1985, King Kong vs. Godzilla, Rebirth of Mothra II, Hedorah, Mysterians, The Planet Eater, Frankenstein vs. Baragon, All Monsters Attack, and Planet of the Monsters. For D tier, we have the American King Kong vs. Godzilla, Gigantis, and Gorath. And lastly, for E tier, we have City on the Edge of Battle, making it the worst Godzilla movie. Amazing that these two were only 2 years apart. Of course, this list is subject to change. It is based on my personal feelings after all. Some more movies have been announced, like a new Godzilla x Kong and Minus Zero, but I won't be making another video for Godzilla movies until there's a sizable amount of new movies, like if 5 or 10 more movies get released. Anyway, this video has taken too long to make. I started working on this video in July 2024. I've been dealing with so much stress and health issues while working on this, so I'm so happy that this video is done. This is the first time I've made a video like this, and I'm hoping to make more. If you enjoyed this video, you can subscribe so you'll know whenever I post again. My next video isn't going to be about Godzilla though. Well, kind of. Anyway, stay tuned for the end credits if you want to hear me ramble. If not, see you next time. Bye! Hey, welcome to the outro. Thank you so much for sitting through all of this. Like I said earlier, I started working on this in July 2024, and I started the script for this in April 2025. I've been working on this video for so long, and it means so much to me that not only is it finished, but that you sat through all of it. It's been rough working on this video, especially since I've been dealing with some serious health issues in the past year. I'll go into detail on that in my next annual birthday video. Also, if this video gets me monetization, I might start a Ko-fi. I felt really bad asking for money when I wasn't even monetized yet, so if this video does get me monetized, then my next video might be a Ko-fi announcement, I don't know. Anyway, I'm gonna go relax now. I'm still gonna be working on videos, but I haven't had time to relax in a long time, so I'm gonna enjoy myself. Thank you so much for watching. Bye!